But we had a good turnout at the IOI in Pune.
I hope to be there tomorrow.
Tomorrow I'll be there. We'll meet up, Charu.
Yeah.
Dr. Sneha, can we start?
Yeah, should. I mean, in fact,
Pinto,
we should start.
Please mute everyone and let's start.
Foxy, we come to you with the theme Foxy for all always and Dhira stop violence against women. World Breastfeeding Week is celebrated from the 1st to 7th of August every year. And this year, they come with the theme Protect Breastfeeding, a shared responsibility. Foxy stands for all mothers and newborns. Foxy is celebrating the World Breastfeeding Week, and we urge all members to participate in this initiative. Data says that India is lowest among the South Asian countries. Only 44% of our mothers initiate breastfeeding within 1 hour of delivery. And it's our responsibility to see that we increase this number of women who breastfeed their babies immediately after delivery. And WHO has identified that poor infant feeding practices contribute to the neonatal death. And this is something which we have to look into. Friends, when you see the data, almost 53% of pneumonia and 55% of the diarrheal deaths among the neonates are because of the poor breastfeeding habits and where the baby is not being exclusively breastfed. So we urge everyone to see that the mother gives exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months of the life and continues the breastfeeding for almost 2 years. This is the only way we can ensure that the neonatal health is maintained. Friends, breastfeeding is not only important for the baby, but for the mother also. We know it contributes to the mother to get back into shape. It has a role as a contraceptive and has been shown to reduce the risks of some of the cancers too. It is an emotional connect which bonds the mother and the baby. And it's a beautiful experience which we all have to nurture. Friends, we always tell our mothers that they need to take care of the babies. But it is not only the mother's responsibility, it's the responsibility of the whole family, the whole society to ensure that the mother is given the support needed to ensure safe breastfeeding to her baby. So friends, I urge you all to increase the awareness programs in your hospitals, in your societies, and send across the message that we need to protect breastfeeding as it is a shared responsibility of every one of us, doctors, healthcare providers, the families, and the society at large. Let's get together.
A very good evening to all of you. Respected Foxy President Dr. Shanta Kumari Ma'am, Foxy office bearers, all the faculty, and our program partners from National Neonatology Forum, Indian Association of Pediatrics, Trained Nurses Association, Breastfeeding Promoting Network of India, UNICEF, and all the dignitaries and viewers. I, Dr. Archana Singh, welcome you all for today's webinar. Now I invite and request Dr. Sneha Bhuya, Chairperson Breastfeeding Committee, to join the session. Welcome, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Archana Singh. A very good afternoon to everyone. Dr. Archana has already welcomed everyone. So just as a formality, I would like to welcome respected Dr. Shanta Kumari, President Foxy, Secretary General Dr. Madhuri Patel, our Vice President in charge Press Committee, Dr. Archana Verma, all the Vice Presidents of Foxy and Team Foxy 21-22, our respected dignitaries, chief guests and guest of honor, Dr. Usha Saraya Madam, Dr. Suchitra Pandit Madam, Dr. P.K. Shah, Dr. Jayam Kanan Madam, everybody, all the other faculties, and all the academic partners and the viewers and all the foxies. I welcome you here for this first session of the program, that is the public forum. And as a chairperson of Breast Committee, I would just like to give my very precise message for this occasion. I would like to wish you all a very happy World Breastfeeding Week. And the theme for this year being Protect Breastfeeding, a Shared Responsibility. Just now, we have already watched the video by President Foxy. And without any repetition, I would just like to say that all the faculties, esteemed panelists and chairperson, they're going to do justice to this subject and they're going to have elaborate discussions. But here, as a Breast Committee chairperson, I welcome all of you. And just to stress few points, the early initiation, all of you know that breastfeeding is very, very beneficial to the baby, to the mother, to the family, and to the nation. But just to stress few points, the recommendations by WHO, UNICEF, and the joint statement by FOXI and IFP, that early initiation of breastfeeding, and it should be as soon as possible after the birth, even before the cutting of the cord, may it be a vaginal delivery or a cesarean delivery, exclusive breastfeeding for first 6 months of life, and continuation of breastfeeding for 2 years of life and beyond, with complementary feeding, of course, introduced after 6 months of life. As Madam has already said, it is our shared responsibility, and here we have a role as healthcare provider to support breastfeeding right from the early initiation, and then the family has to be involved right from the antenatal period to counsel and get prepared for this very initiative. So with this, I wish you all a very happy World Breastfeeding Week, and we are happy that for this initiative, which is a pan-India event, we are celebrating this week. And for this, we have received more than 270 males, but more than 250 societies have participated in this event, and we have received almost 4,000 pictures for this. And so as to, it was so difficult. So to judge this, we have to appoint almost 13, 14 judges, and it was a very, very difficult, tough job for the judges as well. And I'm so happy that, everybody is so very concerned and focused on this issue. So I just hope that all of us are doing our best, and we are just, trying to reach the goal for breastfeeding, exclusive breastfeeding, that is almost 65%. And we are even with this, emotional country, and we value the relations, and we are saying that it's a natural instinct. In spite of that, the exclusive breastfeeding rate is only 44%, only in some area it is 55%. So we need to work a lot on this issue, and we have to really work hard to attain the goal which is set by WHO by 2025. So let us all work for the cause. Thank you so much, and over to you, coordinators, Dr. Charu and Dr. Archana. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sneha, for that. A very good evening to one and all over here from me, Dr. Charulata Bape, Committee Coordinator, Breast Committee Foxy. Here we are all gathered for the Public Forum Program of Lactacon 2021, a Foxy initiative in collaboration with UNICEF under the able guidance of our beloved President, Dr. Shanta Kumari ma'am. Mother's milk, the elixir of life for generations, and her cozy lap, the cradle of civilizations. These are the only two needs of any newborn. But in spite of that, 3 out of 5 babies are not fed in the first hour globally. In alignment with the theme for this year, breastfeeding, a shared responsibility, we obstetricians of Foxy have taken up our part of the responsibility in spreading awareness about this art of breastfeeding through this public forum. And to chair this session, may I invite the Bhishmacharya of Foxy, Dr. P.K. Shah sir, an advisor, a well-wisher, and a constant supporter of the breast committee. Sir has so many credits to himself. Just to name a few, he has been at the helm of our Foxy in the form of the past president of Foxy. He has been past president of the Indian Association of Gynec Endoscopists. He's been the former professor and unit head, Department of OBGYN at St. GS Medical College and KM Hospital, Mumbai. He's been the past president of the Mumbai Obstetrics Gynec Society, past vice president, senior medical association. Yes, and fair enough, sir. You have so many points to your credit, but a warm welcome to you from all of us here as the chairperson for today. And our second chairperson is none other than Professor Jayam Kannan, Madam, Vice President Foxy 2018. She has received the RCOG Distinguished Service Medal Awardee of 2018. She's the Manyata Lead Assessor with Exceptional Commitment, Foxy Manyata, Emeritus Professor, Tamil Nadu MGR Medical University, Managing Director, Garbharakshaki Group of Institutions, Managing Trustee, Shirdi Baba Trustee, Trichy.
Baba blesses you, Charu.
Thank you so much, madam. Over to both of you to conduct this beautiful session of the public forum of Lactacon 2021.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Charu. And on behalf of Dr. Jayam Kannan and myself, I thank Foxy, Dr. Shanta Kumari, Dr. Madhuri, Dr. Archana, and Dr. Sneha Bhuyar and yourself for giving us this opportunity to chair this session. It's 5 people are going to speak in session, and we don't have much time. So we will immediately start with the first talk, and that's the benefits of breastfeeding. That is going to be delivered by a UNICEF ambassador. Can I have CV? Sorry, I can't read it. Okay, so we have Dr. Mrs. Evelyn P. Kannan, Secretary General of Trained Nurses Association of India. No, yeah. And she is a RM, MSc, Nursing in Obstetrics and Gynecology. She's a staff nurse for 3 years and has a teaching experience of 16 years. And she has participated in international training at Sweden in 2008 and 9. Also, she is the advocate of upskilling of nurses of India through application of evidence-based practices and liaison with government leaders.
Introduce yourself, everybody.
Yeah, I think I request you to please speak on benefits of breastfeeding. Hi, Kavita. Yes, we can see you now. You can share the slides or.
Good evening to you all, ladies and gentlemen. I bring this greeting from the Trained Nurses Association of India. I take this opportunity to thank the organizer, Foxy and UNICEF, for giving this opportunity to TNA to speak on correct techniques of breastfeeding during Lactacon and 2021. TNA is a 113 years old association. Despite the importance of breastfeeding practice for the healthy growth and development of infant and young children and healthy mothers, data is not so encouraging. NFHS5 phase survey revealed that institutional deliveries increased to 88%, but 51% are able to begin breastfeeding within 1 hour of birth. So we all know that nurses has a greater responsibility in initiating of breastfeeding. So I hope we all will do the greater level and commit. So the TNA is committed to take every possible effort in protecting, promoting and supporting breastfeeding. To talk about the correct technique of breastfeeding, I kindly request Mrs. Sangamitra Savan, who is the Assistant Secretary General of the Trained Nurses Association of India, as well as she is a national trainer for the HBS, Helping Babies Survive and Neonatal Resuscitation Program. She is upskilling the nurses of India regarding this correct techniques of breastfeeding. Mrs. Sangamitra, over to you.
I think you need to unmute. Audio, video, both are off for her. Is Tirupati?
Evelyn, we can't see you, we can't hear you.
Have you heard the first? Sorry.
Yeah, we can see you now.
Have you heard
Please put on your video and audio both. Yes, we can see you from a different device, I think. Yes, here.
Have you heard Madam Evelyn P. Kannan?
Yes.
Okay.
Please continue.
Yes. Thank you, Madam. This is actually indeed a great privilege and pleasure to be here in this Lactacon platform 2021. And as we all are celebrating the breastfeeding week, and today is the last day of this week, so I'd like to express that a mother feeding a bundle of joy to the little one is the most beautiful moment that the nature could ever create. There is no denying fact that it is one of the simplest and natural phenomena. So here actually I'd like to share my screen because for successful breastfeeding, we need to know the correct techniques. So the topic given is the correct techniques of breastfeeding, and can you able to see the screen?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you, madam. So breast milk, as we all know, it is the ideal food for the infants, and for last many decades, actually, we are debating and advocating that it is safe, clean, and it contains all the antibodies which help to protect the baby against many common childhood diseases. And breast milk provides all the energy and nutrients that the infant needs for the first 6 months of life, and it continues to provide up to half or more of the child's nutrition during the second half of the first year, that is the another 6 months, and it continues to provide like the 1/3 of the nutrition during the second year of life, so that we are always advocating for exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months of life, and definitely the breastfeeding should be continued till the second year of life. Breastfeeding is one of the most effective ways to ensure child health and survival. And coming to the techniques of breastfeeding, as we all know, breastfeeding is a learning skill that needs practice, and especially for the primary mothers, we need to support her. We need to teach them how to hold the baby, how to support the baby, and it is a matter of coordination and practice when we talk about breastfeeding. And in the techniques of breastfeeding, definitely two things are most important. One is latching, and another is the positioning. So when we talk about latching refers to how the baby fastens onto the breast of the mother. Like how that vacuum should be created, how the mother and the baby are tied together so that we can have a successful breastfeeding. And there are 3 steps of a good latch, which is very much important for successful breastfeeding. First is the mother should know how to tickle the baby's lip. She should not enforce the nipple into the mouth of the baby, and she should tickle the baby's lip when she want to breastfeed her baby, and this will help the baby to wide open his or her mouth. And the second step is when she is tickling the lip of the baby, she should start tickling from the upper lip, so that the baby should bring her chin apart from the chest, and the chin should not be tucked into the chest. This is the third step. And this aims the baby's lower lip from away from the base of the nipple, and you can see the picture. In this picture, the lower lip is away from the base of the nipple, and the baby's lip should turn outward like a fish, and baby's tongue should extended, and the breast should be means full into the baby's mouth, so that the areola is mostly inserted into the baby's mouth, and the baby should press from the upper side of the nipple, so that the ducts should be pressed and the baby can easily breastfeed. These are the signs of a good latch. You can see all these signs we should teach the mother when the mother is breastfeeding the baby. The baby's chest and the stomach should rest against the mother's body. Both should be in a same line, and baby's chin should touches the breast. In the picture, you can see the chin should not be apart from the breast, and the baby's mouth should wide open and around the breast, not just the nipple. The major part of the areola, only little portion of areola should be seen, and the major portion of the areola should be inside the baby's mouth. And baby's lip should be turned out, especially the lower lip, and your baby's tongue should cup under the breast. And mother can hear and see the swallowing reflex, and when the baby is swallowing in between, she can see the swallowing reflex, and baby's ears slightly move when the baby is sucking properly. These are the signs of a good latch, that the baby is fastens into the breast properly. These are the two pictures you can see. First picture showing what is good latch, in which you can see all the signs of a good latch. The baby is properly attached, the alignment, everything. The lips are attached, the lips are folded outside, and the chin is attached to the breast, and the baby is sucking properly. The nipple and the areola major portion is inside the mouth of the baby. And in the second picture, you can see it is a example of a poor latch, when the baby is not latched properly. The baby is only sucking to the nipple. If it is a good latch, it promotes high milk flow and minimizes nipple discomfort to the mother. And if it is a poor latch, then it results in sore and cracked nipple, and the baby must be hungry, crying all the time. So then the breastfeeding may not be successful. This is a small video I'd like to show you of latching, starting from tickling the baby's lip and till the baby is properly latched into the mother's breast. It is a matter of patience and definitely a learning skill the mother should learn. The mother should not hurriedly insert the nipple into the baby's mouth. She should wait till the baby is wide opens the mouth, and then it should be properly latched. You can see the ears moving and the baby is suckling, then the swallowing reflex also mother can see. Next, coming to the position of breastfeeding. Positions of breastfeeding. When coming to the positions, I'd like to say there is no right or wrong position to hold or feed a baby. Each mother and a baby is having their own preferred position to feed in. And what is most important is both should be comfortable. But though there are some common positions for breastfeeding, first is cradle position. In this position, the mother's head, means the baby's head is cradled near the elbow of the mother, and her arm supports the infant along with the back and the neck. This is the most common position for breastfeeding. And cross cradle, you can see the breast of the mother and the hand of the mother is just opposite to each other and holding the baby in a comfortable position. And this is the clutch position. In this, you can see the mother is holding the baby just like a clutch. This position mainly is advantageous for the mothers who have undergone the cesarean section, because it places no or limited weight on the mother's chest and abdomen. This is another position which is a side-lying position. This is also very much advantageous for the mothers who have undergone the cesarean section. And many more positions are there that the mother and the baby can choose according to their level of comfort. And the key points for my presentation, I'd like to say, like, good attachment is the key to successful breastfeeding. Signs of good attachment include deep and regular sucking, no breast pain, nipple damage, and well-drained breast. Check the attachment with your midwife, child and family health nurse, or lactational consultant. They can also consult any breastfeeding support groups like BSIM, Breastfeeding Support for Indian Mothers, and ILCA, International Lactation Consultant Association, BPNI, many more are there. And they can also visit this CLMC, that is Comprehensive Lactation Management Center, and LMC, Lactation Management Center, and Lactation Support Unit. This was an initiative taken after the national guidelines on lactation management centers in public health facilities by NHM, MOHFW since 2017. One more initiative that is in the state of Tamil Nadu, I have searched, there is a toll-free number for breastfeeding support, that is 104. This kind of initiatives can be taken by the different states, and even a pan-India toll-free number can be available for the mothers for the breastfeeding support and any kind of solution. And at last, I'd like to say, success in breastfeeding is not the sole responsibility of a woman. The promotion of breastfeeding is a collective societal responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Sangamitra. I think you covered it beautifully in the short period of time that was given to you. And we really enjoyed the video. And very well said that all the states must have some sort of a number, toll-free number for breastfeeding mothers to get some support. Now, may I request Dr. Jayam Kanan to introduce and invite our next speaker, Dr. Sharda Jain. Jayam.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
We'll take up the
Dr.
questions at the end of the session if time permits.
Okay. Thank you. Is Dr. Sharda Jain is available here? Madam?
I don't think she's able to join us, Jayam Madam. We will move on to the next talk.
Okay, thank you very much. I thought I'll be meeting the platinum diamond lady to deliver the golden opportunities. So we are missing that. Anyhow, we are going to the next golden lady of our programs throughout the country is none other than Professor Girija Wagh from Pune. May I have her CV? She has been left, right, front and back talking about COVID throughout the country. And everybody knows Girija Wagh now by this time. And we should see her soon decorating the Foxy Executive Chair also. Presently, she is the Professor, Head of the Department of Bharatiya Vidyapeeth Medical College, Pune, Senior Consultant of Apollo and Cloud9 at Pune. And she is the faculty professor of August International, coordinator of 2018. And she is also the chair of the Medical Disorders of Pregnancy a couple of years ago in 2012 to 16. And she is the National Secretary of Foxy in 2010. I have proudly seen her as a very young lady at that time. And she is now also there as a mentor in the Lakshya program with the Ministry of Health and peer reviewer of so many journals and she had been awarded the Anandibai Joshi Award for excellence in medical service. So now we are again going to receive newer informations of none other than COVID, even though we are in Lactacon. Oh, and the breastfeeding, especially in this time, is very, very important in COVID era. Over to Girjawag.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jayam Kannan. I'm indeed blessed today to have my two icons here in this particular meeting, Professor P.K. Shah sir and Jayam Kannan. These are my role models for my life, and they have been teachers, they have been my mentors. They have sometimes scolded me and they have made me what I am today. Thank you for being here, and thank you always for your blessings and your guidance. So as I have been given to understand by Sneha, I congratulate you for this wonderful meeting under the guidance of Dr. Shanta Kumari. And we as Foxy are really going ahead, and as I've been given to understand, this particular session is meant for public information. So I'm trying to go and try and speak in a combination of languages such as English and Hindi. If you may guide me, or Jayam madam, please tell me it has to be only in English or it has to be in Hindi also. Can anybody tell me this?
The organizers have to say what
Yes,
they
yes. Actually, yes, we have conveyed it, Girija, but whatever language you are comfortable, English and Hindi, mix, you can definitely.
So breastfeeding and COVID-19 is something which has raised a lot of questions in our minds, and we have understood that breastfeeding is essentially meant for nutrition of the baby and the protection of the baby. And COVID-19 is a virus which has caused a lot of havoc, where especially women need to protect their babies. And therefore, there is not going to be any replacement for this breastfeeding unless and until there are dire situations. And therefore, COVID yes or COVID no, breastfeeding has to be universally practiced and continued. Because in spite of there being coronavirus, so many associations have said that breast milk provides protections against many illnesses, especially if the mother is immunologically strong. We have seen that who got suffered, किनको हो गया corona, जिन लोगों में immunity कम थी. People who had no immunity got corona. So people, if they are protected, and that protection for the baby, especially in its first 6 months, is going to come from the mother, from her antibodies, whether she has derived them by her good health and practices or by vaccinations. So if the mother is well vaccinated, she will be able to protect the baby. Even today, if you are pregnant, it is important that the pregnant mother is vaccinated so that she will award good antibodies to the baby. Because there have been a lot of studies. And this one study is from Nature, which I have taken, which is showing us that if the mother has COVID infection, after 6 weeks, she is giving COVID antibodies to the baby. So even if you are a COVID infected mother, it is important that you breastfeed your baby if you can and if you are healthy enough. Now, what are the things? Now, for example, you are a COVID infected mother, आपको कोविड हुआ है, लेकिन फिर भी बेबी को ब्रेस्ट फीड करना है कि नहीं करना? करना है, प्रोटेक्शन के साथ करना है. तो अच्छी तरह से मास्क पहनो, हाथ धो और आपके बच्चे को ब्रेस्ट फीड दे दो. सो यू हैव टू ईट गुड फूड, अच्छा खाद खाना है, अच्छे प्रोटेक्शंस लेने हैं और बेबी को फीड करना है. अगर ऐसा हो जाए कि मदर इज बहुत ही ज्यादा बीमार है, कोविड ग्रस्त है, वो कुछ कर नहीं सकती है, वो फीड नहीं कर सकती है, तो इस दौरान अनलेस एंड अनटिल अगर वो कोई दवाई ले रहे हैं कि जो कॉन्ट्राइंडिकेटेड है ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग के लिए, नहीं तो मदर का, माँ का मिल्क दे सकते हैं. हम एक्सप्रेस ब्रेस्ट मिल्क दे सकते हैं, या उनको अच्छा होने के बाद वापस ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग उनका एनकरेज कर सकते हैं, या डोनर से लेके हम ह्यूमन मिल्क बेबी को दे सकते हैं. Human milk is very important for the baby and the newborn, especially in the first 6 weeks of his life, and of course for the first 6 months to 1 year. Now, if the infant or children, ऐसे सोचो कि हमारे घर में छोटे बच्चे हैं, या हम खुद हैं, या बाकी के लोग हैं जिनको सस्पेक्टेड कोविड है, पता नहीं कोविड है कि नहीं है, क्योंकि राइट नाउ ऐसे भी कोई केसेस आ रहे हैं कि जिनका RT-PCR नेगेटिव आ रहा है, फिर भी उनके कोविड की समस्या है. अभी RT-PCR नेगेटिव आने की वजह डेल्टा इन्फेक्शन हो सकती है, या वैक्सीनेशन जिनका हुआ है उनमें RT-PCR टेस्ट नेगेटिव आ रही है, फिर भी आपने बच्चे को ब्रेस्ट फीड करना जरूरी है। सो इन द एंड मुझे ये बोलना है कि एक्सक्लूसिव ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग will give your baby perfect nutrition, protection from respiratory infections. Please remember, COVID is a respiratory as well as a gastroenteric infection. So this will protect your baby, and it will of course protect the baby's future through various many other diseases. So I take your leave and I give you a lot of gratitude for giving me this opportunity to share my knowledge and my information about COVID-19 in whatever evidence is available at this point in time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Girja Wagh. You have correctly pointed out. Today morning, Archana was saying that your genes are so good. I said it was given to me by my mother. And I told her that she was very particular that breastfeed passes on continuously the genes also, so that the first 1,000 days of life in which the neurodevelopment is very, very essential is maintained by the breastfeed, and this Lactacon is meant for that. So with your permission, the genes also go, because after the delivery, the baby's first portion that has to develop is the brain, for which the DNAs are required. As you said very correctly, a positive COVID patient also passes on the antibodies. Over to Dr. P.K. Shah to introduce the
thank you,
Mumbai person.
Thank you, Dr. Jayam Kannan. Girija, well covered in short time. It was short and sweet. And everybody should know that the government of India and ICMR were initially against breastfeeding the child when the mother is COVID positive. But now they have also changed the stand, and even in pregnancy, I think both you can give vaccination and also you can breastfeed the child. Good. So now
Archana Verma is going to give me prize for a short presentation. So I made it.
What prize do you want? No, even I
this
can
was
give you.
Wonderful and shortest and crisp and the best presentation.
No, I think the message had been delivered beautifully.
Good.
Thank you, Girija. So now it's my great pleasure to invite our next speaker, Dr. Ajay Mane, a good friend from Aurangabad, who will be speaking to us on diet during breastfeeding. And Ajay is a member of NIMC National Inspection and Monitoring Committee of ECPNDT Act, wing of Government of India. He is a medical legal consultant since last 18 years, chairperson of Sexual Medicine Committee of FOXI from 14 to 16, chairperson official AMOX website 18 to 20 and 20 to 22. He is also chairperson Adults and Health Education Committee of AMOX from 12 to 16, past president Aurangabad OBGYN Society, trainer FOXI Adults and Health Education Committee. He has 9 publications at 4 at national and international levels, and he has authored topics in various FOXI focuses and books. Ex-superintendent of MGM Medical College, Aurangabad, health advisor to Sports Authority of India. Probably that is the reason we are getting so many gold, so many medals at Olympic. And he is a charter president of Rotary Club of Aurangabad. Dr. Ajay Mane, welcome.
Thank you.
Deliver a talk on diet during pregnancy, which is very important. That we are neglecting all the things we give: iron, calcium, folic acid, and protein, and all that. But we forget to talk to patient what she should eat. And I'm sure Ajay will deliver this job, that what a pregnant woman should eat during pregnancy and breastfeeding. Today he's going to talk only on breastfeeding, I think. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. At the outset, I must convey my gratitude to Shanta Kumar ma'am and Madhuri Patel ma'am and Archana Verma madam to accept me here as a speaker, and my elder sister Sneha ma'am for inviting me. And I am giving Guru Vandana to both these chairpersons, Jayam madam and Bhishma Pitama Shah sir, I'm very happy that this name is given by me and it is now famous.
Nakore Baba.
Sir, you are there. Yeah. Today, I'm very much thankful to Foxy and UNICEF. So as sir said, it is a bit neglected topic rather, or less important topic. But Sneha madam particularly told me that it is a public forum, you should speak in both languages. Marathi is not acceptable as it is a all India level program. So I'll speaking in with Hindi and English. So diet during breastfeeding. Routine 2 questions. Is it seen? And am I audible? Hello?
Yeah, both.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
We
Thank
can
you.
see
Thanks.
you and we can hear you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. The source of information for today's lecture is, and by the way, I'm thankful to Girja madam for giving me extra 10 minutes. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. The source of information is Nutritional Atlas, ICMR, National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad, Telangana, India, and 3 major persons who has given me knowledge: Dr. Vidya Thube ma'am, Dr. Sneha Boyar ma'am, and Dr. Jayant Bardhi sir, who is a nutritionist. And these are the references from where I have taken some slides, some information, and sharing with you all. This is a BMI, body mass index. ये सबको मालूम होगा क्योंकि कुछ हमारे नर्सिंग के भाई बहन भी हमारे साथ में आज पब्लिक फोरम में है, कुछ पेशेंट्स भी है शायद. सो उनके लिए थोड़ा बॉडी मास इंडेक्स ये 19 से 25 के बीच में होना चाहिए. 25 से आगे जाता है तो ओबेसिटी कहलाती है. 19 से कम है तो वो malnutrition है, but on negative side. Okay. Then advantage of breast milk to babies. The lecture is cheap rather basically. So I'll give a few points. It provides the infant with a temporary immunity. That is IgA antibodies are transferred, and as babies receive antibodies from the milk, it reduces incidence of infections, diarrhea, allergies, and asthma in early life. It reduces the risk of obesity, diabetes, and chronic diseases in their further coming life. Then what are the advantages of breast milk to mothers? There are a few advantages which are very important. Helps lose weight gained during pregnancy as it demands around 1000 kilocalories per day. So within 4 to 5 months, the weight will be normally. It stimulates uterus contraction back to original size. And the best part of this advantage is reduces the risk of cancer, that to breast and ovary as much as possible, and risk of osteoporosis or osteopenia. Here are some facts of nutrition. I'm not going to read this slide. इसमें लिखा है कि if her diet is inadequate, mother's diet is inadequate, nature will draw her body reserve. हमारे पास नहीं है तो हम रिजर्व बैंक से निकालते हैं या तो बचत खाता में से निकालते हैं. उस तरह का it will draw reserve to meet the needs of lactation at the cost of her own health. इसलिए उसको ऑस्टियोपेनिया हो जाएगा, ऑस्टियोपोरोसिस हो जाएगा, उसका कार्बोहाइड्रेट्स कम हो जाएंगे, प्रोटीन्स कम हो जाएंगे, and that will give a grave problems. Extra calorie required. That's why. So we give extra calories. What are those? 85 calories required to produce 100 ml of milk. So during the first 6 months, mother requires approximately an extra 640 calories a day. जो रूटीन है उसमें से 1400 से ज्यादा ये तो 1800 to 2000 kilocalories के बीच में होना चाहिए उसका डे. During the second 6 months, the calorie requirement is reduced to approximately 5-10 extra calories. क्योंकि बच्चों ऊपर का थोड़ा-थोड़ा खाना चालू कर देता है हम लोग उसको. Because first 6 months are exclusively breastfed. After 6 months, we'll start थोड़ा पतला सा दूध चावल ज्यादा पका के या तो चावल और दाल ज्यादा पका के उसको थोड़ा सा सेमी सॉलिड बना के उस तरह से थोड़ा-थोड़ा हम चालू करके उसको यूज टू खाना कर लेते हैं. So water is the most important part of the nutrition. More thirstier than usual during breastfeeding due to an increased oxytocin. Drink a glass of water or juice or soup, which must be a fresh, not can or tin juice. Fresh juice and fresh soup every time breastfeed is done. Because वो can जो रहता है that is made up of aluminium, and aluminium and वो citrus juice they interact with each other and produces unwanted substances. So don't take canned juices. Do not remain thirsty. Plenty of water intake, 8 to 10 glasses, at least 3 liters per day होना चाहिए. Prolactin is responsible for milk production, and the oxytocin is involved in the milk ejection from the breast, and this oxytocin reduces the size of the uterus. This is the daily requirement. Fiber is needed for the good digestive system and the intestinal motility, as potassium is also needed. Calcium for the movement of the muscles and movement of the joints and the bone health and teeth health. Protein for the formation of the muscles and brain. Carbohydrate, it is a major energy source. Iron for the hemoglobin, and other things, vitamin D, supplements, all the things I'll be speaking of that, and omega-3 fatty acids for brain and eyes of the baby and the mothers too. It is a then vitamin A, B, C. I'm not going into the detail. These are the vitamins we consume. So I'll speaking a bit detail about a few points. What are the proteins? Basically, proteins, they form cytoskeleton. Sorry, it's an enzyme, hormones, and immunoglobulins, and it is a part and parcel of hemoglobin. Heme is iron, globin is protein. So we need to give iron plus protein, then and then only hemoglobin is increasing. The deficiency of protein causes muscle mass lose, atrophy of the intestinal mucosa, impaired immune response. That is most important. Antibody formation is not taking place if protein absorption is there, protein deficiency is there. Reduced healing, edema, and fatty liver. Overall, protein malnutrition manifests as kwashiorkor in the children, not in mother. Protein values, serum value 6.4 to 8.3. Daily requirement is 74 to 68 to 74. In lactating, 74 for 6 months, and second 6 months 6 to 12 is 68. What are the sources? Soybean, दूध के जो जितने भी पदार्थ है पूरे, पनीर, चीज, खोआ, मिल्क, ये सब, और नॉनवेज में फिशेस, चिकन, मीट, दैट व्हाइट मीट एंड रेड मीट बोथ. दाल, ऑल सब तरह की जो दाल रहती है, लेंटिल है, ग्रीन ग्राम, ब्लैक ग्राम, रेड ग्राम, मतलब ये हरभरा, तुअर, ये जवस, इस जो है इसमें ऑल इसमें प्रोटीन बहुत ज्यादा मात्रा में हम लोग पाते हैं. अपना जो ग्राउंडनट है, शेंगादाने जिसको हम बोलते हैं, वो भी, और बीन्स है, कैश्यू नट, ये ड्राई फ्रूट में कैश्यू नट, आलमंड, कोल, एग आता है उसमें, फेनुग्रीक सीड्स, एंड ये सब जो है इसमें प्रोटीन बहुत ज्यादा मात्रा में होता है. ये आपके सामने इसका पिक्चर. सो ये जर्दालू मीन्स अपना एप्रिकॉट, फिर अखरोट है, फिर बादाम है, खजूर है, इसके में इतना ग्राम्स प्रोटीन्स रहते हैं. सो दे आर यूज्ड इन द laddu which is given after delivery to the patients. So that finishes protein. Carbohydrate is a rich source of energy, which we nowadays, due to fad of that dieting, they are eating low carb or no carb rather. It is very dangerous thing. Don't do that, because it is needed as much as all the ingredients are needed. Functions of carbohydrate: energy substrate, formation of vital metabolic ingredients as components of nucleic acid. See, the DNA and RNA, they are made up from these. So coenzymes, modulation of protein structure and functions. So for formation of the protein structures, it is needed as essential constitutor in the ground substance of connective tissue. So storage, forming energy, glycogen lysis से हम energy बाद में पा सकते हैं. Deficiency symptoms क्या है? उसमें kwashiorkor marasmus होता है चिल्ड्रन में, पर अगर फीमेल में होता है तो deficiency occurs as part oral energy depletion, body fat, loss of muscle mass, loss of protein from heart, liver, and kidney, and impaired immune response. That is the ultimate fate. So daily requirement is 350. And what are the sources? जैगरी है, केन, डेट्स है, उसमें खजूर आते हैं, फिर व्हीट फ्लोर, ये पूरे गेहूं, ज्वार, मैदा नहीं आता है इसमें, क्योंकि मैदे में जो पार्सल होता है, दैट्स टेक अप इन द इंटेस्टाइन, इट डिक्रीजेस द स्मॉल इंटेस्टाइनल मोटिलिटी, and that way decreases the absorption, and that way lead to malnutrition. So wheat, jowar, vermicelli means the सेवइयां जो रहती है वो, apricot dried, raisins dried black, raisins मतलब अपनी मनुका जिसको हम बोलते हैं, and whatever मसाला we add, हिंग है उसमें, आफ्टर खाने के बाद में हम सुपारी खाते हैं वो है उसमें, व्हील बर्गर, oyster mushroom dried, all this में पूरा कार्बोहाइड्रेट होता है. Essential fatty acids. It is an important nutrient of our diet, providing adding palpability food. Basically, essential fatty acid में essential क्यों बोलते हैं कि they are not produced in the body or not synthesized in the body, so have to taken from outside. Okay, that's why it's called like the two major classes of polyunsaturated fatty acid, PUFA and UFA, omega-3 and omega-6. Linolenic is omega-3 and linoleic is omega-6 fatty acid that we have heard. DHA is an essential long-chain omega-3 fatty acid, which is important for brain, skin, and eyes of the baby. Low intake of DHA by mother reflects in breast milk, where DHA will also be low. Reduces behavioral and cognitive issues in baby with early feedings. WHO recommends 100 to 300 milligrams of DHA in lactation on daily basis. Deficiency symptoms: excessive thirst and frequent urinations, dry scaly skin, brittle hair, nails, and phryoderma, horny bumps on the skins, and the allergy. So what is daily requirement? 1.3 milligram per kg, 100 to 300 is for lactating mother. Source. अब इसमें sources क्या है? ये है पूरे sources. इसमें जो लिंसिड है, जवस हम जिसको बोलते हैं ना, तो ओमेगा 3 फैटी एसिड का रिचेस्ट सोर्स है। उसके बाद में वॉलनट आता है, अखरोट है, मस्टर्ड सीड्स है, व्हाइट सोयाबीन्स है, फेनुग्रीक मेथी जिसको हम बोलते हैं, मेथी के बीज वो लड्डू में डालते हैं हम लोग आफ्टर बाद में। होल बैकग्रीन काला हरभरा जिसको बोलते हैं, राजमा आता है उसमें, फिर ड्रम स्टिक, शेवगा की शेंग जो है वो भी आता है, गोगो लीव्स, दे आर गोगो लीव्स, केनिया दे आर वेरी फेमस। खोआ है, इट इज मेड अप ऑफ मिल्क। देन बीन स्कारलेट, स्पिनाच एंड इसमें बडीशेप जो है हम लोग खाते हैं खाने के बाद में, उसमें भी काफी मात्रा में इसेंशियल फैटी एसिड रहते हैं। अंबाड़ी आता है, फिर खोबरे का जो तेल रहता है, साउथ इंडिया में दे कंज्यूम दिस कोकोनट ऑयल that is rich in essential fatty acid. That's why they are clever than us, rather. We are Maharashtrian. I'm so sorry. Akrod, soya, and badeshep. This ends. Then calcium. Calcium is a major element in the body, and an adult man who must of 60 kg has nearly 1 kg of the calcium. कहाँ का रहता है? बोन्स में और टिप्स में रहेगा। और ये क्लॉटिंग फैक्टर में सबसे ज्यादा उसका रोल रहता है। मसल मास के एक्शन में भी उसका काम रहेगा। उसका ट्रांसमिशन एक्साइटेबिलिटी ऑफ द नर्व्स में उसका काम रहेगा। सो कैल्शियम इज वेरी वेरी मच इंपॉर्टेंट। कैल्शियम डिफिशियंसी है तो गलावट महसूस होगी, बैठने को दिल करेगा, काम करने को दिल नहीं करेगा। ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग ट्रांसफर्स अप्रोक्सीमेटली 200 milligram of calcium per day. Okay, and what the deficiency causes? मसल वीकनेस, और जिसको हमारे मराठी में शीर चिड़ना बोलते हैं, या मसल स्पाज्म में चल जाते हैं छोटे छोटे, उसको क्लासिकल उसको टिटैनिक बोलते हैं। वो टाइप में स्पाज्म, टिंगलिंग एंड नमनेस और मसल। अब उसका बायोकेमिकल रेफरेंस वैल्यू क्या है? 8.6 to 10 milligrams per deciliter। ब्लड में अगर देखा जाए तो डेली रिक्वायरमेंट इज 1200 milligrams given by WHO. What are the sources? These are the sources. Poppy seeds, I'll show the picture. Okay. See, these are the soya, paneer, cheese, ragi, sea crab, milk. Milk is the major source basically. Whole horse gram, पिपली जो मसाले में डालते हैं हम लोग, उसमें पनीर है, खसखस जो है, पॉपी सीड्स, दैट इज द रिचेस्ट सोर्स ऑफ कैल्शियम। ओमम है, राजगिरा है जो हम खाने में खाते हैं, शेंगादानी, सीसम जो तिल जिसको बोलते हैं हम लोग, और फिर कोकोनट है उसमें, गोभी है, ज्वार है, राजगिरा, खरबूज एंड खजूर। दीज आर द कैल्शियम रिच। देन मिल्क, योगर्ट, सोयाबीन्स, ऑरेंज, lady finger, that is bindi, cheese, and other things. Iron, it is a major part of primary component of hemoglobin, myoglobin, and cytokines. Okay, hemoglobin and myoglobins are required for the transport of oxygen. So, if the patient is anemic, they show breathlessness. Deficiency symptoms due to iron deficiency anemia: pallor, breathlessness, easy fatigability, concave nails, that is platynekia, and koilonychia. Heart failure, that is an extreme effect. Biochemical reference value 10 to 120 nanograms per ml. This is iron, this is not hemoglobin. Hemoglobin is 12 to 14 grams. Okay, this is the difference. Daily requirement is 15 to 25 milligrams. What are the sources? So it is written in Marathi and Hindi speaking messages. Soybean, oat, barley, suka mewa, rasgira biyane, jire, kali miri, hirva palebhaja, that green leafy vegetables, kadhanya, suka mewa, masahar. So these are the things. Chicken and fishes, khajur, anjeer, manuke, and it should be accompanied by vitamin C as absorption is increased. And don't drink tea or coffee after meals, as it hampers the absorption of the iron. So that is a key point basically. So this is the iron rich sources. Then vitamin B group, B1, B2, B3, B6, B9, and B12. This is the group. Elevated maternal plasma homocysteine levels are result of vitamin B deficiency total, and clotting factor is a problem. Then preeclampsia, premature birth, and low birth weight can be one of the part of B deficiency. Most cases B12 deficiency in infants are related to maternal vaginism and malabsorption, such as pernicious anemia. Excessive vitamin B consumption may result in weight gain, which can potentially complicate labor, and this may result in a non-feeling of loss of appetite basically. So important is vitamin B9, called as folate, and folic acid is its synthetic form that is added in the food stuff, that is folic acid. It is not separated. And 5-methylfolate is all folate and folic acid goes inside the body, is converted to 5-methylfolate and absorbed and used. So the primary biochemical function of folate is to transfer a single carbon. It aids in the synthesis of DNA and RNA. That's why neural tube defects are much more if the folate deficiency is there. Deficiency symptoms: diarrhea, inflamed mouth and tongue, abnormal hemopiesis. It is again a part and parcel of hemopiesis leading to megaloblastic anemia and neural tube defects in the fetus. Daily requirement 150 micrograms. Source: liver. Then moth, rajma, soybean brown, Bengal gram, spinach, white ginger seeds, agatha leaves, green cacao, hirva palevajia, kadanya, sukameva, and kalichi. Okay, these are the again picture real diagram which contains. इसमें से अगर हम फॉरेन की अगर एवोकाडो जैसे सीड्स छोड़ दे तो हमारे काफी है इसमें, वो भी हम खा सकते हैं. ओके, देन B12, it is in Marathi. Required for the RBCs, DNA and neural tube, so 2.5 micrograms is the requirement. Doodh, cheese, yogurt, andi, eggs, mushroom and yeast or fortified foods. Fortified foods means the B12 is added because B12 is present very less in the foods, so it is added from in the food atom which is available in the market, that is fortified foods and meat. So these are the B12 rich foods. It is rich in non-vegetarian food. So vegetarian people may feel the symptoms of deficiency of B12. So these are a few items. I'll go fast. These are zinc rich foods. I'm not going into detail. This is again phosphorus is required. These are micronutrients which are needed for all parts, and their body is the most complex machine available in the world as on today, our human body. Okay, we cannot understand. Now we have understood only 10 to 15%. 85% is not understood. Iodine is also needed for the brain of the baby. Then selenium is also, copper is needed. This is selenium rich food. This is vitamin A for the eyes of the baby, and the mother also thiamine B1, B2 rich, this is B3, this is B6, ये folate है, this is vitamin C है, this is absorption and antibodies के लिए लगेगा, immunity system के लिए vitamin C is necessary. Nowadays we must be hearing much more about vitamin C during this COVID era, and absorption of iron is aggravated. Source of vitamin E स्किन के लिए बहुत अच्छा होता है, और ये breast पेन जो होता है फाइब्रोइडनेस उसकी वजह से, तो दैट इज द ट्रीटमेंट ऑफ विटामिन ई. दिस इज रिकमेंडेड डाइट. दिस इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट स्लाइड ऑफ दिस प्रेजेंटेशन. सीरियल एंड मिलेट्स हम इसमें से लेना चाहिए पोर्शन 30. सो सर्विंग 1 कप कुक राइस होना चाहिए, 2 चपाती होनी चाहिए, या तो चपाती या तो फिर गेहूं की रोटी या तो बाजरे की रोटी. पराठा वो भी मिक्स ग्रेन का होना चाहिए, नॉट ऑफ मैदा. ओके, एंड इट कैरीज 150 किलो कैलोरीज. एंड 2 slices of bread if taken. Bread, as much as possible, avoid these bakery items as they are all are made up of this maida, and maida creates problem in absorption. Okay, vegetables must be 300 grams. to half cup vegetable curry बोला है इन्होंने 100 grams, उसमें 2 वाटी अपनी vegetable समा जाती है, उतना होना ही चाहिए. Fruits, at least 2 fruits, medium size seasonable fruit. Why seasonable? Because frozen fruits are harmful. So take those which are freshly available in the market. Milk and cow product, you must take 1 cup along with the food and 2 cups in between so 2 to 3 cups for the source of protein and calcium. Pulses, half cup cooked dal must be for protein source. Then fat and oil 1 teaspoonful or over to 2 in the lactating mother. And sugar, don't overeat sugar. This is the balanced diet. We Maharashtrian and we all Indians, we are having the best food on this earth, because see the foreign people, European people, they eat only 2 pieces of chicken or mutton and they will finish. That is only protein. Where is carbohydrate? Where is micronutrients? And nothing. See here, these are the carbohydrates, these are the multivitamins here, these are the antioxidants, and these are the probiotics, and these green leafy vegetables. Everything is covered. So Paustik Laddu is given after delivery. For the these are the contents of Paustik Laddu. The total protein gives to 60, and rest is covered in their food. Okay, Doha Jevan, this is very common in Maharashtra and in South India. I don't know about the European countries. They must not have this. And the nutrition starts from month of 7, because the 7th, 8th, 9th month, the major weight gain of baby is taken. And afterward, it is continued for next 6 to 12 months after delivery also. So Doha Jevan is nutritious food. All fruits and everything is given to her and provoke her to take the good nutrition.
Dr. Mani,
This is compared.
stick to
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, finishing. Yes. I'll skip these slides. Comparison of meats. Galactogokes, I'll be skipping. This is the Brazilian last slide. A poster made by Creative Agency PEM at the request of the Brazilian Society of Pediatricians with the aim of raising awareness of eating habits that can cause problems for their children in the home. What is written? Your child is what we eat. What we eat goes to the baby, and accordingly, the baby is having the problem. Okay. So what is the summary? Take 3 meals per day. Take at least 1 fruit between meals. Take plenty of water and fluid like milk, 2-3 cups of juices, coconut water for potassium and everything. Vitamin D is not secreted up to the requirements of baby, so it is added. We must empower our woman. This is the Israeli woman empowered. Because woman is a symbol of love, basically. She's carrying a baby in one hand, carrying a gun in the other hand, so she can protect herself and her baby. And this is Indian lady, empowered Captain Dr. Deepshika Chetri. I salute her because she is serving the most powerful army of the world. This is Indian Army. She is at the China Glacier present today. And our organization is also led by 2 great ladies. And our vice president also third lady, and chairperson is a full third lady. So I go in front of the ladies, and I request all to kindly vote for me if the election takes place. Thank you very much. I am very much thankful to Shantapare ma'am, Madhuri ma'am, Acha ma'am, Sneha ma'am, and JM ma'am, and our Vishnu Pitambar Shah sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ajay Mane, for exhaustively covering the diet for breastfeeding women, and the thali that you showed was quite it has increased my appetite.
Teaser.
Yeah, absolutely, mouth watering. Thanks a lot. Okay, Jayam, can you see Dr. Sharda Jain?
I don't think.
Yes, she joined. Sir, Shanta madam is here. She joined.
No,
Shanta madam?
Yeah. So we are concluding the public forum and inviting our great president to take over the academics of this Foxy and welcome her with namaste.
Thank
and
you.
In her own language,
all the speakers.
Vanga Santa Kumari.
Thank you, madam. Vandita. Correct?
Wow.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here.
Yeah. Thank you so much, respected chairpersons, Dr. P.K. Shah sir, Dr. Jayam Kannan madam, and all our esteemed speakers for that wonderful job that has been done. We declare that the public forum has now come to an end, and we move on to the most awaited part of today's program, which is the inauguration of today's Lactacon 2021 webinar. To do the honors, I would request Dr. Sneha Buyar to take up the virtual dais. I would like to introduce her briefly. She's a very good friend of mine ever since BJ Medical College, Pune, and she has been a constant and ardent support to me all the way. Not only does she run a full-fledged Sukhakarta hospital, but she's also the ICOG Governing Council member, other than the chairpersonship of the Foxy Breast Committee, which she's managing with great elan. We have all seen her working extremely hard. She's very sincere and dedicated, and has taken the breast committee to great heights. Dr. Kavita Bapat before her did so, and she took them to even greater heights. She has won numerous awards and recognition for her immense work in the field of OBGYN and in Foxy. She's an extremely sincere and hardworking, meticulous planner, and she guides new entrants like me with a very firm hand. Dr. Sneha, we are really thankful to have gotten the opportunity to work under you. You have an eye for perfection, and organization skills are exemplary. But you are not all work and no play. We were so proud to watch you win the best prize for your couple dance at the conference in Delhi. So Dr. Sneha Buyar ma'am, over to you to conduct the inauguration ceremony. I also welcome Dr. Mangala Vani madam to be a part of the MOC of the inauguration ceremony.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Charu, for that kind introduction. A very good evening and a warm welcome once again to all of you. Respected Foxy President, Dr. Shanta Kumari, Secretary General, Dr. Madhuri Patel, our chief guest for today's function, Dr. Usha Saraiya, guest of honor, Dr. Suchitra Pandit, respected seniors, Dr. P.K. Shah, Dr. Jayam Kanan, all the dignitaries here, guest of honor, Dr. Suchitra Pandit, all the esteemed faculties, speakers, panelists, chairpersons, all the academic partners and partners for this program, and all the viewers and all Foxians. I, Dr. Sneha Buyar, Chairperson Breast Committee Foxy, welcome you all for this World Breastfeeding Week celebrations. And I'm so happy that President Foxy has taken this event into her presidential calendar and is being celebrated with a great zeal. Madam is going to update you about the activities. Just to say in short that every society of Foxy member society, all the members at all the levels, they are celebrating this week with a great zeal. Breast milk is the best, and it is a natural instinct of every woman. If adequate and appropriate information is given, I'm sure she'll be able to breastfeed her baby. But yes, there are certain barriers, and that's the reason we all are here to discuss about this and to continue with this and take this function ahead. I would like to welcome our Vice President Foxy in charge Breast Committee, Dr. Archana Verma, to do the honor. Can I have the CV of Dr. Archana Verma? Dr. Archana Verma doesn't need any introduction. In fact, she's a very dynamic person, especially about awareness. She's very, very active and proactive, and she's passionate about creating awareness amongst women, and maybe not only women, but within the society. She's got leadership impact and award across India. She has worked on various aspects, and she's at present the Vice President of Foxy and a past committee chairperson for Public Awareness Committee. So over to you, Dr. Archana Verma. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sneha. Very good evening, everyone. At the outset, I welcome you all with full respect and great wishes for safety and all great going in life. With God's blessings and my gurus and mentors' blessings, I welcome all the guests. It is well said in India that Atithi satkar bina har ardas adhuri hoti hai. Atithi hi wo farishte hain jinke aane se aas puri hoti hai. That means we Indians consider the hospitality and the guest respect as the most thing and the uppermost thing in their life, and they consider guests as a gods. So I welcome all, and especially our chief guest, Dr. Vivek Virendra Singh, the health specialist, UNICEF ICO, and the guest of honors, none other than our very famous, the past President Foxy, Dr. Usha Saraiya, who is always there to support everybody and to motivate everybody. And then another very important person from the Foxy, the past President Foxy, Dr. Suchitra Pandit, madam. She is again a leader and a very great motivator in her own. And the Foxy Secretary General, Dr. Madhuri Patel. She is the first lady in the Foxy to head the position as a Foxy Secretary General. I welcome Dr. Madhuri Patel. And I welcome all the national health heads of all the organization who have collaborated today. Dr. Surendra Bisht, from the National Neonatology Forum, Dr. Ramesh Kumar from Indian Association of Pediatrics, and Dr. Arun Kumar, the one-man army from the Breastfeeding Promotion Network of India, and from the TNI. The most important person in our life are the nurses, and this is the Trained Nurses Association of India, which are with us. And I'm really thankful to the Madam Evelyn Kanan and Dr. President Dr. Roy. And this is actually a UNICEF from India, from UNICEF India, Dr. Syed Habe Ali and Dr. Serena Debonander, the Belgium president, the lactation consultant. And ICOG, I really have regards for the ICOG chairperson and the secretary to give the 3 ICOG point for this. And then our most important, the person in our life today, and the program main organizer and the vision of Dr. Shanta Kumari, Madam, the Foxy president of this 21. She is the one person who has made this program possible, and it is only her vision to make this today's program. And I welcome all the past presidents, Dr. P.K. Shah, Dr. Rangila Sinha Madam, Dr. J.M. Kannan, Dr. Meera Agnihotri Madam, and all my co-VP who are there right from the first day, Dr. Basab. I have no words to say about the Basab. He is another, like on this month of August, we celebrate Raksha Bandhan and the great Indian festivals, 15th of August, and the Shivratri is there, and the family support is too much. The Basab is like that. And then he's a real brother to all of us, I must say. And the dynamic Bipin and the most dynamic Kavita Bapat. She was a past this chairperson of breast committee, and she was a main person who just started making this committee visible all over India. And then there's a Bipin sir and the Fassi sir. And Dr. Fassi Lewis is from Kerala, and he's a very dedicated person who is really interested in teaching and especially skill improvement. And this among the Foxy bearer, I welcome all the Suvarna Khadilkar Madam, the Deputy Secretary General, Dr. Parikshit Tang, the Treasurer, the Niranjan Chavan, Joint Treasurer, and Dr. Aruna Suman, always smiling, always helping, and always within minute, right? Day ho ya night ho, 24/7, she's there with us, and she's a joint secretary. And the breast committee, Sneha, chairperson, Dr. Sneha, she is always there. And my salutes to all the presidents and secretary of the society, Foxy societies, who have added all the colors and have all added enthusiasm. And we are so proud of them that they made us feel proud. And whole India is celebrating this Breast Celebration World Week, and we are really thankful to them. And thus all the faculties, eminent faculties, we know without teaching, nothing is possible. So my salutes to Dr. Girija, who completed and concluded that her talk in given time. This is also something very important, or each of us must learn this technique of finishing in time. And Dr. Ajay Mane, who presented diet and the nutrition, really need of the hour, and Jamana Devi, Jayanti Reddy, and all the panelists, delegates, and organizers, IT team supports, and sponsors, and all the coordinators and conveners, Dr. Charu, Dr. Padmaja, Dr. Manglavani, and Dr. Archana Singh, and Dr. Shalini. My special, before I start again, the overview of the program, I must say the theme of the 2020, my dear friends, was to support breastfeeding for a healthier planet. And along with the theme, WHO and UNICEF, they were focusing on counseling, awareness, which is Dr. J.M. Cannon says, Archana does, without going anywhere on the WhatsApp only. So this is much needed, and this counseling and calling government to promote and protect women access to skilled breastfeeding counseling, which is very possible via this WhatsApp and online also, and it's important, a very important component for the supporting breastfeeding. And because we all know that awareness is a very important factor, that is why the public forum was created. And because I must say that awareness is like a shining sun. When it shines of anything, they are transformed. So these awareness people are transformers, and my salute to the simplest person in this chain in the awareness. They are the community workers, the ashas. I think if anyone can tell the complete full form of ASHA, it will be very nice. Yeah, I must say, just to save time, the full name is Accredited Social Health Activists. So this is the ASHA, and they are the hope for transformation. And we are really very thankful to our TNI team. And so my special appeal to all of us to join hands, be a team to reach the goal and shared responsibility. Because responsibility is one thing. Again, a quote by Helen Keller: until the great mass of the people is filled with a sense of responsibility for each other and each other's welfare, no goal can be achieved and no justice can be there. So this shared responsibility is one of the very important thing. And I must put it on record that we conducted this poster, slogan, mass awareness campaigns with Breast Committee and the social media, on TV and road shows and community connect programs. We are still receiving hundreds and hundreds of entries from Pan India like a wave. It's not a third wave. I think it's a wave, it's a tsunami. So finally, I request all to enjoy the super academic saga on a common platform to get essential knowledge, share experiences in advanced topics, and of course, getting much needed motivation force to start the breastfeeding everywhere and anywhere. And let's all have a strong vision and to do our efforts. And the last I would like to say, tod kar har pinjra, because every time we are listening, we are not reaching the goal. There somewhere there are gaps. So तोड़ कर हर पिंजरा, उड़ चलो आसमां की ओर, लाख आ जाएं बंदिशें राह में, तोड़ दो हर दीवार, करना है सपने को पूरा, बस ठान लो एक बार, हर मुश्किल आसा होगी जब इरादा तुम करोगे कठोर. जय हिंद, and thank you and welcome. I welcome all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Archana, for that excellent and brief program overview. I would request support to play the President's theme video first.
Dear friends, Foxians, and women of my country, I am Dr. Shanta Kumari, President of the Federation of Obstetrics and Gynecological Societies of India. As a little girl, I told myself that I have to become something to make a difference. I always believed that if I desired something wholeheartedly, there is a positive force which makes it happen. And here I am, friends, standing in front of you as the 60th President of Foxy, the 38,000 strong committed body of OB-GYNs taking care of women's health in our country. As a young girl, I realized that women play a key role in this world, just like Mother Nature or Stree Shakti as we revere it. It is a guiding force behind all forms of God's creation. And it's only a woman who can actually create a new life.
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan and I'm so happy to be here with you, if only on video. Pregnancy is a beautiful experience and I have loved having my babies. I congratulate Dr. Shanta Kumari as taking over the 60th president of this eminent organization.
Stree Shakti is the embodiment of 5 elements: the sky, the air, the water, the earth, and the fire. Any imbalance in any of these 5 elements creates chaos and calamities. Similarly, when a woman's health is neglected, it disrupts the universal equilibrium. The intimate link between environment and human well-being is very well known. With increasing awareness of the need for clean water, pollution-free air, and pesticide-free food.
Hi, I'm PV Sindhu. Well, it's such a beautiful feeling for me to be an empowered girl, to be a girl in a nurtured and a safe environment.
Protecting health by preserving nature and its ecosystem is easier than curing any disease. So we have taken up the concept of minimizing the female morbidity and mortality and fetal effects by mitigating the adverse impact of environment. My theme this year goes beyond Foxy's commitment towards women's healthcare. Foxy for all, always.
Foxy for All is another inspiring campaign. What you do in this organization impacts the lives of all of us women in India.
And Dhira, to stop violence against women. Foxy for all, always, will strive to make the girl a Sahasi with Swachhata, Samruddhi and Swasthya. To be Surakshit with Shakti, to reach her full potential as a woman.
Dr. Shanta Kumari with the theme Foxy for All Always and Dhira Stop Violence Against Women will empower many girls. I firmly believe that only a safe girl, Surakshit Kanya, can grow into a healthy woman, Swasth Mahila.
Violence against women. I think it's a silent pandemic, and I'm so happy to be a part of this campaign.
If any woman has a problem, where does she go to? Not to the police or court or the lawyers. She goes to her friendly OB-GYN, who is her first point of contact for help. So I have started Dhira, an initiative close to my heart, to sensitize our OB-GYNs, the police, the public, and to partner with men to say no to violence against women.
I completely support her vision and mission as President Foxy and also especially support her campaign, Dhira Stop Violence Against Women.
A healthy environment is the core of a woman's health. A healthy woman makes a family happy and a strong nation. I, as the president of Foxy, declare my commitment towards women's health and safety.
Thank you so much, respected Foxy President, for that very insightful and very inspiring video. And now we go ahead with the inauguration and the lamp lighting. For that, may I invite respected Madam Shanta Kumari, Secretary General Dr. Madhuri Patel, Chief Guest Dr. Vivek Virender Singh, Guest of Honor, Foxy President, ex-Foxy President and respected Senior Foxy and Dr. Usha Saraya, past President and respected Dr. Suchitra Pandit, all the 5 Vice Presidents, Dr. Archana Verma, Dr. Kavita Bapat, Dr. Basab Mukherjee, Dr. Vipin Pandit, and Dr. Facey Lewis, the entire team Foxy, all the dignitaries here. I invite all of you for lamp light. Support, can we have the video, please? Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada. Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada. Shatru buddhi vinashaya Deepajyotir namostute. Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada. Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada. Shatru buddhi vinashaya Deepajyotir namostute. Deepajyotir namostute. Thank you so much. And may I now invite respected Foxy President, Dr. Shanta Kumari, for the presidential speech. Can I have her CV, please? Madam Shanta Kumari.
Thank you, Sneha.
Yes. Madam, over to you, madam. Thank you so much. Please.
Good evening, respected seniors, my friends, Foxians, our chief guest, Dr. Vivek Singh, and my guest of honors, Dr. Usha Saraya Madam, Dr. Suchitra Pandit, and we have Dr. P.K. Shah, the past presidents of Foxy. Friends, today, Foxy is here celebrating the World Breastfeeding Week from the 1st to the 7th of August, which has now culminated on the 7th with this today's program, Lactacon 2021. Everyone knows that the best milk is the breast milk. And we at Foxy come to you with a theme, Foxy for all, always. Friends, Foxy for every mother to ensure that she breastfeeds her baby, and Foxy for every newborn baby to ensure that that baby's right is protected to get mother's milk, which is the best milk. So with the theme for Foxy for All Always, we came forward to you in June 27th and we are here. And friends, I really want to put on hold share with you all that today is a very happy day that we have been able to come to you with this program of Lactacon 2021 in collaboration with the UNICEF India and with our partners, the National Neonatology Forum, the Indian Association of Pediatrics, the Trained Nurses Association of India, and the Breastfeeding Promotion Network of India. So many organizations who care for mother and baby's health have all come together to join us today to actually talk and reiterate our stand on the importance of the breastfeeding in a woman's life. When all this started off, this year we have seen that the focus is there on breastfeeding awareness. It's so unfortunate that we human beings are the only living creatures on this earth who actually were looking at other sources and resources to feed the baby. There's no other living organism on the earth who will go and try to see if they can get any other source to feed the baby. I'm sure that with the commitment of every one of us, we are going to move to the society which is going to say protect breastfeeding, and it is our shared responsibility. It's the responsibility of every mother, their families, every doctor, every healthcare worker, and the society. We need to create spaces where the woman has the safety and security to actually feed the baby so that at no given point will a baby be deprived of the breast milk, which is its right. And friends, when we actually conceived this program and started rolling it out, then I have my wonderful team of Foxy working with me. My Secretary General, Dr. Madhuri Patel, who is here, my vibrant and active vice presidents, Dr. Archana Verma, Dr. Basab, Dr. Bipin, Dr. Fesi, and Dr. Kavita Bapat. And of course, this program, we have the breast committee chairperson, we have a Dr. Sneha Boyar, my joint secretary Aruna Suman, and all the coordinators. They've all done a fantastic job. And we actually thought that we need to involve all the societies, our 262 societies, to participate in this breastfeeding week. When we started thinking about the program and I rolled it out, and we thought, okay, let us do week-long programs. Let's encourage our members to do public awareness programs in their hospitals, at their society levels, and maybe the newspaper advertisements or doing some radio shows, TV shows. We just thought all these ideas need to be put across. And friends, today, I don't have words to say, I can't imagine that, a mind-boggling 240 societies have participated in today's contest. More than 240 societies out of 262 societies. I think it's a record which we also need to enter in the Foxy Guinness Book of Records. So I really want to congratulate all my society presidents and secretaries for coming forward and putting their full support with the Foxy office bearers this year for taking part wholeheartedly in this program. And when we started thinking about the program, I have to thank UNICEF India, Dr. Luigi Di Aquino, who unfortunately couldn't join here because he's out of country, Dr. Syed Ali, and Dr. Vivek, who has taken time to join us today. Friends, when all the partners join together and say that we are with you for this particular important aspect, the social responsibility of everyone, I am sure that we will be able to achieve what is needed. A few years back, I still remember, one of our partners had called me and said, Dr. Shanta, I want to talk to you. I said, yes. No, all the obstetrician gynecologists, you're not doing your bit. I said, what is it that we're not doing? See, our country is the only country where we have less number of women who are actually initiating breast week within the first hour of birth. And we have to promote it. And you obstetricians are so busy. I said, see, it's not a question of being busy or or anything else, we all understand. But what happens when we are doing the normal delivery or a section? We get so involved in trying to take care of the mother and all. We hand over the baby, and then we are concentrating on saving the life of the mother and seeing that she doesn't have any problem. I said it's only that aspect, so that where which is more involving, and we are very happy when we hear the first cry. So we are satisfied souls when we hear the cry of the baby. I said, but it is not that we don't have time that we initiate. And I said it is only probably the lack of awareness among the people who have taken the statistics to think that we don't care. And we all obstetricians do our best to initiate breastfeeding. None of us will advocate any other feed than the breastfeeding. In fact, in the right from the beginning of starting my career, whenever I used to see some bottle feed or any boxes, I used to put it in the dustbin. And some people used to get very angry with me. I said, it's okay, you want to stay in the hospital, this is my rule. And so I'm sure many of my obstetricians agree with me. And once we know that, maybe we need to do our bit to say, okay, even if it's after cesarean or a normal delivery, put the baby to the breast. We definitely are going to do that. And I'm sure with this awareness, that gap in the statistics will definitely be covered. And this year, why so much of importance of breastfeeding awareness campaigns? I think the last year has shown us, and this year, that the pandemic has affected us. And every one of us are looking to ways and means of seeing how we can build up the immunity. And now everyone has realized that the breastfeeding is the best way where the immunity of the individual can be actually improved. So friends, honestly, when you think that the immunity is linked to the mother's breast milk, it motivates the public also to put full focus on breastfeeding, because everyone wants their child to be the most intelligent, the Einstein, and the most strongest Hercules. So with this aspect, I'm sure all of us are going to join hands together to improve this. And I want to put on record, we have partnered with everyone, all the nursing association, and even the International Confederation of Midwives. My dear friend Franca Cardi would have loved to join us today, but unfortunately, because she had another commitment, she couldn't join. And she had sent her greetings from the Midwives Association, and our nursing association India have also joined hands with us. So together with the commitment of the Foxians, the partners, and the society at large, I'm sure that we are going to reach our estimated goal. Friends, I want to thank the 240 societies. 4,000 entries is something which I can't believe. And I have no words to thank the judges enough. You have done a tremendous job. Imagine judging 4,000 entries of posters and slogans. It's not an easy task. I think I have to do one special celebration and congratulate you and facilitate and felicitate all of you at AICOG Indore. And I'm going to see whether we are going to put up all this selected and the best posters onto our website for public domain, so that people can reach out, see. So all the work done by the societies, I'm sure even UNICEF India will be very happy to share them with their partners and their social workers, so that can be taken across to the masses. We're not going to just keep it and give you the prizes and forget about it. These will be put to use across the country to reach the mothers, reach the families, reach the society. And that will reiterate our stand that we believe in doing what we say. And all the obstetrician gynecologists, all my Foxians stand with me to say that the breastfeeding is the best feed for the mother. And thank you very much, friends, for joining today. And special thanks to all the senior Foxians. We've got Jam Khanna madam, we've got Rangila Sinha madam, and so many other seniors who have joined us today. And that shows the commitment of Foxians without any difference between age or this thing. Dr. Meera Agnihotri, so many others. And I really welcome all of you for joining us today. And thank you, Dr. Archana, Sneha, and Aruna, and my whole team, Dr. Ajay, and all the coordinators. You have done a wonderful job. And thank you very much for this wonderful job, Mangala and Charu and every one of you.
Thank you so much, Madam.
Padmaja, thank you very much.
Yes, madam, would you like to have some glimpses of the activities? Yes.
I wanted to just show few of the, it's not possible to show all the 4,000, but some of the posters and the slogans which we have compiled. We'll quickly share it. Can you all start sharing, please?
Yes, Tirupati, can we have madam's PPT for this?
Yes, please.
Please play it, make it fast. We have, I think, 10-20 slides. Just scroll down, scroll down. We have almost 4,000 pictures, posters, slogans, and various pictures for the activities. I think we will upload this on Foxy website. These are the only selected ones. And of course, we will have the announcement of the prizes a bit later.
I think we should have one webinar only on to display all the posters and slogans which have come. I'm sure all the partners will be more than happy to see how Foxians are committed to what we say. Thank you.
So thank you so much, madam, once again for that very inspiring and insightful talk. And a special thanks to you for taking up this event as a presidential event. You know, the whole Foxy is sensitized and getting, you know, actively stimulated. So special thanks to you for that. Thank you once again. May I now invite Dr. Pacey Lewis, Vice President Foxy, to introduce Dr. Madhuri Patel, Secretary General of Foxy. Can I have the CV of Dr. Pacey Lewis, please? I think if there is, if there is some technical issue, we can just invite Dr. Pacey Lewis. Is Dr. Pacey Lewis here? He was here.
Dr. Basab is there.
Yeah,
Basab,
yeah,
please
we
just
can
go ahead.
I invite Dr. Basab Mukherjee, Vice President of Foxy, to welcome and introduce Dr. Madhuri Patel.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sneha. Can we have Dr. Madhuri's slide, please?
Quickly, you can introduce Madhuri. You know Madhuri Basab. You don't need a slide.
Basab, you can just say I'm Secretary General. Basab, you can just say I'm Secretary General. That's all.
Dr. Madhuri Patel is the Secretary General of Foxy now. She was the Joint Secretary of Foxy in 2009, and she was as a former committee member of the FIGO Preterm Birth Committee. She was also in the Associate Editor of the Journal of Obstetrics and Gynecology of India. She is a visiting consultant at St. Elizabeth and Messina Hospitals, Mumbai, and a former professor on HOD at Mumbai. It's a privilege to introduce her to this August gathering, and we want to hear from Dr. Madhuri on this occasion of World Breastfeeding Week and Lactacon 2021.
Thank you, Dr. Basab, for your warm and generous word. See, Dr. Shanta Kumari has already mentioned, and Dr. Sneha Buher. They all the organizers have done wonderful work, and getting 4,000 posters is really a really commendable job. And you know, I wish all of you the best luck. And I'm given the opportunity to introduce our chief guest. So Shanta, can I go ahead to introduce our chief guest?
Yes, Madam, please go ahead with the introduction of our chief guest.
Yes.
Dr. Vivek Virendra Singh. Tirupati, can we have this CV slide, please?
Yeah. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. Vivek Singh, Guest of Honor, Madam Usha Saraya, who is my PG guide and has played important role in building up my professional career. And Madam, I am very thankful to you and keep me blessed. Dr. Suchitra Pandit, another guest of honor today. She is my dear friend and colleague. We grew up together. Dr. Shanta Kumari, President Foxy, my dear friend, and we happen to be student of same guru, that is Professor C.N. Purandare. Now I cannot, I have to say so many things about Dr. P.K. Shah, that when I was Joint Secretary Foxy, Sir was Secretary General of Foxy, and Sir, you were the very strict Secretary General, and you have done the best to the Foxy. And Sir, I am following your footsteps. Then we have Dr. Jayam Kanan, again very good friend of mine, and Madam Ranjana Sinha. Then our Vice President, Dr. Archana Verma, Dr. Paisy Louis, Dr. Sneha Buer, then Dr. Basab, Dr. And all the faculties, seniors and juniors. Very good evening to all of you. It is a great honor and privilege to introduce and welcome our chief guest, Dr. Vivek Virendra Singh. Currently, Sir is a health specialist working with the UNICEF team, supporting the Chief of Health in the effective management of UNICEF Health Program in India. He holds an adjunct faculty appointment as Associate Professor at the Harvard Department of Global Health, Rollins School of Public Health at Mori University. Sir has 20 years of global experience working with the Public Health Department, academia, and with UN agencies. He has also worked with the public health emergencies for strategies, immunization, and public health surveillance system globally. He is a co-editor of an Elsevier publication book titled Transforming Public Health Surveillance and co-teaches, of course, with same title at Mori and Columbia University. He has been the regional editor for India for the Lancet for 3 years, that is 2014 to 17. I am proud to say that he is an invited member of Indian Council, Indian Medical Research, that is ICMR, Operational Research Task Force on COVID-19. We appreciate and acknowledge, Sir, for your exhaustive contribution for the well-being of humankind and incredible achievements at a very young age. May I invite our chief guest, Dr. Vivek Singh, to bless us with kind words. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Madhuri ma'am. Greetings to everyone, and I must say I'm humbled when a senior is introducing with these words, which I was not expecting. I'm seconding for Luigi Di Aquino today. And first of all, must mention that with all the seniors present here, I'm really humbled, and I would be doing wrong if I miss any name. So I would just say that greetings to all my seniors here. And as Shanta ma'am had said that I'm just seconding for Luigi, my chief, who I deputy at the UNICEF India country office. But I must mention something which is very relevant to the topic today. So when he joined the India team, he joined, in fact, the India country office team before I joined. And when I joined the team in 2020, early 2020, just before COVID happened, and we were talking about his vision. And if you remember, UNICEF was supporting the setting up of special newborn care units for a decade, which are there across the country. And that was our prime focus area. We call them the flagship result areas. We had 2 flagship result areas in our health program portfolio, and one was newborn mortality reduction, other was immunization improvement. And these are still the flagship result areas. But when I and Luigi, we were discussing, he said, one thing I would want to see in my tenure, if that can change in India, is the early initiation of breastfeeding rates. So if in a country in a decade, if we look at the NFHS data from NFHS 3 to 4, our institutional delivery jumped from 38% to about 79%, 80% by almost 40 percentage points, whereas the early initiation of breastfeeding is still abysmally low. I mean, about 41%. So just the women who are showing up at the hospitals, if they are 80%, and the country's early initiation of breastfeeding is 40%, it means that 1 out of 2 women who show up at the facilities, we are failing to provide the prenatal counseling, the postnatal support for that women to be able to initiate the breastfeeding on time. So this is a gap which UNICEF offices also measure. They support the state governments wherever we are present to try and see that whatever is your facility-based delivery, at least make sure that those women, we provide all the prenatal counseling, postnatal support, and the environment in a mother and baby friendly setup, that an early initiation of breastfeeding can happen. So I'm very glad that I'm able to make this point from Luigi. And another important point I must be missing, I must congratulate Shanta Kumari ma'am for her presidential message and the special programs that you have started that are very important. And I think supporting women in every way we can, and that also draws the theme this year, that is protecting breastfeeding, and it's a shared responsibility. I think the protecting breastfeeding has come from the fact that if you imagine when COVID began in 2020, there was so little known about the disease. We are still learning. I mean, it's an enigma. We know it's a once in a century pandemic. There's so much still unknown about the disease. But in these 1.5 years, what we have definitely learned that the benefits of breastfeeding far outweigh the risk, if any, of the mother and baby, even if the mother has COVID or not. So the benefit of breastfeeding far outweighs any other risk. And I think this is why we need to protect breastfeeding. Another very important point, which we all must remember, and as UNICEF, we are promoting, is that this pandemic is going to result in many families across the globe, not just in India, falling out of the safety net. They may not be as privileged as we are to be able to do with our lives what we used to do pre-COVID. There are many people whose salaries have reduced, many people who have lost jobs. There are many families who may not have the means to have nutritionally adequate diet for the mother and also for the baby who is born. So in which case, we know that breastfeeding is the best bet we can have to make sure that despite the social safety net that many families may fall off, if the communities, if the families, and if the mothers are empowered, that we keep the mother healthy and we initiate breastfeeding early. And if the mother is able to support the babies with exclusive breastfeeding and continuing it for 2 years, there's a good possibility that in spite of families falling out of safety net, we will still be able to do justice to a future generation. So we must protect this. And shared responsibility, what better than seeing so many agencies coming together today? And I must congratulate Foxy for that, that this is the kind of shared responsibility we need to see among the family supporting the women, community supporting the women, and all of us as medical fraternity and in the development sector coming together. So there could not have been better translation of this theme into action than seeing so many partners come together today. And Shanta ma'am, we have heard your very genuine suggestion that all the 4,000 posters and those that were able to get some accolades were selected. So I would urge, and my apologies if don't take me otherwise, people call it celebration of a week. No, this should be 1 week where I have very little reason to celebrate if a country where there is 80% institutional delivery and 40% early initiation of breastfeeding. So this should be the week for advocacy. This should be week for reaffirming our commitment of what we can do for breastfeeding. So I'm requesting my colleague Ali, who holds this portfolio, that all the posters that have been developed, we'll try and see if we can use them for supporting the state governments and translating them into government posters that should go on the social media, that should go in facilities and wherever they are. And this would encourage more people to come and rally for this cause. And this 1 week becomes the advocacy week where we champion this whole, the breastfeeding for the whole year, till the time we ensure that we are supporting as many mothers as possible in early initiation and exclusive breastfeeding. I also like the fact when it was mentioned that maybe Einstein and Hercules, I'm not aware about that, but yes, there are so many studies which have shown, and there's a study published, a repository of studies published by a World Economic Forum, showing that how breastfeeding improves IQs and increases the per capita income of families of babies who are breastfed exclusively for 6 months and up to 2 years, and how they perform well in life later, both economically because of the better IQ and otherwise. And I'm sure if you study sports, many of the Olympians, I don't know if more women are getting medals for India, although I saw the gold just now by Neeraj Chopra in the javelin throw. But I'm sure that maybe more women are getting gold because babies are not breastfed as they should be. But it's definitely a very good way of telling people that what, and especially I've heard it for the 3rd time from Shanta Kumari ma'am, that humans are the only animals who are trying to find substitute for breastfeeding. And this is a very important point which she makes repeatedly, because like the alcohol companies, when they are stopped from advertising for alcohol, they still advertise and they write in small soda. So similarly, you know, if a company which is making a breastfeeding substitute, if they advertise for multiple other things, and fortunately, unfortunately, sometimes they are able to make it to the platforms where there are medical fraternity and where there are poor people also, you know, people distributing these out of ignorance during emergencies, during humanitarian situations. I have seen many good intention social cause NGOs and clubs of many other NGOs distributing these among women during floods and other emergencies. So many a times it is because of lack of awareness, and these companies who are trying to make indent in whatever way possible. So I think this is a very important point also, that breast milk substitutes, as much as we can be aware of where they are being pushed. So for that, in fact, I would say that the breast milk banks that we have, they are also abysmally low for a country like India, where we have just about 90. I may be getting wrong. It may be about 100 that may have reached, but 90 and 100 today also. And we know about all our seniors, pioneers who have been trying to work in this area since late 80s. But this is one another area that instead of breast milk substitutes, if we are promoting breast milk banking, and that's something especially for preemies, and as India is moving towards the very ambitious goal of a single-digit newborn mortality reduction by 2030. So mind you that every newborn action plan global says that the country should reach single-digit newborn mortality reduction by 2035. And by the Sustainable Development Goals of 2030, the country should reach the newborn mortality rate of 12. Whereas India has set itself a target through the India Newborn Action Plan that India is the country which will reach the single-digit NMR by 2030, which is much more ambitious than any other country in the world. But to translate this policy ambition into action, I think a lot of efforts will have to be done. And if newborn mortality has to reduce to single digit by 2030, preventing the deaths of babies born premature will be very important. And I think this is again where breast milk and breast milk banking will also become very important. And another point I want to make before I conclude is that we know that skin to skin contact also initiated as soon as possible, immediately after birth, also helps the mother through all the accesses that we know, initiate breast feeding early. And it also helps the mother with the child with a lot of other benefits. So if as a campaign and as a mission, if we are promoting and we are using this 1 week to get more champions to support this call for the whole year, we must also promote practices like KMC. And there was a recent release by the WHO group on kangaroo mother care, which has released data of the randomized controlled trial that even for preemies, we need not wait for the babies to stabilize, so to say, and we should initiate as soon as possible, supporting the mothers and families to understand what it is, how long, and how to do it. So I think promoting breastfeeding and kangaroo mother care, even in communities, would be a very important agenda where we can support even families. It doesn't take a lot of money. All it takes is good prenatal counseling and then postnatal support. And before I conclude, I must also say we all know, and who better than the obstetricians and gynecologists, that there is no reason that why a cesarean section delivery and a normal delivery, these two cohorts should have different rates of early initiation of breastfeeding. So that is where we must focus on the prenatal counseling and preparing the mothers and families, and then supporting them after the deliveries to make sure that all the mothers that come to the health system, we are able to support them with the benefits of, as everybody says, the elixir that we have. And we have seen also in COVID how non-communicable diseases were the biggest underlying cause for the adverse health outcomes once somebody had COVID. And we all know that the nutrition in the first 2 years of life, we know about the Barker's hypothesis, that what breast milk can do to prevention of non-communicable diseases when these children become adults. So, you cannot, this once in a century pandemic has also shown us, you cannot dissociate non-communicable diseases from communicable diseases and other diseases. We have seen that people who are suffering from non-communicable diseases and sedentary lifestyle, how pandemic has behaved differently with them. So we also know this clear linkage with good nutrition, with early and exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months, continued for 2 years, that can prevent so many NCDs in this country and globally. So that said, I'm delighted, honored, and Luigi has sent his best wishes. We are very happy to see the coming together of so many agencies, and thanks to Foxy for convening this. And we will make sure that we will take every effort that you have done in this week to make sure that we use it throughout the year. Thank you so much, Sneha ma'am, and back to you, please.
Thank you, Dr. Vivek. I really wanted to appreciate your statements. And yes, Foxy believes in this advocacy of promoting breastfeeding. And as you rightly put, see, what we realized that there was a gap in the initiation, but that gap in initiation was probably because of some ignorance on our part also. Sometimes it is, when you realize that maybe it never struck many of us that 1 hour later or 2-3 hours later, the baby is given feed, it's okay. So that was the thing which we wanted to touch. We wanted to, if and by chance, if one of us have missed it, then this was the right time so that we could reiterate. And the fact now that the 260 societies participated in this breastfeeding awareness programs and tried to promote it at all levels, I think this is a significant step where the message is reaching to all my 37,000 plus members of Foxy. And I'm sure that this is the way forward, and this will definitely show how more number of women will do the early initiation of breastfeeding. And the other point which you told was like all the partners coming together. Yeah, all of us need to come together and be on the same stand and say we all advocate breastfeeding. It is not blame game or something. It's something which the advocacy which all of us are going to promote. So we really appreciate this aspect of collaboration for getting through the message to the masses. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
sorry, Dr. Sneha ma'am, I like the candid way in which you said that even we were, and I must acknowledge here also that, you know, my two kids, when they were born, I was with the mother cutting the cord, but I still don't remember whether the babies were put skin to skin or we started the breast. I totally agree. And I think this is how we continue to. Thank you. Back to you.
I really want to put one more this thing. See, all my team said we need to have celebrities so that to promote this week. Then I asked my dear friend Syed Ali, I said, you have any celebrities? He said, no. I said, don't worry, we are all there. We are all going to be the celebrities. So all my 37,000 gynecologists are the celebrities. You don't need anybody else. We are going to be the celebrities who are going to promote breastfeeding throughout the country. And we'll make sure that nobody, see the baby after we deliver, we hand out to the pediatrician, but we make sure this aspect, nobody will interfere with our message of saying exclusive breastfeeding, and we will not give anybody else a chance to offer anything else. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vivek Singh, for that very insightful and very inspiring speech. Truly, it's a time to introspect that if everybody is talking about breastfeeding, how good it is and how natural it is, then where is the bridge? Where we can trace what is the aspect which cannot trace? Definitely, as Madam Shanta has said, no blame game. But yes, we have to work on it and find out where is the bridge, and definitely together we can do it for sure. Thank you so much once again.
Even thanks from my side also, Dr. Vivek Virendra Singh, and really one line only, together we want to stop. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we go ahead with the inspiring speech by our guest. So I would like to invite Dr. Madhuri Patel to introduce and welcome Madam Usha Saraiya.
By the time they put the slide, I wanted to add one more thing about the milk banks, which you're told. I'm very proud and happy to share that one of my Vice President, Fessy Lewis, has actually initiated in Cochin, along with the Rotary, the first milk bank of that area. And we have sent across this message to all our members that all of those who are planning to initiate this milk bank facilities can actually contact one of my Vice President, Fessy Lewis, who can give all the necessary data required, which will help you to start this milk bank facilities also.
Sure. I'll be highlighting during the talk.
The slide of Madam Usha Saraiya. I will request once again Madam Madhuri Patel to introduce Madam Dr. Usha Saraiya.
I think Dr. Fessy Lewis.
Yeah. So, Dr. Fessy, can you please introduce Madam? No. Dr. Fessy Lewis,
yes,
I request you to introduce Dr. Usha Saraiya.
Okay. I think the Usha Saraiya madam, and for the gynecologist, she doesn't need an introduction. She's the consultant obstetrician gynecologist at Bridge Candy, Saifi, Elizabeth Hospital, conferred honorary fellowship by the Royal College in 2012, past president of Mumbai ONG Society and also the FOXY, chairman Indian College of Obstetrics and Gynecology in 2006 to 2009, award for outstanding woman obstetrician and gynecologist at FIGO 2003, and chair of Ethics Committee of Clinical Research and NIRRH and ICMR 2011 to 2018, and Lifetime Achievement Award at AOGN India in September 2017, Lifetime Achievement Award by the FOXY in 2020, and Suhru Hussain Oration delivered at Cuttack in March 18, and she has got number of awards. We are just told few of them only. I think welcome, madam. And I think next is Dr.
Am I audible now? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, madam.
Thank you, Pesi, for your kind words. And I'm certainly very happy to be here at the Foxy program, which is also supported by very well-known organizations like UNICEF, the Neonatal Forum, and our colleagues, the pediatricians and the nurses, and almost everybody who is concerned with breastfeeding and the health of the newborn. And that really carries a lot of weight because it's the combined effort of all these organizations which is going to give the ultimate results and give us a good base to start the program. Now, this is the first program that I'm joining since Shanta took over and Madhuri took over. So I must say first that I wish them all the best in their tenure. They're both very dynamic people and they both are going to work together to bring us hope and cheer, because for the last 1.5 years, we've been working under tremendous stress and carrying on with our duties. But now we see that there is a ray of hope and things are going to change. And Shanta, you made a good beginning. And a good beginning is almost like having some achievement. So let me first wish you all the best. And I would like to say that this breastfeeding week is something we've been celebrating at Foxy for many years. Even in my presidential year, which was 20 years ago, we had this program. And of course, we were all there to promote it, and we know the importance. It's not that we are not aware of the importance. I'm sure Suchitra, who is here today, Suchitra and I work together, so she will remember all the lessons that we learned from the pediatricians and from the nurses and how we joined together to do it. In fact, the first person who talks about breastfeeding, nursing, lactation to the pregnant woman is her obstetrician. And we check the breasts and we tell them, give them the first lesson. So it is not going to be forgotten by them because they're so eager to learn about it. But then lots of things have changed since those days, and the knowledge has proliferated so much. And I'm myself surprised at the new things which have come about breastfeeding and the value of it and all the gadgets and things that are available for the mothers to help them. I think there is a whole new world in this field. But just one thing I would like to mention is the word gut microbiome, because it was not there in our days. We didn't talk about it, but today we know how important it is for the gut microbiome to be established at the earliest when the baby is born, and that is assisted by breastfeeding. And we all know how important these things are and how it has a long-term effect on the health of the baby. So many of these issues will be discussed at this seminar today. And I would like everyone to appreciate the effort of all the speakers who have worked hard to collect data, to present you with take-home messages, given you very important pictures, which will remind you all the time about the subject. And we must give them a patient hearing and carry forward all those ideas of theirs. So Foxy is always at the forefront of all this, and mothers are what we concentrate on from the time the baby is conceived right up to the time of the birth. And I know for a fact that it is the pattern in many labor rooms that the baby is immediately put to breast and skin-to-skin contact is established. Perhaps it is not done as frequently as we would like it to be done, but it is the pattern and it has been established in many centers that I know. I have seen it happen. So let us be hopeful and go ahead in this year with much happiness and cheer. And we are all working towards healthy babies. We want to have India, which is full of healthy individuals. and which reach their best potential. And today is a very historic day when we've got a gold medal at Olympics. So you know that our youngsters are capable. They have to be given all the support, and the support starts with the first day of birth, and the breastfed infant is at an advantage. So let me just end by telling you that you have started on this very good note, Shanta. The day that we have discussed this is the gold medal for India, which has come in sports, which you know depends on health above everything else. So I wish all of you all the best in the discussions that follow. And I'm sure you will go home realizing that what is in the realm of research today comes into practice tomorrow. So don't forget to keep in touch with research, with new concepts, new ideas, and translate into good clinical practice so that your patients get the benefit and the newborn gets the benefit in this particular subject. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Madam Shanta Kumari, please, your comments, please.
Thank you, Usha Sarai, Madam. You have been very, very, I think you have been a perfect example to lead the young people. I still remember when you took over as the president in Bhubaneswar, you arranged a separate place for lunch where you invited all the free paper presenters there. And you said you could bring one more accompanying person to have that. You know, I was there with my mother that day. So that inspires the young Foxians and members to actually join the organization and do the best for the whole Foxy and all the work we do. Thank you, Madam, for guiding.
Thank you for remembering. Yes, I was very keen that the person who gives the paper at the conference should be felicitated also, not just the orators and the panel discussions people and all that. For them, it's such an important event to present a paper at an All India conference. And the support they receive is from their parents and their accompanying person. So that person should be there also to, you know, and we should encourage that person also. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, respected Madam, for the pearls of wisdom coming from the legend herself. And thank you so much for sharing all your experiences also. We also, as over last 2 years, we're trying to associate the Indian Association of Pediatrics, BPNI, Nurses Association, Neonatal Forum, and all the possible organizations, including Lactation Consultants Association as well. And we are trying to gain the practical knowledge as well, trying to spread the knowledge as well. Thank you so much once again, Madam. Can I have the CV of Madam Suchitra Pandit? Now I welcome Dr. Suchitra Pandit, past President of Foxy, as guest of honor. Welcome, Madam. And Madam doesn't need any introduction. Everybody knows her so well, may it be academics, may it be organizational aspect, and very, very gentle and a very, very spiritual human being as well. So Madam was a President Foxy 2013-14. She was the President of Mumbai Obstetrics Gynec Society 2013-14. Just immediate Chairperson AICC RCOG, President ISOPUB, National ISOPUB 2018-20. She was president of Justosis. She is still from 2016 to 21. And of course, Madam has got so many accolades to her credit. She has delivered more than 2,000 talks, almost 130 publications. And yes, Madam, over to you. We would like to hear from you, Madam. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I would say a great big congratulations to not just a dynamic person, Dr. Shanta Kumari, but she's like a one-man army, because she has not just a vision, but she has a determination to take the vision forward. And she's already taken Foxy to the international level by being declared as the treasurer unopposed of FIGO. So once again, Shanta, congratulations for that wonderful achievement. And you have a great first lady like Madhuri, who is the first Secretary General of Foxy, and with your Aruna Suman, with a dynamic chairperson like Sneha, Charu, and the entire team of vice presidents. I think wonderful work. I'm so glad that you've made this Lactacon a very, very progressive, and you've given so much emphasis for breastfeeding. And I know that today, just as we won that gold in Olympics, we should be year after year winning gold in promoting breastfeeding practices for women. And there's just one single thing which I've always felt, that in bigger hospitals, the AC is so high. And when the baby delivery occurs, be it in the labor room or in the theater, they should turn down the ACs, make it a little more warmer, so that after the delayed clamping of the cord, the baby is immediately put to the breast. And this is a practice which can change, because obstetricians want to hear that baby cry. And as you very rightly said, we all want our babies to thrive and we want them to do best in life, because that is absolutely the golden hour for the babies. And I'm so very glad that, today I think I should be very lucky, because I'm sharing the podium with my boss, my president, Dr. Usha Saraya, because he was the one who actually held my finger and brought me to the forefront of Foxy by giving me a joint secretary's post. And I remember a lot of things that she has always done with a lot of, human touch and feelings for the youngsters, as Shanta Kumari very rightly pointed out. And I think this entire program has been so interesting. And we all, as obstetricians, pledge, Shanta, that we will take this, we won't just let it happen one day. And just as the UNICEF speaker said, let it not happen every day, let it happen every single day of the year. I'm sure we will go ahead and do it. And those 4,000 posters are amazing. Hats off to all the contributors. And good that this is taking a very, very good impetus that you as president have given. Thank you very much for having me over. And once again, we all are proud to be Foxians, and we all will work together. Shanta, we are there with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Suchitra Pandit, for that very, very inspiring speech. And yes, definitely together we can take this ahead, and we all pledge. And with this, let me take this opportunity to thank all of you here, respected President Foxy, Dr. Shanta Kumari, Secretary General Dr. Madhuri Patel, all the 5 vice presidents, chief guest Dr. Vivek Virendra Singh, guest of honor Dr. Usha Saraya and Dr. Suchitra Pandit, all the respected senior Foxians, all the esteemed faculties, Joint Secretary Dr. Aruna Suman, all the coordinators, Dr. Charu, Dr. Archana Singh, Dr. Shalini Agrawal, and Dr. A. Padmaja, and all the viewers, and last but not the least, the support team. I thank all of you here, and we conclude this inaugural session.
I want to have the best posters all to be announced now.
Okay.
Because this is the best time. Everyone is. Let's see.
Yes, madam. Please.
We are projecting, madam. We are projecting now.
Please project the slides. And
I'm going to take the opportunity of presenting your winners. Okay.
Yes, madam. We are very happy for that.
Otherwise, Neha will not give you any chance to speak.
Judges have been fantastic. Judges have been fantastic, and I really. So you are all winners. Now, who is the winner out of those 4,000 posters and slogans I want to see? Let's have the screen projected, Tirupati.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Fantastic. We have received 250 entries. That is from the different all 250 societies. This is mind-boggling. No, I need to be given an award for this, huh?
Yes, for sure.
The winners are from South Zone. We have Salem and Trichy. Congratulations, Salem and Trichy. Foxy West Zone. We have Nagpur and Valsad. Congratulations. Foxy East Zone, Patna. Congratulations. Why did you give second prize?
We have prizes for appreciation prizes as well.
Foxy North Zone, Agra and Delhi. Fantastic. Very well done. And now we have some appreciation awards also. South Zone, Hyderabad and Madurai. I hope there was no match fixing. And Foxy West Zone is Thane, Aurangabad, Yavatmal. East Zone, Kolkata and Gangtok. Foxy North Zone, Gorakhpur, Allahabad, Ghaziabad. This is really fantastic. Congratulations to all the presidents and secretaries of these societies. You have done very well. And congratulations to all the judges. Thank you very much on behalf of Foxy. And all the winners are going to be given their awards at the AICOG 2022 at Indore. So they will receive the certificate and memento when they come in person there. Okay? And all the presidents and secretaries. And judges also will be given appreciation award. And we are going to put them all
VP in
up.
charge also, madam. VP in charge ko bhi dijiye.
Of course, VP only will give the prizes.
Okay.
So thank you so much.
VP and all the, if you now have to bridge that gap, you know, I don't want to hear from the UNICEF or anyone saying that the institution deliveries are happening, but your initiation of breast milk is lagging. I don't want anyone to tell that to me in future. So, okay. I want to see that gap is not there, or maybe their census taking is wrong. So we have to prove them that way, okay? Right?
Yes.
So that is where the real prize will be.
The 27 chairperson will be with us.
Yes.
So thank you so much, Madam President, for that wonderful inspirational speech as well. And of course, I'm sure all the society presidents and secretaries are now charged up once again.
Yeah, they must be happy and enjoying gold also and their award also. Today is a great day, madam. Dr. Shanta Kumari, madam, आप जहाँ जाते हो ना, जो करते हो, अभी हमारी brand ambassador को देखिए, वो gold ले आई, आज आपने breastfeeding किया, तो gold ही gold है. This liquid gold is also flowing.
Yes, and yesterday, day before yesterday only, we had a program with Maharashtra Liquid Gold, and we are spreading knowledge about this to all the organizations also. So over to you, coordinators, now to continue with the academic section.
Yeah,
thank
you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Would you like to announce the judges' names, Dr.
One
Mangala?
minute. I have got with me Dr. Nandita Palshetkar, our past president. She's going to congratulate the whole team.
I think it's unprecedented that you all have managed 250 plus societies participating with 4,000 entries. I think the whole team
thank you so much, madam,
to be congratulated. It's an amazing achievement, and the way you have got everybody together. I think long live Shanta, long live Foxy.
And mask hata dijiye. Long live Dr. Nandita also. Our all Foxy. Yes, Dr. Shanta Kumari, madam, the great.
Yes. I'm
Hello,
so
madam.
happy to see everyone.
Yes.
And really heartiest congratulations. It's a mind-blowing job which you all have done.
I hope Dr. Arun Gupta sir will be happy now, sir. Don't ever say that the obstetrician gynecologists are not doing their bit. Huh? We are doing every bit now.
I've never said in my life. I fought with several pediatricians
Very good, sir.
who continue the blame game. This is not going to help us. So what you said right now, let's bridge this gap.
Yes, sir.
It take time. It can be done, but it
can be done.
Nothing
Thank you
is
very
for
much.
us. I know Sri Lanka has 90% early breastfeeding rate. Right? Why can't we do it? It can be done.
Sir, हमारा census taking में कुछ गलती हो रहा है.
नहीं, इसमें नहीं गलती है. ये NFHS का डेटा है जो हाउसहोल्ड लेवल पे होता है. जो अभी भी मैंने थोड़े दिन पहले 6 स्टेटों का प्रेजेंटेशन सुना. जो हेल्थ मैनेजमेंट इंफॉर्मेशन सिस्टम जो इंटरनल है, उनका रिपोर्ट है 95 to 96%. राइट? सो अगर उसको बिलीव करें तो सब ठीक चल रहा है. ये NFHS है, ये इंडिपेंडेंट सर्वे होता है, हाउस होल्ड में जाके होता है और मदर से या फैमिली मेंबर से पूछा जाता है कि कैसे डिलीवरी हुआ, कब ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग शुरू.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nandita madam, and thank you, Madam Shanta Kumari. Thank you, everybody. Now we hand over the session to the coordinators to go ahead with the academic session. Thank
Do
you.
you want
Over to
Dr.
you,
Mangala to announce
Charu.
the judges' names, Dr. Sneha?
Yes, actually, it was there later in the agenda, but yes, can we have Dr. Charu? Can we have
just mention the names and
Dr.
Yes,
Mangalavani?
yes, of course.
Dr.
we
Mangalavani.
have to acknowledge.
Yes, please announce and acknowledge the judges.
Dr.
Yes,
Mangalavani, can you please announce the judges' names? Yes.
Yes. I mean, it was a very big job, about 4,000 entries, and to find, the winner from that. And all those 13 judges, they have worked so hard. Some of them, computer got crashed even. Yes. So, but hats off to them,
That
working.
happened with us.
So I will just tell their names. So Dr. Saravana Kumar, Professor and HOD at Annapurna Medical College at Salem. Dr. Sandhya Rani, and she is a gynecologist at Naziabad, and she's also president NOGS. Dr. T. Geeta Anand, consultant Manipal Hospital at Salem. Dr. Sunila Kolluri, professor at Nilofer Hospital, Osmania Medical College. Dr. Vijaya Lakshmi, professor, Bhaskar Medical College at present. Then Dr. Usha Rani, she is a professor at Mahavir Institute of Medical Sciences at Vikarabad. Then Dr. Vijaya Krishna, Dr. Shailaja Akula, Dr. Manasa Devasani, she is a consultant at Sudha Hospital, Karimnagar, Dr. Mrudula Mahabal, and Dr. Seha Sai Tirupati. He is the HOD at Apollo Medical College, Chittur, Kerala. So they all been senior consultants and they are all in the HODs and professors. But I must thank you so much to them and congratulate them, for taking the time out and selecting the winners. Thank you.
Good evening, one and all. Now it's a privilege to be part of this program along with all the seniors and colleagues on this evening. Thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be part of this program, which is a wonderful program. After the public forum to create the awareness among the public and a wonderful inaugural function with enlightening messages from our own President Foxy, Dr. Shanta Kumari, our chief guest of honor, and addressed by our Vice President, Dr. Archana Verma, and Breast Committee Chairperson, Dr. Sneha. Now, I think we'll move on to our next academic program, that is the keynote address, which is given by eminent speakers, various talks by eminent speakers. For this program now, I would like to invite our chairpersons, Dr. Jamina Devi, who is a very senior consultant obstetrician and gynecologist. Not only an obstetrician and gynecologist, she is also specialized in medical law. I think nowadays with so many legal issues coming up, I think we should all know about medical law. Madam is very senior consultant and gynecologist. She's a very friendly, and she's from our own Hyderabad. She is very friendly, always smiling with a wonderful smile. And she has presented many papers, especially on medico-legal issues. And she has been past president of OGS, Obstetric Society of Hyderabad, and she served in the Obstetric Society of Hyderabad in various positions. Welcome, madam. And I invite also Dr. Jayanti Reddy, who is also a senior obstetrician and gynecologist, working at, who is the director of JJ Hospital, Hyderabad. She is also a senior faculty at SVS Medical College, Mahbub Nagar. And she was awarded Young Foxy of South India Oration in 2001. She was also vice president of Obstetrics and Gynec Society previously. And she is also a very friendly and very friendly woman, and she is a good dancer too. Not only an obstetrician, she is a very good dancer too. Welcome you both, madam. And now I hand over the session to you to conduct the session. Thank you.
Good evening, one and all. Thank you so much, Padmaja, for the wonderful words. And I have been listening for the past 1.5 hours about the importance of the breast milk. So without delaying more, I think we move on to this wonderful session. And as you all know, that we all have to ensure a good quality of care during the labor, so that after labor, the woman is more comfortable and encouraged to start the initiation of the breastfeeding. And that will help in better newborn survival. And for this, Dr. Syed Ube Ali, UNICEF person, will take us through the talk, and we will be able to learn many more things from you. Dr. Syed Ali is the MBBS and MD Community Medicine from St. G.S. Medical College, KEM Hospital, Mumbai. He has, to his credit, postgraduate diploma in hospital and healthcare management from Symbiosis Institute of Management, Pune, and diploma in human resource management from Wellington Institute of Management, Mumbai. His health strengthening, health system strengthening program graduate from University of Melbourne, and has done certificate course in WASH in healthcare facility from the Center for Global Safe WASH, Emory University, Atlanta. And Dr. Ali has been working in UNICEF since 2007 in various capacities in the states of Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, and Madhya Pradesh. He carries extensive field experience of RMNCHA and immunization, and currently is working as health specialist, UNICEF India country office. I welcome you, Syed, and we'll be waiting for your talk.
Thank you very much, Madam. Respected Dr. Shanta Kumari, Madam, Dr. Madhuri, respected members of Foxy, Dr. Archana, Madam, Dr. Sneha, Madam, and all the respected Foxians, dignitaries of today's function, my colleagues from UNICEF, Dr. Vivek, thank you for this opportunity, Madam, and for inviting us on behalf of UNICEF for this deliberation. Can you see my screen, if anybody can?
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Okay.
it is visible.
Thank you very much. So,
And welcome, Dr. Ali.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you very much. In the next few minutes, I will be speaking about the quality of care, particularly during the labor. We all know that India is the country where we have, in terms of absolute numbers, the highest number of neonatal deaths. It's more than 100,000. And also, if you talk about the stillbirths, 6 countries in the world, including India, Pakistan, Nigeria, China, Democratic Republic of Congo, Ethiopia, these countries contribute to more than 50% of the stillbirths. We need to retrospect and find out the causes of these neonatal deaths. This is one of the slides from the State of World Children 2019, which shows that India has the highest contribution of the unsafe deliveries, unsafe births at the time of delivery, with 4.5 million deliveries being happened in the country with the untrained dies. If we talk within the country, 3 states, UP, Bihar, and Jharkhand, contribute to more than 50% of the deliveries by unskilled birth attendant, as per the recently released latest SRS survey of India. On the right hand side, you can see the rate of cesarean sections, particularly in the South India countries, where the rate of cesarean section is very high. There is one UNICEF position which says that the early initiation of the breastfeeding is 2 times more in normal deliveries as compared to the cesarean section. And as Dr. Vivek rightly mentioned, that in spite of the cesarean section, if the counseling is there and the support is there at the time of delivery, yes, we can. It's not impossible. We can put the baby to the breast within 1 hour, but we need to be give the child the right to the breastfeeding. Now, here that was without access. Now, even if we have the access to healthcare services, as per the recently released data, Dr. Arun rightly mentioned, as per NFHS 4, out of every 10 deliveries which is occurring in India, 8 happens in the health facilities, but only 5 children we are able to put to breast timely, which is the missed opportunity. We all know the importance of the early initiation of the breastfeeding, exclusive breastfeeding. Also, achievement of the SDG 2030, it requires ANC visit more than 90% and 4 ANC visit more than 78%. So we have a long run to go, and I would like to hear quote the former WHO director who mentioned that in spite of providing the free maternal health care services and the other newborn maternal care services, if the quality of care is not provided in time, it contributes to the maternal and neonatal deaths. Now let us talk about COVID and the times of COVID, because we have been struggling with COVID since now more than 1 year, and COVID is going to be with us for next few years. It has actually impacted the maternal and neonatal health to a very large extent in the past, but countries like India and some other countries have actually coped up and maintained the continuity of the RM and CH plus A services. But we need to do the acceleration of the services if we really want to achieve the SDG 2030 targets for India. This is the time we need to actually accelerate and work upon strengthening all the 6 pillars of India Newborn Action Plan, right from the preconception care, antenatal care, care during labor and childbirth, immediate newborn care, care of the healthy newborn, care of small and sick newborn, and of course the care beyond survival, which includes the breastfeeding and the exclusive breastfeeding as a whole. World Breastfeeding Week theme this year is Protect Breastfeeding, a shared responsibility. Colleagues, we all know that early initiation of breastfeeding and exclusive breastfeeding, the metadata shows that it has a potential to reduce 22% of the neonatal deaths and 13% of the under 5 deaths. Delaying breastfeeding more than 1 hour, it increases the risk of neonatal deaths by 1.3 times. And if this is delayed beyond 1 day, the risk of the neonatal deaths increases by 2 times. This is a slide from Lancet, which you see on the right hand side. 2019, a study on the global burden of disease, this subnational data, it shows that the exclusive breastfeeding in India is at the rate of 53.3%. The findings match with the NFHS 4 data, which mentions it as 54.9%. India is a vast country. We have the lot of disparities, with the lowest breastfeeding rate in a state like Meghalaya with less than 30% to highest in Chhattisgarh. If we really want to achieve the target of the exclusive breastfeeding by 2030, 70%. A study in Lancet says that the rate at which India is actually progressing with the exclusive breastfeeding, we will not be able to achieve this unless we accelerate and improve the quality of care at birth. Particularly important is to see the early initiation of breastfeeding, exclusive breastfeeding in exceptionally difficult circumstances, including COVID-19 positive mothers, or if the baby is low birth weight, a premature, breastfeeding in the adolescent mothers, and of course the breastfeeding in the HIV setting. So in the few slides, I will be deliberating on this breastfeeding in the difficult circumstances, particularly in COVID. At the right hand side, you can see a letter from the Joint Secretary Government of India, which recommends the breastfeeding to all the newborns, regardless of the COVID-19 status of the mothers or newborns. But most important is to maintain the hand hygiene, use the triple layer mask, disinfect the surfaces, clean the breast before breastfeeding the baby, avoid formula milk, and most important is to help the mother baby diet to assist and provide the breastfeeding in spite of the fact if the baby or the mother is COVID positive, the breastfeeding, early initiation of the breastfeeding should continue. Needless to mention the role of the skin to skin contact. A very recent paper from the Lancet in the COVID era, it mentions that the kangaroo mother care contributes to 40% reduction in the neonatal mortality, 72% reduction in hypothermia, and 65% reduction in the severe infections compared to standard care alone. WHO recommends kangaroo mother care for all the newborns weighing less than 200 grams or so, provided the child is clinically stable. And also there is a position paper of the UNICEF which mentions that skin to skin contact, the early part of it, the prolonged part of it, has been shown to extend the duration of the breastfeeding, improve the likelihood of the babies being breastfed in first months of the life, and also contribute to increase in the exclusive breastfeeding, which shows the importance of the skin to skin contact and the kangaroo mother care. Colleagues, India has gone a long way in reducing the child marriage by 43% in the last 10 years, but still we have 8% of the women who begin the childbearing at a very young age. And these adolescent girls, as per the CNNS survey, shows that every alternate adolescent girl in India is anemic and also stunted. And as per the Lancet meta-analysis, stunting and maternal anemia alone contributes to 20% of the maternal mortality. It is very important that we provide the additional support to the adolescent mothers for starting the breastfeeding to the children. The first is most important to avoid the pregnancies in the adolescent, but if we have, and the data shows that still 8% of the girls in the adolescent period they start childbearing, it's very important to support them, without which it will be very difficult for them to continue, sustain and maintain the breastfeeding for the period of 12 months. Breastfeeding in the HIV, thanks to Foxy, they have another a few days back another deliberation on breastfeeding in HIV positive mothers. The revised guidelines of WHO reiterates the importance of the breastfeeding even by the HIV positive mothers to continue breastfeeding for 12 months and continue next 24 months or longer, provided the mother is fully supported by the antiretroviral drug therapy. We need to provide an enabling environment. Now MOHFW has reiterated this commitment with a pledge during this time for supporting the early initiation of breastfeeding within 1 hour of the birth, skin to skin contact, discouraging the pre-lacteal feeds and discouraging the use of the milk formula. Colleagues, it's very important that we avoid the mixing of the breastfeeding as well as formula milk, which increases the chances of infection. It's very important to take care of the breast during the home-based newborn care visits. The ASHAs are providing the counseling to the mothers. During the breastfeeding week, the incentives were provided to the ASHA workers to visit the health of the families. And now the government of India has the HBYC program rolled out in many of the states, where there is additional 5 contacts of the health worker, particularly taking the importance of the exclusive breastfeeding and the immunization. It's very important. We have seen, colleagues, the psychosocial support and care. COVID has actually shown us that a lot of mothers after the pregnancy has gone through the postpartum blues or the depression, and they need support and care. And also, needless to mention here, the nutrition which the lactating mother needs to take and enough rest for providing the exclusive breastfeeding. Now there are certain conditions where breastfeeding is not possible, like the infant is very low birth weight or ill and cannot take the breastfeeding, or the mother is unwell and temporarily unable to breastfeed. Mother's temporary breast health problems such as mastitis or the ARV drugs are temporarily not available. In such circumstances, WHO did recommend express heat treated breast milk for children less than 6 months of age, and using the animal milk boiled for infants less than 12 months as part of the diet, providing adequate micronutrient. Here we are not promoting the commercial formula milk, but if it has to be used in the Western countries, they are used where we have safe water and sanitation is a must. So in countries like India, we need to promote the breast milk, heat treated breast milk, express breast milk, and not the formula milk. It's very important to provide enabling environment. This is probably my last slide, where the government of India is also working as per the International Labour Organizations. The maternity leave has been increased to 26 months, 6 weeks, particularly providing women a chance to breastfeed the baby. We have the IMS Act in place for the International Code of Marketing the Breast Milk Substitutes. Also, India is embarking on the way to have baby-friendly hospital initiatives for skin-to-skin contact and breastfeeding on demand. And also, needless to mention here that infant and young child feeding requires counseling at all points of contact with the mother, particularly during the ANC period, I would say during the pre-conception period, ANC, postnatal care period, and every contact with the child. We all need to join hands together to support, protect, and promote breastfeeding. Thank you very much for inviting me to this platform. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ali. It was a wonderful talk, and I think you have brought all the important points of breastfeeding and skin to skin and all those, I think. And I'm very happy to see on the map that Telangana is more than 70%. So thank you so much. Yes. And then we move on to the next speaker, who's going to take us through the talk, how immediate skin contact between mother and baby will facilitate breastfeeding, and that is a boom and is going to be a good talk, I think. And for that, I welcome Dr. Serena Debonet. Can I have her slide, please? Yes. Debonet Serena, I think I have pronounced correctly. If I'm not mistaken, please, sorry for it. And she is the president, Belgium Association Lactation Consultant, and she is a midwife, IBCLC, National BFHI Coordinator, Belgium, mother, you pronounce it Gutta or Jutta Uma, and healthcare worker, volunteer worker, India, Africa. Welcome, Definitely. And we are waiting for you to talk, and then we are eager to listen to you.
Thank you very much for this introduction. So my names of the daughters, I have two daughters, Yuta and Uma. So Uma is a goddess, is an Indian goddess. So my daughter is named Uma.
Good,
yes.
good. Yeah, Uma.
Yeah. So thank you for this invitation to be with you today on this important conference online, unfortunately, but it is a very good quality. Like we had the previous speaker, he was speaking about skin-to-skin care, and I will go a little bit more deeper in the importance of doing the skin-to-skin contact and the effects on the breastfeeding. I need to go to my next slide. So in August 2020, they said if newborns have a prolonged skin-to-skin contact with their mothers, are more likely to breastfeed successfully. And this is according to the recent World Health Organization study, which found that if you could give 90 minutes of uninterrupted skin-to-skin contact, where a baby is dried and laid directly on their mother's bare chest after birth, maximizes the chance for babies to be physically ready to breastfeed. Also, in the baby-friendly hospital project, the fourth step is talking about this important practice. It is facilitate immediately, and I have added myself the word safe, uninterrupted skin-to-skin contact, and the support of the mothers to initiate breastfeeding as soon as possible after birth. That is how it is written. But of course, it is with the understanding that the newborn infant will self-attach and that the healthcare providers should encourage women to recognize when the baby are ready to breastfeed and offer help if needed. How do we do it? It should be the newborn who is still naked on the naked skin of the mother. Best is to dry the baby and to cover his back and put the baby in a safe position. Last week, I was invited by the Maharashtra lactation conference to talk about this safe position. So what do we mean by safe is that the mother is not laying on her back, but is at least 45 angles sitting upright, that the mother is able to see the whole face of the baby, and that the baby should be in contact with both shoulders on his mother's chest, so that the airways are open during this first skin-to-skin contact. If we talk about it and when we do the promotion, it is because we know the benefits for the baby. It will decrease the infant mortality, just as discussed by Dr. Ali from UNICEF. It will facilitate the transition to the extrauterine life of our newborn. It will help by keeping the thermoregulation, but is very important also for the preterm babies, so not only for the healthy newborn skin-to-skin contact, but for all of them. It will help with the hemodynamic stability. It will help our baby for neurological development, reduce crying by the baby. It is very good for having a contact with the microbiome of his mother. It will regulate the sugar, and it will reduce the pain if we need to give an intramuscular injection to our newborn. As it has benefits for the newborn, it also has benefits for the mother. The mother will benefit from a faster expulsion of the placenta. It will decrease the uterine atony with a lower primary postpartum hemorrhage risk, a better mother-infant attachment, less postpartum depressions, less post-traumatic stress for the mother. It will increase the oxytocin with the mother, and it will trigger her neuropsychobiological paths. And it will increase, of course, the maternal behaviors between mother and child. Benefits for the breastfeeding are also well known and well documented. As the baby will be skin to skin with his mother, it will facilitate the first breastfeeding initiation, because we are using the rooting and the sucking reflex of the baby. The infant's innate behaviors will be used, and I will discuss it a little bit later for you. We see that mothers who had that first skin-to-skin contact, they have more daily feeding moments, and it will help on the mother's self-efficacy to breastfeed her child. It increases the exclusive breastfeeding duration. A team of Anne-Marie Midstrom, she studied about the 9 instinctive stages that every newborn, and it doesn't matter where we are born, will have at born. And so it is important to watch and our baby. So have a look at the pictures and I will discuss them one by one, what every baby will do all over the world. First thing baby will do is start with a small crying, and that is for the transition of the breathing and the airways. Then the baby will take a small rest, and then again, baby will wake up and give signs of activity and very small movements to become active with more determined movements. And then during a resting period, the baby will start looking for his hand, sucking on the hand to make the first movement, the familiarization with the nipple and the licking of the nipple before grabbing it and start to suck. The 8th position is the sucking, meaning the baby will take by itself nipple and the mount and will start to suckle. And after this first initiation of the breastfeeding, during skin-to-skin contact, the baby will close the eyes and will fall asleep. Of course, it is important, we know this by observation, but it is also important to stay with the mother and the father, depending where you have given birth, and to observe this behavior of the baby and to see if everything goes smoothly. If maybe the mother may need some help during this first period, but just be there that you are sure that everything be done in a safe way. Of course, there is an evolution of the instinct ability, which enable to succeed a survival. That's how human beings are born. It will help the baby for his self-regulation. It will help because it's the intuitive behaviors. It will help because the mother will react with her newborn and she will use her voice by talking, by touching, and of course, the smell that the baby can recognize. If we look at the physiological states that the baby goes through during this first skin-to-skin contact, the optimal position would be a baby born after an uncomplicated vaginal birth. Those babies will be more alert and responsive to tactile, more responsive to the thermoregulation and to odor. Baby will be able to follow his own instincts, but gives a higher catecholamine level, what strengthens the memory and the learning. And this will help that when a baby has been able to drink during the first skin-to-skin contact, when you put the baby later on back on the breast, he will remember with his memory what he did before. The smell of the colostrum will help the baby to get an increase of the oxygenated hemoglobins, and that will trigger the olfactory cortex in his brains that will help the baby to suck much better. And the baby will make eye contact with the mother and will find and finally attach. For the mother, we also know that in the physiological state, there are some things happening that facilitate the first breastfeeding. First of all, the early nipple stimulation will give a release of prolactin, where the mothers will release more easily the colostrum. As a reaction, she will have a higher oxytocin level during this first skin-to-skin contact. The behavior of the mother and the bonding with her newborn will be stimulated, and the baby will be able to smell the colostrum. It will initiate the milk production, and of course, of release of oxytocin, the contractions of the uterus will prevent the mother from bleeding. The initiation of early breastfeeding will be started, and we do know, and it was discussed in the previous presentation by Dr. Ali, that it improves the rates of exclusive breastfeeding at 6 weeks, And also for the mother, it gives her a feeling of a decrease in her pain sensation, especially when she needs to be sutured after episiotomy of repairing. But if there is a but, this is a slide from 2018, and it is the prevalence of skin-to-skin contact in this first hour after birth from the World Bank classification. And if I look to India, it is a very, very low number, where we see that only between 9 and 15% has the occasion of that first skin-to-skin contact. So we do know that there are some barriers that we need to work on. The first is, what do we mean by this first skin-to-skin contact? So as told previously, it is the baby prone on the mother's skin immediately after delivery and leaving the baby there for at least 60 minutes without interruption. But we may have a delayed early initiation. Maybe that a mother, when she gets a delivery by cesarean, it will give her more pain, it will give her more difficulty to find a good position, and she is not so mobile to put the baby easily at the breast. And it also depends on the policy used. If a baby has been born by vacuum extraction or forceps, the baby may have pain and it may give a delay in the first initiation of breastfeeding. Use of medication that we see more and more during labor and delivery. Petidine has an influence on the baby's behavior. Fentanyl gives, depending on the dose, an influence negative on the suckling movements. And then the synthetic oxytocin, also used worldwide, may also give a disturbed suckling to the baby. And of course, if there is a complication during the intrapartum, this will also give delay on the initiation of the early breastfeeding. There are many other barriers, like when in a team or in a hospital setting, if there is no policy about how to do skin-to-skin contact, who is going to observe? How will we put the mother? Also using non-evidence-based policies in hospitals. So it is very important to use the literature and to create a policy in which everybody feels safe and comfortable. Clinicians have a lack of education, and so the education is very important to do it on a safe way. Some would say, it is a waste of time, this first skin-to-skin contact, let's weigh the baby and let's put the baby as quick as possible in his cot instead of leaving the baby skin-to-skin contact with the mother. Of course, if we want to do in a safe way, it is very important to have insufficient staff, because if you're lacking in staff and you want to do the skin-to-skin contact and you have to be able to help your mother, it is important that you have enough people that can help you to achieve this important moment. Of course, it's important to see what are our priorities after birth. Is there a practical experience or not? And also thinking about our mothers themselves. There may be a cultural or a social issue. Like mothers, they don't want a baby that is wet and maybe with some blood on their skin, because also they need to be educated. They need to be informed about this important action. And also for the family or for the skilled attendants. A mother may be maternally extremely exhausted that it might be dangerous to put the baby on her skin, especially if there is lack of staff. And also hospitals that are not baby friendly yet or not even working that way, they don't understand a lot about breastfeeding most of the times, and so skin-to-skin contact is not always performed. But lucky, there are also facilitators. If there is a problem, we will look for a solution to facilitate the first skin-to-skin contact. Like as it's been going for baby-friendly hospital. I believe that in like 18 months, you can achieve to become baby-friendly, but it will demand education of all clinicians working with mother and babies together. It would start during the pregnancy. It's important the way how the mother would deliver, and it is also important the postnatal care, but also when the mother goes back home that there is a supporting network. All of us, we need to change our own attitude. We have to use evidence-based to tell others why we are working the way we are working. And for that, we need positive, supportive colleagues. They would say, let's do it. Let's start to do research. Let's start to write a policy, and then let's try to implement it in our hospital. Think about the family support of the mother and her education, especially as in the previous presentation about the young children and the child marriage. They do not have the whole education that we would love them to have. So it is one of our roles to guide these young mothers in what is important for them, but also for their baby. And so it is very important to look at a woman-centered care philosophy, that mothers feel safe and secure in our hands. What is important to know is that there are many, many benefits of breastfeeding, and they are well established, but we do know there is a suboptimal worldwide of breastfeeding. We know that skin-to-skin contact in mothers and full-term babies is a potential intervention that may increase our breastfeeding rates. We could do daily skin-to-skin contact during the 5 postnatal weeks between mothers and babies, and we could compare them with usual care. But that we do know it would not extend exclusive breastfeeding. But when only mothers who adhered skin-to-skin contact protocols were examined, they did daily skin-to-skin contact, and then you compare them with other mothers, then they did so, and it was a study done in the Netherlands, that it extended the exclusive breastfeeding duration with like 1.5 months, and also the continuing breastfeeding duration with more than 2 months in the first postnatal year. So starting with skin-to-skin contact, but also continuing to promote skin-to-skin contact longer than only at birth has a positive effect on our breastfeeding. So I would say, just do it, just go for it. And so I really thank you to be able to talk about this important moment as the first skin-to-skin contact for all mothers wherever we give birth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Uma. It was a wonderful talk. I think the magic of skin-to-skin contact is really wonderful, and I really appreciate. Fascinated about the word instinct behavior, which is found in the babies and the mother by skin-to-skin contact, and
Yes.
really wonderful. Thank you so much, and I think we move on to the next talk, and for that I request Dr. Jayanti to continue.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Ali and Serena, for giving us such a wonderful insight into the skin-to-skin contact. And this a very important point that I got from this is, when we're looking at all the barriers, it may be our thinking, our social, whatever barriers, but the most important barrier is the lack of a policy that is there. So we invite Dr. Archana Dr. Archana Verma to talk about the national policies of breastfeeding, because it's important for all of us to know what are the policies in place. Can I have the slide for the introduction of Dr. Archana? And that will take us forward.
Yes, I think introduction is already done, and
yes,
I must just let me share a screen so that we can save. In the meantime, you can save.
Yes. So, thank you. I know that's what I was just wondering. We had just
so humble. Archana.
Thank you.
Yeah. Acha. I'm sharing from my side, or you have shared?
It's from your side.
Acha, it's from my side.
Already shared, ma'am.
Can you see now what I've have to do?
My IT team has shared, madam.
Okay, okay. So then how will I move from my side?
You just tell move on. They'll share.
Oh, I will be. Okay. I would have done better. So.
Stop it, ma'am. I'll stop it. Then we'll close it out.
Okay, okay, please. So that I can go quickly now whenever I want.
Yeah.
एक minute, just 1 minute. बोल नहीं पाऊंगी ना इसे। वो तो है ना सब कुछ।
Yeah, it's visible, ma'am.
Acha, it is visible. Okay.
Now you can do. You can continue.
So now my topic is, first of all, I would like to say a little bit of history that first of all, the World Alliance for Breastfeeding Action, the WABA, was created and a day was marked in the international calendar. And this idea of one day was converted to 1 week just to promote and support breastfeeding, recognizing its value. And it is actually commitment by the 28 states and the 9 duties of India, this and the government. And last week only me and Dr. Arun Gupta were there in a meeting where all the from the 28 states, the representatives were there, and they were taking it on a very, very really higher level, and all the health professionals, public and the private, are to be involved in this. And the theme of the I'm just thinking, because we are so late, so let me be a little fast also. So the theme is protect breastfeeding, a shared responsibility with the special innovative ideas in this pandemic, so family can get the peer support is the main idea. And this shared idea was breastfeeding contributes to the survival and health and well-being of all, including mother, child, and the earth. And it's a joint message. Actually, this the theme is a joint message from UNICEF, WHO, and the government of the India also, and for optimal reassurance regarding the breastfeeding. To improve this baby's health across the globe, just to have best possible start in life, we gynecologists have to keep an eye for starting timely, the early initiation, and secondarily the sustaining it. These 2 points are very, very important. And first time in the first 4 phases of life, the 1000 days opportunity is not to be missed, because before the baby is born and after the delivery, these 1000 days are really, really very important in the life of a baby. So counting to 1000 means the 270 days of pregnancy and 365 in the first year and 365 in the second year, and it leads to this thing 1000. And we all have to make up our mind for best contribution to future India, taking into consideration this critical window of 1000 days. And the programs and policies promoting breastfeeding from the government of India are mainly the 7: the global strategy on infant and young child feeding, it is commonly known as IYCF, and the breast friendly hospital initiative, BFHI, and the integrated management of neonatal and childhood illnesses, IMNCI, and the home-based newborn care, HBNC. And the most important and the best one is this program MA. This is it is Mother's Absolute Affection Program, which is going very, very high and very, very smartly. And then again, the last 6th one is a Infant Milk Substitution Act, that is also comes under the policy, and the Maternity Benefit Act. This global strategy among on the infant and young child feeding is also recommends the early initiation, that is a golden hour, and exclusive breastfeeding. Through optimal feeding, the nutritional status, growth, and development, thus the survival of the infants and young children are maintained, and it is to promote timely, adequate, safe, and age-appropriate complementary feeding with continued breastfeeding. The most important is to sustain and continued breastfeeding for 2 years, provide guidance on feeding infants and young children in exceptionally difficult situations and circumstances, and still separate areas, to keep separate areas everywhere, even in the public spaces, so that the patient can do the breastfeeding anywhere, anytime. So we have to look after this to maintain the breastfeeding. And the reasons behind calling on government by UNICEF and WHO, they are mainly the 5 factors: the implementation, skill development, availability, and the partnership. The invest and ensure the improved monitoring and implementation of policies. Secondly, train all the health workers, including nurses and midwives, auxiliary nurses and doctors, medical officers, especially even the CMOs, they are the in charge and they are the taking care, and ensure that this skilled breastfeeding counseling is available as routine health, exercise and nutrition services as a normal routine, because now focus is mainly on the counseling and the awareness and the availability of it. And the partner collaborating with civil societies and health professional association, this is a shared responsibility, and protect all the health workers from influence of the baby food industry. Evaluation of the performances by the health facilities is very, very important, and find the exact status. What is the exact status in all the facilities, and finding the gaps is very, very important, and the remarks are given for that. Just like today we had a 4,000 paper and poster, and the judges were really tight and enough there to choose them among them. So that as the same is given, the responsibility given to the CMO, especially to collect data and all the officers, and whether all the IMS Act is being followed or not. They are authorized officers. The CMOs are authorized officers in the district and the lead awareness in the district. So they have to take care of all this. They are the responsible people. And the recommended interventions where there are at all the levels, all the health facilities, all the primary, secondary, and tertiary levels, and especially the community connect programs and the home-based care. Only we as a gynecologist cannot say like that we are doing our best. We are the best gynecologists. We are giving the best services. How can anybody say that we are not doing the best feeding? But it is yes our responsibility to look after whether we are doing the community connect program. So much pressure is to be given on the community connect program. And what community this connect program you are going to do, or we are supposed to do at the community level, is number one, this group counseling. This is something very important to be done as a primary health center. Two, because my opinion is, again, the awareness is very, very important. And to promote breastfeeding education, it is important to improve the mother's knowledge. It is mainly for the mother's knowledge and skills, to make her realize that it is something very precious. She should not take it, कभी पिला दिया, कभी नहीं पिलाया, आज मैंने सुबह पिला तो दिया, आज मुझे लग रहा है बच्चे को दूध कम आ रहा है तो मैं आज दूसरे को थोड़ा दे देती हूँ, मेरे पास ट्विंस है, आज मैं थकी हुई हूँ, आज मुझे देना नहीं है। और ऐसा तो नहीं है कहीं मेरा बच्चा वो जो बाकी का दूसरे का बच्चा बहुत मोटा ताजा दिख रहा है, वो तो फार्मूला फीड पी रहा है, मैं तो बहुत आई एम अ गॉन केस बिकॉज मेरे पास फार्मूला फीड नहीं है। So she also pressurizes the family to bring the formula feed. So we have to tell and teach and give the knowledge, and to improve this vision of the mothers by the sammelans, in the villages. The best part is to do under the CMO and all the government officers, to do the dialogue with the mothers by the meetings when they are doing with the members and the grandparents. Grandparents are very, very important, and the peer friends, because unless and until you talk to the husband of the patient and their family, nothing is going to improve. This is a quality counseling. So everywhere the quality matters. If you say that you have told the patient, and patient sometimes very shy, she doesn't open up what the problem is at home. So when everybody is there, then the things are changed. And Asha, the real Asha, that they does the interpersonal communication regarding infant young child feeding to important family breast supporters. And the family breastfeeding supporters are mainly the family. And because the Ashas are, we all know, they are the hope, and they are under the this district officers and CMOs, and they really go daily, and they have to do this counseling to each woman separately. It is sometimes the group counseling is mainly for the antenatal patient, and when they go to home care and post lactation, the post delivery, sometimes we as a gynecologist, we only look after when the patient is admitted, and then it is our responsibility is gone. We ask the patient to go to the pediatrician for the immunization, vaccination. We don't even ask, are you feeding, and is there any problem, cracked nipple? Only the patient, they come with the problem of cracked nipples and mastitis, then only they consult gynecologist. But here is a responsibility to take care and give one word to them that please do the breastfeeding, and this is only thing we can do. Again, the important 10 steps in this recognition of the best baby-friendly hospital initiative. It will be taken care by the another faculty. But just to have few words, as I must mention that there's a 10 steps for this, and the written breastfeeding policy is to be put in each and every place in the hospital, in the primary health center, and in the local languages where the patient can read and the health workers can also read, and train all the health workers in skills. This is something very, very important, and aware all pregnant women, and initiate breastfeeding within first golden hours, and teach mothers how to breastfeed even in adverse condition. And with a good support, the patient they come up and they say, because they are really afraid, hum thak gaye, this is something paida karna aasan hai but feed karna bahut mushkil hai, and they just want to be away. And this exclusive breast milk is to be given unless there is a medical indication, and just especially in cesarean sections. The baby is taken away to the NICU, especially in some facilities. It is taken away for especially for 3 days. And so this we have to say that rooming in services, the old one is to be initiated and to be taken care, and encourage breastfeeding on demand, and no to soothers and artificial pacifiers. This is also to be noted very religiously, because so many times patients, they are in habit of giving whenever they're going out, and then that creates a lot of issues. So that is total no-no. And this home-based care, together with the Janani Suraksha Yojana of the government, which was super hit, and the Janani Shishu Suraksha Karyakram, JSSK, is, and HBNC care, the home-based care is, and the newborn, it is definitely, they are providing better access to the health facilities, because the in this they are getting money also, finances also, and they are to be taken care, and they are being trained. And the ASHA, they promote exclusive breastfeeding through the teaching the mother proper positioning and attachment for initiation. You must have seen the how that breast feeding technique were taken by the Secretary General of TNI. It was really, really very good. And this implementation of the IMS Act is again very, very important. What is the IMS Act? It is Infant Milk Substitute Act, and the feeding bottles and foods. It is our duty to see whether till the patient is admitted, whether they are having a bottle or not, whether they are giving top feeding or not. The very rightly said Dr. Shanta Kumari, let the cow kid take the cow's milk. Let human beings kid take the human milk. So that is understandable, and it provides regulation against commercial use of the baby food ads. No ads in your nursing home and clinic to be allowed. No promotion of baby foods by healthcare providers. Nowhere and never, don't even write. And 100% need to take care of this act religiously, and let's all take flash today. This Maternity Benefit Act was again to promote the breastfeeding, because the biggest fear among the working women was that when they will be going to the job soon after the delivery, especially few people go after 15 days, some go after 1 month, and they were just thinking, and we are going, we will leave the baby at home, so better practice abhi se kar lein, apne samne hi kar lein, taki later on when we go, the baby will not cry, baby will be used to bottle feed when they leave. And so the government took it very seriously, and under the new law, the maternity leave is raised from the 12 to 26 weeks, and the prenatal leave is also extended to 8 weeks. And in 2008, the 6-pay commission, they gave a generous allowance also. And this is the very, very important government policy. It's a mother's absolute affection. It's a commitment, not an option. We need to remember this. It is a commitment, not an action. हमें एक संकल्प लेना है, और breastfeeding का कोई विकल्प नहीं है. And this mother's absolute affection program was started in 2016 by the Prime Minister Mr. Narendra Modi ji and the Health Minister Harshvardhan ji, where they took very seriously among the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan also, and the nutrition also, that the program for infant and the young feeding breastfeeding, it's an attempt to focus on promotion of breastfeeding, and the goal was only to revitalize the efforts towards promotion, protection, support of the breastfeeding practices through health system. of course, to achieve higher breastfeeding rates, because to achieve the SDG goals and to protect our under 5 babies from all the diarrhea and all the thing, because we all know now the breastfeeding benefits and all the myths and fears have very nicely been discussed, and I'm not going to discuss in that, because I am just taking something very subject, and where we need to learn the protocols and not to add anything extra whenever there is any government policy is there. So what the country-wide intensified breastfeeding promotion campaign targeting? What is the targets? Just see all the states and union territories, they are doing terrific work. All the data will be produced by the Dr. Arun Gupta very nicely, I think, and all the around to 3.9 crore pregnant women are to be taken care with along with the lactating mothers, and 8.8 lakhs ashas to be trained and taken care, and to be providing the this counseling, and 17,000 birthing facilities. And this delivery points, the medical officers conducting deliveries are responsible for breast crawl. Yes, the breast crawl, baby is not able to move, but the medical officer have to teach what is breast crawl and initiation of the breastfeeding. Each hospital just to have that this skin to skin contact, which very nicely Dr. Salina demonstrated, and they should have a designated staff, especially for LSCS mom, and consent recording for using formula in extreme situations like very low birth weight baby, and the patient is in ICU and all that you see. And the components of this mother program is, I must say that Agatha Christie once she said that with method and logic, we can accomplish anything. So when we are looking for a goal, if we have the methods, like there are 5 components of this MA program: interpersonal counseling at the community level by the ASHAs. The second is a skilled support for breastfeeding at delivery points by medical officers. And then the generation awareness by all the celebrities, health ministers and CMOs and mass media taking care of the TV and the roadshow watch we did with the Dr. Shanta Kumari, and the promotion of the breastfeeding by everyone, and then the monitoring and the recognition by the government. This is again very, very important. Just like Dr. Shanta Kumari gave all the awards. So this recognition is going to bring that difference, whatever we are looking for. And so the breastfeeding education, this is something in the last, this is my last slide, is guidance for the effective breastfeeding and telling them all the myths and fears. The ASHA were found to be very good support, and all benefits of breastfeeding to mothers, babies, and societies must be told. They must be told how beneficial it is for them and for baby, and how cheap it is, and resources to help the problems, letting them know that breast milk is the best nutritive value. They must know. They should not be thinking कि गाय का दूध बहुत ही बढ़िया है, मेरा बच्चा तो high IQ का IAS बनेगा, and then he will be the leader, like he'll become the chief minister and the prime minister. But you see, when whosoever is there, they all the breastfeed. This gold, the Olympic, who कौन बनेगा करोड़पति? Of course, the one who has been taken, माँ का दूध पिया है जिसने. And the mother's education level also matters. So we have to educate our mothers also. A good educated mother takes everything very seriously. She understands audio-visual language. She understands what is written in the leaflets and information posters and all, and the social medias, and the focus on the website also. There are so many people who are Google. So if their mothers are educated, they will Google and to find out, and it is our duty to find out the gaps. So the target of the government is that to get all the facilities converted to the this awarded units, giving incentives in all time is giving incentives is the all-time hit. India is a hit idea, and the government also knows, and all the steps to be assessed by the government officers, and the award name is MA Award. So that is after, in the cash prize is also there. So whosoever at facility will be doing will be getting it. So thank you very much, dear. For any successful program, any successful goal, we need to learn 5T. The proper preparation prevents poor performance. If we remember this, we will be much better. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity. And so it is a nice time and patience listening. So I think I could finish in time.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Archana, for giving us such a wide view of all the acts as well as the policies that are in place. the WABA, the MA commitment, then the IMS Act especially, as well as the Maternal Benefit Acts. This is also the JSY and the JSSY. You have gone through that in such a lucid way that this will give us, like, what was the lacunae in, what was the lack of initiating the skin, is because the skin-to-skin contact was a lack of all these policies. Now everybody is aware about so many policies, so many commitments that is there across the world, across the country, and across all the states, that I'm sure the next step would be like all the hospitals, all the care providers, all our gynecologists are going to go for the breastfeeding friendly hospital initiative of the WHO. So only when we know our policies, when we know what we can do, by doing that initiative, naturally we have to go through all those 10 steps. So we are going to educate each and every one, and that is when you're going to get an award, and then you're going to get the certificate, and you're going to create that environment, which, how Dr. Ali said, that environment will be created in such a way that we should be able to very easily achieve not only 70%, but even 90% we should be able to achieve. Thank you all, Dr. Ali, Dr. Sarina, and Dr. Archana, for giving such a beautiful series of lectures. Thank you very much once again to all of you.
Thank you once again. Padmaja?
Yeah.
Hello.
I thank the chairpersons for conducting the session well and trying to finish it in time. I think next we'll move on to the symposium, and I request Dr. Shalini Agarwal to introduce Dr. Meera Agnihotri.
Yeah, thank you. A very good evening to all of you. It's my proud privilege to introduce Dr. Meera Agnihotri. Everyone knows her. She has been teaching and making the lives of so many young gynecologists. I am one of them. She is from my alma mater, KGMC, Lucknow, and she was one of the external examiner while I was doing MD. And she, I'll give a brief introduction because everyone knows her. She is professor and head of the Department of Gynae Obstetrics, Kanpur, now retired. She's chairman ethics and research state medical council. She's president WWW Foundation. She's advisor for Women Health Cell Ministry of Health, Government of India. And she has so many awards, so many publications. She has so many books and publications. She's chief editor of the book Women Empowerment and guided more than 300 research theses in her till now, and she is still continuing to guide the young gynecologist. And I would now hand over back to Dr. Padamja for inviting the other chairperson for this session.
Next, I invite Dr. Rangila Sinha, senior. Can I have the CV of Dr. Rangila? She is one of the senior most gynecologists. She is MS FRCOG from London, former professor and head of the department, SK Medical College, Muzaffarpur. She was vice president of FOXY, chairman Public Awareness Committee, and way back in 93-98. She was founder of the Muzaffar Obstetrics and Gynec Society and founder president of Association of Obstetrics and Gynecological Society of Bihar and Jharkhand in 99. She presented many papers and chaired many sessions, and area of interest is gynec ultrasonography, safe motherhood, and eclampsia. Welcome, madam, and we wish to have some best wishes for the program. Next, Dr. Ramani Devi. Can I have her CV? Dr. Ramani Devi. She was chairperson of Endometriosis Committee. Tirupati, do you have her CV?
And we have a CV, but it is there in the last session, I think, the panel. It is
Okay,
there in the panel.
1 second. I'll check. I have it in my.
Padmaja, that is okay.
Yeah, no, it's okay. She is actually, she was chairperson of endometriosis committee, and she has many awards and credits to her this thing, and she has been a gold medalist with a good, excellent academic.
Sorry to interrupt. This is not the CV. This is Dr. P.A. Ramani's CV. Please.
I am reading her CV.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. She is Managing Director, Ramakrishna Medical Center, LLP, and Janani Fertility Center. She has excellent academic career with 10 gold medals, and she has presented many papers and got many awards throughout her career. And she has been peer review member for various journals. And she was also chairperson for endometriosis committee. Welcome, madam. Welcome, all three of you. And please, I hand over the session to continue the session to you. Thank you. Over to chairpersons.
Meera madam, are you
Madam,
starting?
you need to unmute, madam. Meera madam.
Meera madam, unmute.
Hello. Yes.
Hello, yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, madam.
Yes, madam.
But nothing is visible to me. You see. Okay. Okay. At the outset, I congratulate all of the Foxy headed by Dr. Shanta Kumari and others, and Dr. Sneha Bhuyar, especially chairperson of the Breast Committee, and Shalini Agarwal for a lovely introduction of mine. I don't know how she remembers me, in what shape and what fashion, because teachers are always remembered in a very funny way sometimes. Anyhow, it's a real pleasure to be with your students. I'm honored to share the dais with dignitaries around me, and I'm really passionate to listen. Only 2 days back, I have attended a meeting for breast diseases, breast problems, and breast week, and so on, and I enjoy each and every minute of it. One thing which I just wanted to tell, that it is the Corona period, and in Corona period, in lactation, we have to convey one line to our audience, and that is what one line is. As soon as the baby is delivered, whether it's a normal delivery or it is cesarean section, just put the baby to the breast. Don't wait 1 hour, 2 hours, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 50 minutes, or whatever myths are hanging around. You just overcome, and we can make our audience understand that the baby has to be put to the breast as early as the baby is born. I will not go into the details. What is the advantage of putting the baby to the breast as early as is born? Everybody knows it. We have learned so much by now, and we are wise enough with the policies and other matters. So I will like to convey and congratulate. And second important thing, Ramani Devi will agree with me, that since we are now allowed by the Ministry of Health and Government of India, we must also convince our women, lactating women, that they must be vaccinated with the corona vaccine without any fear, and have to be vaccinated in first, second, or third trimester, whatever it is. So with these 2 lines regarding the breastfeeding week, everything else is being talked about. These 2 things I just wanted to passionately convey to the audience and to all the persons who are just target holders for this, that these are the 2 things, and this must convey along with whatever messages we are putting it. Should I introduce Dr. Ramesh Kumar?
First speaker is Madam Dr. Arun Gupta.
Okay, Ramani. So that is what With these words, I extend my heartfelt good wishes, blessings to whole organizing committee, including Shanta Kumari and downwards, and chairperson of the breast committee, Sneha, who is vertically conducting the program, and she needs really 3 cheers. The way she is moving up with the breast committee, especially in this week. So it's not a week, it should be celebrated whole year. Yes. We have to convince that this week is just a token. We have to convey our feelings of the breastfeeding round the year with every patient who is delivering every day, around the clock to our patients. Thank you. With these words, I just hand over the dais. Ramani Devi.
Yeah. Tech support. Can you post the CV of the first speaker, Dr. Arun Gupta, who's the president of BPNI? Yeah, it is. First of all, let me congratulate the president of Foxy, Dr. Shantakumari, and Dr. Madhuri Patel and Dr. Snega Buyar for this excellent Lactacon conference and inviting me as a chairperson, along with learned faculties like Dr. Meera Agnigotri and others. So it gives me immense pleasure to introduce the president of BPNI, Dr. Arun Gupta, where he is going to give a talk about the global policies of breastfeeding. I think we are already running short of time, and he has got a very good experience, nearly more than 30 years of experience, and he plays a key role in strengthening the national policies to promote, protect, and support breastfeeding. And as it has been mentioned already, that India is one country where we have the higher incidence of neonatal death. I think by just the addressing our mothers to the concept of breastfeeding every baby, I think we can definitely play a major role in reducing the neonatal death rate. And I now welcome Dr. Arun Gupta to deliver his talk on global policies in breastfeeding.
Thank you very much, Foxy, for inviting me, and Dr. Meera and Dr. Ramani for allowing me to speak during this session. I'll upload my presentation, and I hope you can see this.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. So much of my work has already been done in parts or in whatever way. I'll be very quickly running through the policy side, but last couple of slides on the practical areas of what we can do in terms of improving this support level to women. I think I'll spend a little more time there. So I'm asked to speak on global policies. I will introduce that, and I'll also say where India stands on those policies, why the current situation is declining or stagnant, and what can be done. So, and a couple of initiatives of BPNI I'll introduce if they would be of any help to this country. So this is the global strategy introduced in, it was in 2002 that the World Health Assembly adopted this policy, and later UNICEF Executive Board also adopted this. 1980, so the first big policy, the global policy, is the 1981, the World Health Assembly adopted the International Code of Marketing of Breast Milk Substitutes. Based on this, several resolutions have been adopted at the World Health Assembly regarding the same subject, and in India's Infant Milk Substitute Act is a result of this. It took 11 years after this. The third one is BFHI, which was launched in 1993. It failed. It just didn't take off after 98. And now WHO has revised after an international meeting its guidance, which is available. And based on that, our actions are suggested. The fourth big thing which we need to send the maternity protection is a global convention of International Labour Organization since 1952, but in 2000 it was revised to increase the maternity leave from 12 to 14 weeks and a recommendation to 18 to 26 weeks. Now, how it is being measured globally? WHO and UNICEF have developed a global breastfeeding collective. Both the organizations lead it globally, and they measure these policies every year, once in a year, and see where the countries are standing. Now, the first one, which I would like to, have a difference of opinion with Dr. Ali here, which is at no cost, which I think is more like breast milk comes free, has been a misunderstanding with the policymakers. They don't put money, so India is in red, and this is just a donor funding. So the global collective marks as a $5 expenditure on protection and promotion and support of breastfeeding. Only then one can achieve some results. Second is code, international code. India has done well on it, and India gets a green color as compared to other countries. There are many other greens, but there are many countries in other colors in descending order in yellow, orange, and red. Maternity leave, again, India gets 26 weeks. There is a little bit of a problem here because only less than 10% women get this leave, and rest are all unorganized sector. So India must try hard to get that every woman gets this 6 months leave. So these are the gaps at the same time. Now, 10 steps to successful breastfeeding, what we call is BFHI, Breastfeeding Friendly Hospital Initiative. India is again in red. That's an important thing to remember, that we are not doing well in our hospitals. Percentage of primary health care facilities offering individual counseling is another indicator which is monitored. Unfortunately, India doesn't have data. So I think it may not be more than an average, but we don't have a data, but only lip service, a lot of lip service, but hard policies or structurally, I think we have to do a lot. Now, another thing where India is doing well is we are assessing the policy. That there is a program called World Breastfeeding Trends Initiative. It does doing assessments of policies and programs for last 15 years. This has done 5 assessments of India. So any country which monitors its policy and programs once in last 5 years gets a green color. That's why India is green here. But I'll show you the next slide how we are faring among other countries. So the ranking out of the 98 countries which have done assessment so far, on a scale of 100, score of 100, India has 45, and in the 98 countries, India ranks at 79 on the policy and program support. See the countries which have gone much forward in last 15 years, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan in South Asia. But only 2 countries in the globe are in the green color, which is above more than 90% score. And these are the next 5 countries like Cuba, Gambia, Bolivia, and Turkey from other parts of the world, which are also figuring in top 7. Now look at this. I compared in detail the 4 countries in South Asia. Now there's a 10 policies. One is national policy funding, baby friendly hospital initiative, code, maternity protection, health systems, counseling services, accurate and unbiased information, HIV and infant feeding during disasters or emergencies, and monitoring and evaluation. All these indicators get a score of 10 each and get a color coding which varies from red to yellow to blue to green in the ascending order. Now look at the Afghanistan, all either greens or blues, same is Bangladesh. India 3 reds, 5 yellows, and only 3 blues, no green here. Sri Lanka, again you will see a lot of greens, couple of blues and 1 yellow. Look at the 90% early breastfeeding rate. India's 51 as of the 22 state data now available. These 2 countries have 69. Similarly, in exclusive breastfeeding also. Sri Lanka has been doing this work quite consistently, reached up to 82%. Bangladesh is now reached 65, crossed us. Earlier they were 40s. And even Afghanistan, which was like 35, 40, has come up to 58. Now, this is what point I wish to make is this, that in last 4-5 assessments, India has not made a progress in its score. We are lagging behind, we are stagnant, and we are not paying attention to this because we do not invest in the policies and programs which are required for full successful breastfeeding. We had 45 in 2005, we have 45 in 2018. Next assessment will be done next year. And in between, we did fall also from 45. Current, I think this data is already shared, but you need to see that we are rising in institutional deliveries, now 88.8. This is NFHS 5 data of 2020. And we are falling in early breastfeeding. First time since 92, early breastfeeding rate has shown a fall, which is a very worrying and concerned area I would share with you. Now, this is a very recent slide from some of the hospitals of Uttar Pradesh. These are district hospitals, and you see how blatantly, rampantly formula is being used on these beds. If you can see that. So I don't see this happening all over, but 40% hospitals in this study have found the formula was being used unnecessarily. Now, I'll share with you quickly this web platform for BFHI, as well as the BPNI's new initiative called I Decide About Feeding My Baby, which is our new age initiatives, which I will invite you all to. So what can be done? I'll show you the, after this slide, I'll show you the video, a 1-minute video, each of these. So begin accreditation of the hospitals with maternity services, whether they are public or private. Government programs do not look at the private sector. So BPNI has developed this program. We invite FOXI to join hands and do the accreditation of the private hospitals, which implement 10 steps to successful breastfeeding. Strengthen the counseling and accurate information efforts during pregnancy. Here I would like to say that even the government hospital or the private hospital, we don't have a formal counseling session during pregnancy. It should be done and recorded. Decision of the mother should be recorded at this time. So this is very important. The fourth one is appoint a lactation professional in the maternity hospitals. Private sector should spend money. It takes about 5 lakhs per annum expenditure on if you employ at a 20,000 salary 2 lactation professionals in maternity hospitals and 20,000 on their training and assessment of the hospitals every 3 years. Around 5 lakh per annum is the expenditure. I would advise that all maternity hospitals should spend this money and build it into your business plan. I remember Dr. P.K. Shah, who had to leave for another session. During his presidency, a decision was taken by the executive board of the FOXI. This decision should be revoked and brought up, and where the appointment of lactation professionals was decided by the executive committee of FOXI. So I request the FOXI office bearers now to take out that decision, review it, and pass it again. Generate interest in BPNI's new initiative, which I showed you. I'll show you right now. And please endorse. And I invite FOXI to support partner in our BFHI program. Thank you for this. And I'll stop sharing here, but show you quickly the. So this is the, if you can, sorry, I'll just show you again. So this is the portal for BFHI, where everything about BFHI, all the information, background, technical support unit at the national level, how it is governing, how the accreditation process is, what are the tools, what is the process key for grading, validity, and technical guidance. Anybody who wishes to be an assessor, we also invite people who want to be assessors of this. So we are going to begin this program. It has started informally, actually. 4 hospitals have already applied from Tamil Nadu, and you can apply here. So for each state, we already have 70 assessors registered here, and we are inviting more assessors so that every state can have assessors. So this includes a self-assessment process and a external assessment process so that it is independent. So that's point 1. And I'll just show you the second one.
I would request you to please wind up.
This is last 1 minute, ma'am. 1 minute. Yeah. Now this is the I Decide portal of BPNI, which has this. You can see this introduction video for 1 minute here. You can see a testimonial video for 1 minute here. So I've shared these links in your chat box. So these videos, there are 6 videos inside. Once a person logs in, signs up, one person has to sign up. It costs about 199 rupees for one sign up. And it has Hindi and English 6 videos inside to gain the knowledge and then share that information with your doctor concerned, decide about breastfeeding, and in case you decide about alternative feeding, there is a video to say how formula can be prepared safely. Thank you, Foxy, for once again inviting me. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Arun, for your short and crisp lecture on this very important topic of global policies of breastfeeding. I think as gynecologists, we play a major role in initiation of breastfeeding, which starts right from the antenatal counseling. See, you tell them regarding the benefits of breastfeeding as well as how to promote it by improving the nutritional aspect. And if you can counsel these women saying that the children will be disease free and the children's IQ will be better if they are kept on breastfeeding, and it will also act as a contraceptive, I think many of the women will accept for it. And again, regarding the concept of lactational consultants, I think it is picking up very, very important, because in person, I have seen some of my patients who had difficulty in lactating. When they were able to have a counseling with the certified lactation consultant, they are very happy. And it's a very important suggestion that they should have some contact, either a video call or some sort of counseling with a lactation consultant. So the Baby Friendly Hospital Initiative and its website you have shown very clearly, and I think many of us can become a assessor for that. And thank you for all the inputs you have given. Tech support, can we move on to the second lecture? Dr. Snega, who is going to introduce Dr. Ramesh?
Ramani, I am going to introduce.
Yes.
It's an honor indeed to introduce Dr. Ramesh R. Kumar, President-elect, Indian Academy of Pediatrics 2021, Honorary Secretary General, Central IAP 2018-19, Fellow Indian Academy of Pediatrics, Diplomat Pediatric Environmental Health International Pediatric Association, Member Environment Health Advisory Group, and Chief Editor of wonderful book and Pediatric Companion 2011 and 15, editor of many textbooks and journals and chapters. He has contributed to the textbooks of pediatrics, Central IAP EB member 2011, 12, 15, 16, National President Environmental and Child Health Group of such a vibrant, CV of a great pediatrician. And we know that obstetrician cannot survive without pediatrician, and pediatrician are a part and parcel of the obstetrics. So we are very keenly waiting for the presentation by Dr. Ramesh R. Kumar, a learned, noted pediatrician holding the highest chair of the Pediatric Academy. Dr. Ramesh Kumar.
Yeah. A gentle request to all the speakers to be in time only. We are already getting late. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Meera, my chairperson, for that sweet introduction, and its other chairperson, Dr. Rangila. And of course, may I remind you, ma'am, that you said we are an integral part, but we believe that we are a continuum of what the good service and the great service, what you are doing. You deliver the babies and give it your hands, and we nurture them over the years. So just we are hand in hand towards the welfare of the child as well as a mother, and we work in tandem. Well, of course, my greetings from the Indian Academy of Pediatrics, the 32,000 fraternity of the pediatricians of the country. And I believe you are a much stronger association, 37,000 members I have seen in your notes. And my greetings to the President, Dr. Shantakumari, Secretary, Dr. Madhuri Patel, Vice President, Dr. Archana, who was communicating with me, and also Breast Committee, I learned Dr. Sneha Buyar, who is leading from the front for this session. And my dear friend, Dr. Bistis, I can see is an enough secretary. Dr. Fesi from my own city was Cochin. And of course, my Dr. Arun Gupta, the BPNA president, my colleague in pediatrics. So it was a lovely listening to you, sir. And may I go to the session straight away, because you are given the 15 minutes, you are already running late. So just let me have the privilege of sharing my screen. Am I visible, the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Thank you. So it's something which has been in the air over the years, last 30 years or so, what we are going to discuss, but just a recap and something a high time for to resensitize ourselves and our fraternity about the baby-friendly hospital initiative. Friends, this year, the theme of the World Breastfeeding Week was protect, promote, and support breastfeeding. Something like we as a stakeholders, we have got a lot of stakeholders out here. The Indian Academy of Pediatrics is there. The FOXI is there very much on the front. National Neonatology Forum is there. The World Alliance for Breastfeeding, WABA, is there. Of course, BPNA is there, UNICEF, and National Health Mission. So, and apart from this, the shared responsibility goes into the family. So we talk about the medical fraternity and the advocacy on the front, but at home, the responsibility of the parents, the in-laws, even the elder sibling, everything comes on a mother, on a great platform to breastfeed, emotionally and physically healthy and stable. And objectives of this year's breastfeeding was something like the week. They inform the people about the importance of protecting breastfeeding, and just like anchor the breastfeeding support as a vital public health responsibility. Engage them. Engaging is very important with the individuals and organizations for greater impact. Galvanize the action on protecting breastfeeding to improve public health. And just a recap on the BFHA journey. It started in 1989 with the WHO and the UNICEF with a joint statement. At that time, they introduced the 10 steps to successful breastfeeding, and it stands good even now. And it re-emphasized in the Innocent Day Declaration adopted in Florence in 1990. Innocent Day means the Latin word for innocent, that means it stands for the child, the symbolic of innocence. And later on, these 10 steps became the integral part of the baby-friendly hospital initiative. It was published in 1991, being updated thereafter. So this is the journey till date. 30 years down the hill, BFHA still has got its role in promoting breastfeeding and as a crucial pillar for breastfeeding initiatives. And when can you claim to be a baby-friendly hospital, or for that reason an initiative? A facility that can document the full adherence to the 10 steps. 10 steps we will be briefly enunciating right now. And also their compliance with the International Code of Marketing is very important, because we need to know the IMS Act, no breast milk substitutes, and could be designated as baby friendly. Sorry. And way back in 2002, I believe this was Kerala was declared the first baby-friendly state in the world. It was a function where the governor declared that, this is a newspaper clipping, and it was in 1993, it was started, it was declared in 2002. This is a newspaper from 2002 cutting. But then it was something like a stagnant figure. It was only 41.5% right now. We are dropped down from 65 to 41.5%, the exclusive breastfeeding. So this is just I put this report card. Why? Because why we wanted to go back to BFHI as a priority. Exclusively breastfed till 6 months is 41% only, as well as for National Family Health Sample Survey 4 conducted by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So such a sharp decline, and it's a time for review. So let's go ahead with the 10 steps, how you can have the basic steps of BFHI. I believe the breastfeeding and many other aspects have been discussed in this platform by the previous speakers, and it will be further on the panel discussion. So I just go to the 10 steps, the basic pillars of BFHI. First and foremost, the hospital policy. Hospitals support mothers to breastfeed, not promoting infant formulas, making breastfeeding care standard practice, and keeping track of support for breastfeeding. That's a policy should be there, and this policy should be displayed at the entrance to maybe to the labor room, to the nursery, or in the pediatric ward or the antenatal ward, everywhere, wherever the mothers, and even in the hospital reception lobby, and even all the staff should be made clear about it. The staff competency, this is another second important aspect. The staff incompetency doesn't mean only the nursing staff or the doctors. It even runs on down to the front office staff. And recently, during the breastfeeding week only, we really were appreciating the attitude of the security staff also. The reception front office staff, they were very happy to know about the BFHI, and that's their news, sir. This is so important. So this is why you are taking this. It is so good to see that you are taking it so very much forward. And they were very happy about that. Even they have heard about the breastfeeding rooms and others started by the government. So they see this has to be percolated to each and every staff in the hospital, because they should know what is BFHI, what it stands for, what this emblem or logo stands for, and why these posters are around. And antenatal care, the third step, hospitals support mothers to breastfeed, discussing the importance of breastfeeding, preparing women in how to feed their baby. I must take a little time here because this is basically an obstetricians forum. So we know the breastfeeding, the antenatal education should include breastfeeding. Of course, we are all through it, but maybe either the consultant or his juniors or even the staff or lactation or whoever is around should take the importance of rooming in, importance of responsive feeding, exclusive. They should be prepared for that. And this is something, a time of excitement for them, and a time of little bit of anticipation and maybe a little bit of apprehension. But once they are having a healthy baby with them, they'll be quite happy to recap whatever they have learned during the antenatal period. So you must utilize this time of maximum receptiveness of the mother or the because postnatally they'll be busy with something else. So the receptiveness is maximum. They don't have anything else to do. So they should listen to what the obstetrician has to share with them on this front. And the baby also, they should tell them the advantages of breastfeeding. Everything is there: better brain growth, emotion bonding, infection protection. So all this brain growth is something which you have to impart to them and in a big way. And even the mother and baby, family and society. So all the aspects of even the inflammation, uterus, delays pregnancy, all these things will be, of course, be regularly shared with obstetrician, but even the lower risk of breast and ovarian cancer. So all these advantages of breast milk should be shared with the mother. Care, number 4, four-step care right after birth. As we have been discussed here, the helping mothers to put their baby to the breast right away. Encouraging skin-to-skin. We had an exclusive session on skin-to-skin contact between mother and baby soon after birth. The colostrum should be very much the importance of colostrum, and as the colostrum as a first vaccination should be made clear to the prospective mothers, and support mothers with breastfeeding techniques because you have to have the proper latching, because this is something where most of the mothers, they are very much educated, but they get lost in proper alignment, proper latching, how to sit up and feed. So giving pre-lactal feeds were a little bit of practice earlier. Supplementing is hospitals will support mothers to breastfeed and giving only breast milk unless there are medical reasons. This is very important, and no formula is kept in the hospital. Risks of artificial feeding should be really shared with them. All the risks should be increased risk of the lower scores and intelligence scores, overweight, increased risk of chronic diseases.
Sorry to interrupt, but you have to wind up.
Yes, madam, sure. Rooming in, the hospital support mothers to breastfeed, letting mothers and babies stay together at night and making sure that mothers of sick babies can stay together. Roaming in, you know, of course, that always reduces, gives a lot of additional impact. Responsive feeding, the hospitals support mothers to breastfeed, and responsive feeding can be mothers to know when their baby is hungry. Early cues, mid cues, and feed me, agitated and turning red. But then even they have to pick up the early cues, mouth opening, stirring, and stretching, early cues of the baby is hungry. Bottle teats and hospital support mothers not on using the teats. Pacifiers undermine breastfeeding for the first 6 months. And discharge, right? When the mother is discharged, you need to tell them how to feed the baby, responsive feeding, and risks of infant formula, and everything should be made clear to them. The 10 successful steps that hospital policy, staff competency, antenatal care, care right after birth, and all the other steps have been discussed. So you must support the moms to breastfeed anytime, anywhere. We can all help make society breastfeeding friendly. Not only the hospital, the society has to be made breastfeeding friendly. And thank you very much for the question listening. And alongside, before I wind up, I just have to request from the obstetrician friends and the Foxy office bearers that we need to take up at least the share liaison better, and we are looking at something like a caring both ends of the court together in the next year, some one module or somewhere we can have the antenatal and the postnatal policies and the aspects taken together, and look forward to working together with you in a big way. My big hearty my gratitude to the Foxy office bearers for the opportunity and the acknowledgement and the representation to Indian Academy of Pediatrics on your platform here today. Thank you very much for the patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh, for a wonderful presentation regarding the baby-friendly hospitals and the mention you have made about Dr. Shah. At his time, this initiative was created. We are all knowing it, and Kerala being the first state. I totally agree with these 10 points which you have noted, mentioned, must be acknowledged and must be told to our population at large so that they can be made as a baby-friendly hospital. That is pediatrician's viewpoint, and we totally agree as an obstetrician with the pediatrician to make our hospital baby-friendly. I will not talk much about it because you have presented so nicely. There is nothing more to be told. We are running short of the time. So I once again thank you very much for an excellent presentation and capsuling such a wide subject in a small capsule. Thank you very much, Dr. Ramesh.
Thank you, ma'am. I would request Dr. Ramani Devi, please, to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Fesiluis. Ma'am, you're on mute.
You are telling something. Please unmute yourself.
Can I introduce Dr. Fesiluis?
Yes, madam. That's what I was about to tell you.
Because it is getting late and I have to conclude after. Thank you very much. In the outset, I will like to thank Dr. Shanta Kumari and all the Foxy members and who have organized this meeting. I remember Dr. Fesiluis. I met him in one of the conferences, I think in Bangalore, perhaps. And there he requested me to nominate him. I nominated you from my society, and I'm very happy that now you are in such a nice position of vice president. And I was very happy that you have started this breast milk bank. This is very new, very fascinating subject to me, and I'm looking forward to hear from you. Thank you. Please go ahead with your subject.
Thank you, Ringile Madam, for the nice words. I first of all thank our President, Dr. Shanta Kumari, Secretary General Madhuri Madam, Vice President and my colleague in Foxy, Archana Varma Madam, and also the committee chairpersons I have here for inviting me. Also the chairpersons today, Meera Madam, and also Ramani Madam for the chairing. And also I'm happy to be with Dr. Ramesh Kumar from my state, who is to be the next IAP president. So today I've been interested to talk about human milk banking. As told, as Chanda was telling, this is my, I mean, the area of interest, because I've been part of initiating the milk bank in Kerala. Was the first in Kerala. I'll come to that. So India faces its own. One second, let me minimize this. Okay, India faces its own unique challenges, having the highest number of low birth weight babies and significant mortality and morbidity in low birth weight population. And feeding these babies with breast milk can significantly reduce the risk of infections. The artificial formula will never provide the broad gauge of benefits of human milk. And the current Indian scenario is that even though you all know that wet nursing had been in practice since the mythological age, and even our childhood days, we must have seen wet nursing, especially in joint families, it was there. But modern human milk banking is its infancy in India, because it is in the transition phase from the wet nursing to the nuclear families, where the social taboo, especially now it is more because of this COVID time, because of that social taboo is there. So that wet nursing is very rarely practiced now. And also there is lack of awareness, leadership also, and the infrastructural and the cost for the milk bank is there. I'll come to that. So another thing is that promotion of the formula milk by the industry. So if mother's own milk is unavailable or insufficient, the next option is to pasteurize the donor human milk, and keeping in the mind of the complications associated with the formula feed, especially the preterm babies, or has to be seen. I still remember when this milk bank idea came to about 3 years back to me. One of my household maids, sister-in-law, had a delivery complication. She had delivered a preterm baby, and that ended up in giving the formula feeds, and the baby had a necrotizing enterocolitis. Colitis has to be done. So, but this concept of the donated milk is not new. It's a century-old thing. The first human milk bank was opened in Vienna in 1909. And you can see how in USA 1919, UK 75 years back, Brazil 1940. Even in India, the first human milk bank was opened in 1989. And in India, it was first by the Dr. Armida Fernandez in Mumbai. It's known as the Sion Hospital. It is known as Neha. When we launched in Kerala Human Milk Bank, Madam came as a chief guest for that. And currently, the number of human milk banks, I'm not sure whether it is 20 or 30, but it is now not more than 50. Even Kerala has got only 2 milk banks, which has been started with less than last 6 months. So research has shown that breast milk is the best nourishment for babies and is highly beneficial for their health in short, medium, and long term. And donor milk is neither widely nor readily available in majority of the hospital or neonatal units in our country. And this is, I think, just repetition. Out of the 20% of the percentage of the global share of our wealth, out of that 38% of the low birth weight babies is from India, and preterm 25% of the rough estimate, and 29% of the neonatal deaths of the world occur in our country. So feeding the vulnerable babies is the challenges. I'm not going to that. We have extensive talks over that. And that is because their neuronal development will not be there. Mother will not be having the milk. Baby will not be with the mother. So that is the feeding of the low birth or vulnerable babies is the biggest challenge. Not only preterm, but the low birth weight babies biggest challenge, because they cannot be able to suck that. And up to 40% of the vulnerable infants of neonatal wards are in need of human breast milk. That is one status according to the literature. And the benefits of human milk is that if you don't give milk, human milk, it can lead to sepsis. As I told, the example, necrotizing enterocolitis, retinopathy of prematurity. And if you give milk, human milk, it can reduce NICU stay, good neurodevelopment outcomes, in feeding tolerance and cost also. This is one study which came in 2013. In UK, if you substitute all the babies in NICU with the human milk, it can estimate it to the monetary saving also, which can improve the as a long-term benefit of by giving the human milk through the human milk bank. So milk bank is defined as breast milk is expressed by the mother that is processed by a donor milk bank for use of a recipient, and we have to select and screen and store and distribute the milk. This serves the lifestyle as we already discussed, but let's see what are the functions. We have to collect the milk from the donors, process and screen the milk collected, provide storage in hygienic conditions as prescribed, and distribution into those who are needed. And also we have to create awareness, not to the needy, but to the mothers to give the excess milk. So there is milk expression, milk testing for any infection, and the milk processing. So once the milk is collected and processed, it is stored under -25 degrees centigrade and distributed milk into the infants when it is needed. So when it is pasteurized and stored, it can be stored up to 6 months can be stored. So that is the beauty of that. And who are the donors? The donor population is formed by the healthy lactating mothers with healthy babies who are voluntarily willing to give their extra breast milk for other babies without compromise the nutritional need of their own baby. Or they can be include the mothers attending well baby clinics, mothers whose babies in neonatal ICU, those who have lost their babies but are willing to donate, or the working mothers who cannot feed their babies. They can use their own milk also for their own babies also, or lactating working staff in the hospital, or motivated mothers from the community. So there is a strict law for that in India. There is a proper guidelines, national guidelines to establish the lactation management centers for public health facilities launched by the government in July 2017. They tell that comprehensive lactation management center, that is the word they are using for the milk bank. So this is a summary of that. When the mother is who is willing to come to the milk bank, they are screened, and donor is registered, milk is expressed. It will be better with using mechanical expression, and it is stored under -25, and it is stored and cooled, and this is initial storage, so it's -15. Then it is cooled, it is sample is tested, and it is pasteurized. This is the key element. If pasteurized means it can store up to 6 months. It is being kept under -25. Post pasteurization, it is stored in the freezer, and when it is needed, it is prepared. So you need to have a unison between neonatologist and the gynecologist. Gynecologist has to motivate the mothers and to encourage that, and also pediatrician, not only when the mothers come for the checkup of the babies, also it can whom to be dispersed. That has been described by the pediatricians, where it is stored and given to the recipient babies. So there is 30 to 50% of babies in NICU is needed. Also in full-time babies, also 10 to 20% is needed. So 5 million vulnerable babies in India can be helped through the donor milk bank. And if it can be strengthened with whatever we heard the other talks about 10% breastfeeding practices can increase the 10 times fold about whatever we can achieve with the milk bank. So all this together has to be seen. So to conclude, given the high rate of preterm births in the country, the level of malnutrition that ensures the postnatal growth in such a babies after birth, there is urgent need to establish human milk bank across the country, especially in large neonatal hospitals or major towns and cities. This is not a new concept, because my mother-in-law's elder sister in New York delivered 45 years back, and her excess milk was being collected by the volunteers coming to their house and being taken. It was 45 years back. So same thing we in our country also, few with help of other NGOs or the Rotary clubs or Lions clubs or some CSI initiatives, we can start the milk banks. It costs around 25 to 30 lakhs to start that. recurrent cost is not that high. But if you have the initial cost is high, so if you can start or if you can mobilize in your own town or with your own association with pediatrician, IAB, NNF, or a gynec, you can take initiative to fund, to get fund to start one, and it will be a great help to the society. We can motivate, and you have to spread the knowledge. We in Kerala started as a part of the Rotary initiative, and in Trichur, and also in Cochin in General Hospital, in Trichur in Jubilee Mission Hospital, and another one we started 2 years back in Coimbatore also. In Coimbatore, even during COVID time, NGOs were going to the screened mothers who were in the registry to collect the milk. Otherwise, mothers used to come to us. So it was functioning even during the COVID pandemic time. So that is the importance of the human milk bank. But it has to be, if you get somebody to fund that, it can be run with a low cost, with a minimal cost for the maintenance of that. So that is the beauty of that. This by this we can give way for a healthy future generation where we can win much golds in Olympics and other competitions in future. Thank you for
Thank you very much, Dr. Luis. This appears very this catchy program, that breast like blood bank, there will be breast bank. And I would like to know, where have you got this type of bank in your place? Have you started? Have you started yourself in your place?
Yes, madam. What is it?
Have you started it in your place?
Yes, madam. In Cochin, in General Government Hospital, and in Thrissur Jubilee Mission Medical College, we have started. So initially, what we are planning to distribute to the local, we have started it, but because of some COVID issue, we could not give it to the other hospitals surrounding. So what we are planning is that if you have the peripheral centers about 20 kilometers where they can have a collection centers, if they can store the breast milk there, if you can transfer into the main center within 5 to 7 days, there it can be pasteurized. Once it is pasteurized, it can, if it is stored -25, it can be used for 6 months. So just like blood bank, we can share into the periphery hospitals also. It can be in one center where it is main milk bank with ancillary collection centers in the periphery. So that will be a good initiative. When we were doing MBBS, blood bank people, we have to go to the several colleges and associations to motivate people to give the blood. Like that, once this concept start, I think we have to motivate the mothers. Milk will not be there for ordinary only with the mothers, but compared to the blood bank, it is the beauty is that there is no group. We don't have to see the group. Only thing, the mothers has to be screened. There has to be screen records, and the random samples has to be pre-pasteurization and post-pasteurization. We have to take and see whether it is any microbial infection is there.
Thank you very much. It appears a very good take-home message for all the audience, and many people will now be interested in starting and motivated to starting this blood bank. I'm sorry that I have not read your whole biodata.
Yeah, thank you.
I think that people know you. So excuse me for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, chairpersons. I think coordinators, we can go ahead with the next session.
Thank you, ma'am, for chairing the session. Particularly Rangila madam, she picked the phone at odd hours. I called her twice or thrice. Dr. Ramani, I was disturbing ma'am for multiple number of times. So thank you all the chairperson and the speaker for such an interesting session. Now we move ahead for the next session, which is a panel discussion. Before that, we have Dr. Surinder Bisht.
Yeah, one more talk is there in this session.
Yes, I think so. There is one more speaker.
Dr. Raman.
Yes, please continue with the, just move on to the next talk. Yes.
Yeah. I would request Dr. Ramani to please introduce our next speaker, Dr. Surinder Bisht.
Thank you, organizers. It is a pleasure to introduce Dr. Surinder Singh Bisht, who's the president of NNF, and he has held so many important yeah, his areas of interest are so much, and he has held so many important positions in NNF as a national treasurer, national executive board member in 2019 to 20 of NNF, and WHO Sierra Master Trainer for quality improvement, tech advisor for national wide quality care of network, managing editor Journal of Healthcare Quality NQOCEN, national mentor for Lakshya and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and North India zonal coordinator and regional trainer for in IAP NRP FTM project, and national faculty on online neonatal training programs, and NF neonatology quiz, national coordinator in 2017-18, and he has held so many important positions. And I invite Dr. Surender Singh to give a talk on the Infant Milk IMS Act, that is Infant Milk Substitute Act.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think you'll be the ideal person to give this talk.
So thank you, ma'am, and let me share my screen. I think I can share my screen. You can see my screen now?
You can see
yes,
your
sir.
screen. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So first of all, thanks to the Foxy, Shanta Kumari madam, Madhuri madam, Archana, who has been coordinating so well with us, and my friend and IIP elect president, our president Ramesh Kumar. First of all, and Fessy Louis is there, your vice president, who is a NNF executive board member, representative of Foxy into NNF. So NNF and Foxy has a long association. In fact, we have connected with CORD, and this CORD extends to the Indian Academy of Pediatrics. So we this Foxy connecting with the National Neonatology Forum, and then going into Indian Academy of Pediatrics. So we are a continuum of care which we provide together. So in that series, I'm so happy that my talk was preceded by many people from UNICEF, WABA, BPNI, Achra madam. So many people have done it, and I'm so happy that I have to skip many of my slides because they have already been covered. IMS Act 1990. What is this has been, I think the cost has been told. This was from Alive and Thrive. If you are trying to prevent 1 lakh deaths by actually giving breastfeeding, if you're not giving it, you are actually causing 1 lakh deaths, and the diarrheas are certainly 3 crores and 47 lakhs, and the pneumonias are around 24 lakhs, and the healthcare costs attributed to not giving breastfeeding will be around in the tunes of 7.18 crores. And this year's data has increased it to 786.77 crores in the health system cost if you are not giving breastfeeding. And the number of maternal deaths, in fact, the Foxy people need to focus on that also. The annual deaths, maternal deaths, which can be prevented by due to cancer and type 2 diabetes will be around to the tune of 11,400. And look at the gross national income, 0.7% of our gross national income, 1,03,917 crores or rupees for the economy can be saved if we are actually giving exclusive breastfeeding. I think this has been the milk companies are doing aggressive promotion, and their sales are actually increasing by 15% every year. This is from the Euromotor International 2016 India report, which is actually looking at the baby foods sales. IMS Act, as Dr. Archana has already described it, the infant milk substitute feeding bottle, and not only just this infant milk substitute, it is the feeding bottle and the infant milk foods regulation, production, supply, and distribution, and it was amended in 2003. So this study had been shown by Dr. Arun Gupta. So many actions have been done, starting from 1981. The World Health Assembly adopted the International Code of Marketing of breast milk substitutes. We had our first country, one of the first countries to start having an IMS Act in 1992, which was, and then it got amended in 2003. So it came into force in 1993, and then it was strengthened by this. The latest World Health Assembly 2012 actually, you say it endorses the implementation plan on maternal, infant, young child nutrition, and urges member states to put into practice as appropriate the comprehensive implementation plan on maternal, infant, and young child nutrition. And there, I'm looking directly reading the second point of that urges is to strengthening the legislative, regulatory, and or the other effective measures to control the marketing of the breast milk substitute. That is what is causing a lot of problem. And establishing a dialogue with relevant national, international parties. And what are all mechanisms are is to safeguard the potential conflicts of interest. So this is something which, as obstetrician, I'll tell you cases where obstetrician have been implicated, kind of things. So request the Director General to provide clarification and guidance, and to take into consideration to ongoing work into the Codex Alimentarius Commission. She is a lady. In fact, she is a lady who was there in before World War II, and she was working in Dr. Cecilia Williams, and she was looking into nutrition, kwashiorkor, undernutrition, protein and malnutrition. She found that in 1939, in fact, she wrote a very kind of a very, you can say, krantikari or a revolutionary speech, the article she wrote, which is known as Milk and Murder. And if you read the right side, the left side, where the baby is being hanged, and you look at the two dabbas, the two milk cans putting over the breast because they are trying to stop it. If you are legal purist, you may wish me to change the title of this address to Milk and Manslaughter. But if your lives were embittered as mine is by seeing day after day this massacre, I really feel absolutely with her in this feeling, because I also feel that is a massacre of the innocents by unsuitable feeding. Then I believe you would believe that, as I do, that misguided propaganda on infant feeding should be punished as the most criminal form of sedition, and that these deaths should be regarded as murder. It should be. So that was in somewhere in 1939. She was from England. She was not liked because she was earlier in Africa with the English army, and then she was posted because her seniors didn't like her viewpoint on nutrition and her view on actually providing nutrition, not promoting this. So she was transferred to Malaya. In Malaya, in Indonesia and Malaya. So she found a different kind of healthcare problem, that the companies, the Nestle company was actually exporting milk to Malaysia and advertising it as ideal for delicate infants. In fact, they were stopping mothers not to breastfeed but to give milk, which is I see in many parts of our East India. At Dr. Rangila State, I went to train and I found the dabbas are being distributed. So this is the kind of thing which happened, and the president of the Nestle company was supposed to be there, and she gave this talk in front of that Nestle person. And this is the year where we are celebrating the 40th year of the BMS code. And this is all this. And this has been done because many people, the US was actually trying to ignore this. And I will show you, they were actually these kind of posters. I'm just hidden the names of the company, but they were actually boycotts. And you think their action has been taken on distributors on trying to promote dabbas to the salesmen, giving them promotions, giving them cuts, commissions. So if anybody would do that, action will be taken against them. And this is a doctor, I think from Chennai, who went for some to Switzerland on a company to give a lecture. And in fact, you can see the Indian Medical Council has actually asked her to that your name would be cut from this, and she has been asked to rectify her act. So look at this. This is the 90. I think you just have to look. Bear me for this 1 minute video, because this is the 40th year of our adoption of this. We'll just go through how many countries have done it over the period. In 1992, India came, and then came Nepal, and then came other countries. And you look at the Western world, the countries who teach us how what to be done. Other countries, uh, they are not the ones. In fact, till 2000, 2003, 2008, 2013, you look at the America, the North America, what is they're doing? They're not doing it. What is because they are the capitalist countries who are looking into the capitalism and looking into milk as a the companies were not letting them allow having an infant milk substitute act also. And right now till this part also till 2020 also, I think America has not correctly done it. uh, so this was the acts, and you can read this. Every organization should have it. Foxy should have it. IAP should have it. NNF already has it in our list. So there are the infant milk substitute. What is the infant milk substitute? That is, you should know what is the infant food, what is the feeding bottle and promotion, and because it is for healthcare worker and healthcare system, you should know this. These actions actually ban promotion and advertisement to the public. TV में नहीं आ सकता है. You cannot write that it is the most पौष्टिक आहार, the most सस्ता दाम. You cannot have it on the stores. You cannot give incentives. एक के साथ एक free होगा. There would be something like you can get a soap extra, or you, since you are buying from Amazon, you'll get 15% extra, less cost. Nothing of that sort can be done for it. In fact, Flipkart से कहीं से भी लीजिए, but you will not given this. They cannot actually provide you the educational material or equipments for this. They cannot. They have to give mandatory information on the label that breast milk is mother's milk is best for every baby, and they cannot make of healthy babies pictures of healthy babies or mothers on the graphics to increase sales. Ek अच्छा हंसता खेलता बच्चा, they cannot show that, and they cannot have educational materials. Nobody should actually participate in the education material just because Nestle, Ever, Danone, Nutricia, anything, or the other companies are doing. Any company who is actually directly or indirectly associated with breast milk or sorry, infant milk substitute or bottles cannot. You cannot take part in their activities. You cannot even write for those companies. You cannot have all this in your office areas, the Nestle thing or Abbott things, or in your chemist areas. You cannot have in the conferences. You can post and put selfies around with the board, and you even the Nestle here cannot sponsor a educational activity. No commissions, or in fact they cannot give they cannot ask their employees also that they will be incentivized if there somebody is getting more dabbas sold, more milk cans sold, he will be incentivized. That also cannot be done. In fact, the chemist or the vendors or the suppliers cannot be given commission on this. And any provision, the imprisonment for a term which can extend to 3 years, or with fine which may extend 5,000 rupees, or with both. And if it is section 6, it can be from 6 months. These are the organizations which are can have been interested in. BPNI is one of them, Akash, ICCW, and CSWB, which are actually going to report. The food safety officers are supposed to do it, and it is a bailable, cognizable offense, which anybody of us can also face it if we don't read it, and we are supposed to know this law. Ignorance is not an excuse of the law. So, madam, Foxy people in NNF, because we got a letter from BPNI and from ministry that some of our state unit has actually done a conference, and there they actually took some new Lacta kind of thing and some infant milk substitute company sponsoring. So now, as an organization from Central NNF, we have written letters to all our state functionaries that we have to abide by the IMS Act 2092 and 2003 amended Act, and we have to follow them. And in our website, even just below the presidential address, we have provided links where all the act has been given, has been uploaded. So that saves us as NNF our responsibility, and because that is on our website, I would urge IAP and Foxy to do the same, because this is how it happens. You can have have this kind of what constitutes the abolition of the IMS Act. Vivian has it as a paper over there. You know, this is somebody was doing a research sponsored by Nestle, and they were taken into task. ICMR had to stop that, and the ethics committee had to be told about it. These were the conferences. These are against not somebody was given for international conference. These are has been told. This is done on actually. This is not. I think Aparna has to be told about it. Milk, obviously nobody can give a discount on a milk sub. So government has taken action against. They have written letters. I think there have been erasure of names from a medical register from MCI for some doctor, and the companies have been asked to take it. So some action at some places has been taken, but it is not enough. This ICMR is taking action in 2019. So all these actions are there. So I think these actions actually tell that we all, as actions, we have to develop IEC material for our public awareness. We have to put hoarding advertisements about its provisions, and these are our role. We have to refuse to accept any kind of direct or indirect. We don't want any lunch from there, any dinners from there, any gifts from there, any books from there, any from the infant milk promotion companies. They cannot come and talk to our nurses directly. They cannot distribute dabbas. In fact, during the COVID pandemic also, they were not supposed to distribute anything to the slums area. Somebody was distributing ration, and it has been seen that some volunteers, some organizations who didn't know of it, actually distributed dabbas. And that was so harmful for having for a successful breastfeeding in those slum areas. So you have to respect the conflict of interest resolution of the World Health Assemblies. This is as a role of our civil society, we have to abide by this act. The conclusion is a potent tool to protect breastfeeding, and this year's theme is to protect breastfeeding from promotional activities of formula, very aggressive promotional activities of formula feeding, and any violation of the IMS Act still continues. So we need to look into this, we need to report to this, and we need to enforce the IMS Act, because in total, this is going to save our economy, this is going to save our newborn, this is going to save our human resource for future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the very informative talk. And thank you, chairpersons, for chairing this session. Let's move on to the next session. Next session is this panel discussion.
Yeah. Archana,
Yeah.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Thank you, ma'am, for such a lovely discussion. And thank you, sir, for a short, crisp and clear talk. Now we move to the next session, which is a panel discussion on barriers to breastfeeding. I welcome Dr. Kavita Bapat, Vice President, FOXY 2021, as a moderator. She has got a NICA award, and she is a NICA in true sense, who can come to rescue at last moment for anybody. She has been a president Indore Menopause Society, vice president AMPOG, and she has one-day hysterectomy specialist at Indore, and she has a FOXY affiliated colposcopic center. So welcome, Kavita ma'am. And now our next moderator, Sneha madam, who is calm, composed, with a kind demeanor, who can be disturbed at 11 o'clock also in the night. We had a running...
yeah, I would request you to skip the CV.
So
yeah, please.
Yes,
and please go ahead.
Thank you, Archana. Thank you, Archana. Because it's already late, we won't take much
sharing.
of the time. And
Tirupati, please stop sharing.
Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Over to you, ma'am.
Stop sharing. The first of all, thank you so much, Sneha especially, for making me a co-moderator with you and making all the efforts. First of all, today we have to congratulate for two things. Number one, we are congratulating India for having a gold medal. Really, we are proud Indians today to have a gold medal today. And I think it's after 100 years, India is getting gold medal for the javelin throw. It's really good. And second, congratulations to our dear Shanta madam for having this Lactacon and making this very fruitful to all of us. And the most hardworking person I have seen is a Sneha Boya. She's such a hardworking person, and she's making this breast committee at the highest points where one can go. And I won't take much time. And Sneha,
You are doing a great job, all efforts, everything. And last 7 days, I think you must have not slept properly. So please introduce all our panelists, and we'll make this program fast because it's already late. I don't think we should spend much time in anything. Thank you so much. Over to you, Sneha.
Yes, I think straight away, thank you so much, Dr. Kavita Bapat. In fact, it's you who has, given recognition to this committee. And definitely, yes, I'm trying my best to work in all the aspects and trying my best. Thank you so much, Kavita, for all those kind words. And we won't waste much time, and we would straightway go to the panel discussions. I would just sensitize you all panelists dear, that though breastfeeding, you are listening to it throughout the day, and though breastfeeding appears a very simple process, though it's a very complicated neurohumoral reflex. And as you all know, when the baby suckles at the nipple, or baby suckles at the breast of the mother, there is a sensory impulse which goes to the posterior pituitary, and there is release of oxytocin and prolactin, and the oxytocin is responsible for the milk let down for that particular feed, and prolactin is responsible for the background or baseline milk production. So with this, I would just take you through the various aspects and problems associated with breastfeeding. So definitely the mother, when she just hears the cry of the baby, hears the sound of the baby, just thinks lovingly about the baby, she gets the stimulation of the oxytocin reflex, and anything which puts her to worry, maybe physical or mental stress, pain or doubt, that leads to the hindrance to this reflex. And I'm going to skip this theoretical aspect because you all have listened to it in depth. And so directly I would like to go to our first panelist, Dr. Archana Singh, who is the present secretary of Hyderabad Society. So welcome, Dr. Archana, and we would like to hear from you that when you have this primipara patient, Mrs. XYZ, who has just delivered today, and she is complaining of blood-stained nipple discharge. So how would you proceed, dear? Let me know.
We have to go for local examination, seeing if the skin is itchy, scaly, or any lump is there, or any inflammation is there, any engorgement is there. But most of the time it is physiological because of the vascularization, because of the ducts and alveoli. And sometimes most of the time it is bilateral, but rarely it can be unilateral also. So first we have to examine locally, then palpate it and reassure the patient that most probably it is physiological, and rather than panicking, and she should not stop breastfeeding seeing that blood is coming, because once the patient sees, she might be thinking that it is just malignancy or something serious about it. So in case the patient is very anxious, we can go for cytological examination of the milk and ultrasound of the breast, but we should not go for panic button, because this is most of the time physiological and it is day one. So most chances of trauma is also less, but we have to exclude any trauma because of the poor latching.
Yes, very well covered, Dr. Archana. In fact, first and foremost, you have to ask her, whether she has forcefully massaged the breast and tries to squeeze it out. So there may be just the internal damage to the ducts. So that is only one thing from history you can just rule out. And of course, on clinical examination, you have very well said whether it is unilateral or bilateral, whether it is coming from the single duct. And if at all, if as you have said, that if it is physiological, it should be further feeding. It should disappear in a day or two, and then she can comfortably breastfeed her baby. But if it is associated with some ulceration or maybe some lump, then definitely she needs to undergo investigations like, as you have rightly said, the nipple discharge has to be examined for cytology, ultrasound and galactography, and then most of the times it may be just differential duct papilloma, or maybe in rare situations the pregnancy associated breast cancer. So I think quickly we just want to give this message that most of the times it is physiological, and if at all you have associated lump, then only we need to go for this persistent blood-stained nipple discharge. So thank you so much, Dr. Archana. We're not going into the theoretical details. They are all available on net and various books as well. So we now go to the second panelist, Dr. Charulata Bapai, who is the National Coordinator of Breast Committee and working very hard with us. And I welcome you, Dr. Charu. And you have this patient, 32-year-old primary, delivered 10 days back, already discharged at home, but she comes back to you with, painful breast. And she also claims to be having difficulty in breastfeeding. So what are things you think of and how will you proceed with the management?
Yes, so Dr. Sneha, put it in slide share mode.
Yeah.
Your slides.
So when she
yes,
comes,
thank you.
the first thing we would want to do is we would want to examine the breasts, and the most likely cause for the pain in a lady who was delivered 10 days back, who's a primary, probably inexperienced in breastfeeding, the most likely cause is usually breast engorgement. And this usually occurs because of delayed starting of breastfeeding. We've all talked about the importance of the golden hour, and we also know that it is not practiced very often, not only in India but in the entire world also. So that is one of the most important causes that we have to look for. So if you have a tense shiny breast with the nipple and areola also engorged, then we know that it is a case of breast engorgement. We have to look for whether the latch is the proper latch, if she's getting pain on latching, whether the baby is attaching only to the nipple and not holding the areola also. The positioning of the baby during breastfeeding has to be looked into, and we have to make changes in her way of lactation. First, we have to explain to her that this is because of delayed breastfeeding. She's not frequently feeding the baby, not giving complete feeds to the baby. Unrestricted feeding is necessary, and that we are going to reassure her that this is a curable thing to do, and we will help her to release or let down of the milk. We will help her with few simple methods and sometimes with a few medications. So,
yes, very rightly and shortly, precisely described, Charu. Yes, she has engorgement of breast, and maybe the causes, as you have already said, delayed initiation, and the causes may be inverted or flat nipple, painful nipples, the cracked or sore nipple, and very well described as engorgement of the breast. Just late or delayed initiation and inappropriate latch, that may be the only cause. And if at all you can point it to that and you can correct the latch and feed her effectively, that itself can take care of this condition. Of course, if it has progressed to mastitis or breast abscess, then definitely the management will differ. So thank you so much, Dr. Charu. Now we go ahead with the third case, and Dr. Ramani.
Good evening, madam.
Yes, good evening. So you have this patient, she has either, this kind of nipple, which is a flat nipple, or this kind of nipple, which is a little retracted nipple. So, beforehand, she's asking you, madam, can I breastfeed my child antenatally? So how would you answer to her queries?
Yes, madam. This is a real problem. We have to find out why this has happened. Is it a congenital problem that she is having since birth, or did she have any other breast infections or any surgeries that took place? All these things we have to find from the history. There are many studies that techniques like Hoffman's technique, that is breast massage or stimulation of the breast and nipple.
Yeah, I would like to little interrupt you here, Dr. Ramani. Do we do we directly tell her that she's got a problem, or do we, explain her that this can be a correctable thing and you need not worry? Do we want to counsel her first?
Definitely. We will counsel her and we will teach her the methods to follow. And we will, even in the antenatal period, we can tell how to massage, how to stimulate, how to pull the nipple out. First of all, we can examine her and find out what is the problem is, what is the grade of the nipple retraction. Is it a mild grade where we can, by stimulation and pulling the nipple out, it comes out, or it is a severe grade where we cannot pull. In according to the grade of the nipple retraction, we can later in the postnatal period help her out. But in the antenatal period, we can counsel her that she can breastfeed with some help and
Yes.
support in the postnatal period.
Yes, so Dr. Ramani, our message should be very clear cut. Even if you see, you are supposed to examine the woman antenatally, see that her breast is healthy, there are no lumps, no other lesions, her nipples are good, normal, protractile, not retractile. But the baby attaches to the breast and not to the nipple per se. So even if you say, even if you see this condition, you need not worry. You need not worry and just make a record of it, and you just advise her to, relax. And this, most of the times it gets corrected on its own towards the end of pregnancy, closer to delivery, it gets corrected. Okay, so you need not worry. Only when after delivery of the baby, when you attach the baby to the breast, basically if you support her properly, if you suggest her some positions, you help her attaching the baby to the breast, then definitely she's going to feed properly. And baby's mouth is the best pump you have. With initiation of suckling, the baby, with further suckling, it can in fact give you the correction of the nipple itself. So there is no necessary to correct either antenatally or postnatally also. But if at all it persists, or even we change out the position, yes, it doesn't help, then what are you supposed to do? Antenatally, definitely nothing much should be done. Only towards the end of the pregnancy, closer to delivery, yes, you can do manual correction. So postnatally, suppose you have the problems, how would you go ahead? Tell me.
Pardon, ma'am? Postnatally?
Postnatally, yes.
Postnatally, we will assess.
I think there's some internet issues with Dr. Ramani. So,
what is the grade of
yes.
the nipples, madam? There is some specific technique like Hoffman's technique, which is to some extent may be helpful, where we try to pull the nipple away from the base. In this way, this will break away any adhesions in the nipple areolar complex, and the nipple will become straight with manipulation. And before the actual breastfeeding, she can do this technique and breastfeed the baby.
Correct. So manual correction is one of the techniques. So that maybe you can do it with your own fingers, or maybe just use the syringe, or even the breast pump you can use. So that nothing much needs to be done. If at all she doesn't, then of course maybe sometimes initially you may have to use the nipple shot, but that is to its rarity. We would in fact advise not to use the nipple sheets as well.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you so much. And this is the last case I'm going to cover. So Dr. Indrani, are you there? If Dr. Indrani is not there, I think Charu, you can take up this case. Para 1 delivered 5 days back. She comes to you with fever with chills, overfilled, tight breast. You have covered some part of it, so just continue with that. So how do you manage this patient?
Yeah, so we talked about engorgement of the breast, and the most important thing to do here is mainly to reassure her that yes, we are going to help you out. We have to start massaging the breast either with the hands or with the help of a breast pump to express the milk that has accumulated inside. We can use maybe hot fermentation before feeding, and either cold cabbage leaves or a cold towel around her breast once the breastfeeding is over. These things can also help her to relieve the engorgement. We can massage her shoulders, relax her a bit, and counsel her, console her that these things do happen initially, and that is what is going to help her the most. The steps of manual breastfeeding, you have to start from the periphery and move towards the center in a gentle manner so that we express out the entire milk. Sometimes only if it is very painful, we might require analgesic, but most of the times just relieving the engorgement is going to help immensely. And give the baby continuous unrestricted feeds is what we will strictly recommend. That whenever the baby demands every 2.5 hourly, she has to take the baby to the breast in a comfortable position, in the right position, which we will explain, and this will relieve the engorgement completely.
Yes, very well explained, Charu. And I think just earliest initiation with good effective latch, complete unrestricted feeding. That is all is to be required, and that is all is to be advised. So I think very well done, Dr. Charu, on this. And now I'm going to hand over this session to Dr. Kavita Bapat for further discussion. Over to you, Dr. Kavita. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah, please, you have worked so hard on this. Please continue with the session. I'll ask the questions because you have made all the slides so nicely and worked so hard for almost 2 years. So please continue with this also. Ask question to Shalini Agarwal.
Okay. Thank you so much. So Dr. Shalini Agarwal, do we have her here?
Yeah, yes.
So you have this, this breastfeeding mother who is a primary para, and she's complaining. Just now we discussed this case that she's complaining of severe pain in the breast, and she's just not able to, breastfeed. So she's got engorgement, and when you examine, you find this picture. So what is this, and how do you go ahead with the management?
So, ma'am, this is appears to be some infection in the, like sometimes there is thrush, white patches seen on the nipple, which could be because of the infection which is coming from the baby.
This is just a crack here at the nipple you can find, and this is the sore nipple.
Yeah.
So how do you go ahead with the management?
So this is really a painful condition, and again it is because of the poor latching of the baby, and we have to teach her how to latch properly. The whole areola portion has to go inside the baby's mouth, and now once it has appeared, we have to lubricate it with the lanolin, and sometimes initial part we have to, maybe we might give her breast shields to help her decreasing the pain. We might have to give analgesics also to relieve the pain, and we have to be careful that if she's not feeding the baby, then it will further cause engorgement, and maybe some cases will land up into the breast abscess.
Okay. So why does this condition happen? Can we know from you why it happens?
So cracked nipple is mostly because of the if the latching is not proper, the nipple goes, the baby sucks on the nipple outside only. It doesn't go to the soft palate inside the baby's mouth. So it causes the cracks in the nipple. That is the most important.
Yes, definitely. So it is because of the improper latch. The baby keeps on sucking on the nipple, and that's why this happens. So how do you treat this? So first and foremost, you work on the latch itself. You improve the effective latch. You are advise the mother properly the correct technique. That itself can solve the problem. And then definitely, because you have this crack and sore nipple, which is so painful, so you have to work on the pain aspect of it. So gently massage it, but continue breastfeeding as far as possible. Either you try to breastfeed from the same side if she's willing or if she can, but then feed on the normal breast, normal nipple, and at the same time you collect the, whenever the mother is feeding from one breast, you have the milk later from other breast also. Okay, so you feed the breast baby on the normal breast, and you collect the breast milk from this breast, so that it doesn't hurt. Or sometimes maybe, as we have already discussed, that you may need to use nipple shield sometimes. Do you apply anything for this nipple? Any ointment or lubricant?
Plain lanolin can be applied to lubricate it.
Okay.
Or sometimes if you find infection, then Neosporin ointment can also be given.
Yes. So actually, as we have said, this is only because of the faulty breastfeeding by the baby. It's only the we have to just apply the mother's milk and let it air dry. So that's what is always recommended. Correction of the latch, continuation of breastfeeding, and application of the mother's milk and let it air dry. Very rarely, as we have already said, maybe if it is infected, then you may have to apply some of the ointments. So thank you, Dr. Shalini. And do we have the next panelist? Dr. Mangala Vani. I think Mangala, you will cover all the aspects here. Dr. Mangala Vani?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
Mangala is actually the only international board certified lactation consultant expert in this field, and she is working with us as breast committee member, as we have already seen. She's a president of BPNI Maharashtra. And Mangala, you have this, this type of picture here. Either you have this angry red breast, or maybe this kind of breast, little red, but she's complaining of constant itching or burning sensation constantly. Even if you find that here her breast is almost normal, but she's complaining of burns and stings in the breast. What do you suspect, and how do you treat her?
Yeah. First of all, thank you, Sneha and Kavita, for inviting me as a panelist for your panel discussion. Now, this is a typical candida infection that you have described, and it may be asymptomatic in many mothers, and it typically causes this deep penetrating burning pain. And it is even when mother is not breastfeeding, even that time she can have a pain. And sometimes as you showed the picture, there can be redness, or there can be even the white patches. There can be discoloration of the areola. So it is a varied picture, but it can be very, very painful. And I think it is the candidiasis of the duct inside that gives typically deep penetrating pain that goes towards the chest. So the treatment is, and that infection probably may be mostly when the babies are on the artificial nipples, the bottles or the nipple shield, or if the mother also has candida infection, vaginal infection, or she's diabetic, or she's on antibiotics. So we have to find out what is the reason, and we have to treat that. But with that, we can either put the local antifungal treatment, and also put something on the baby's mouth. Now, nystatin we are using. Nowadays, we don't use the gentian violet because it really gives the discoloration, and it could be very messy. And if that local application is not helpful, then we go for the oral fluconazole. And it is very important that it is not like we use vaginal infection only one dose weekly. Here we have to use every day 100 to milligrams daily for 10 to 14 days. That is very important, the follow-up. And of course, we have to stop using the nipple shields, preferably, or stop using the bottles, and make sure there is a proper latch, all those things. You had to unmute, Sneha.
Yes, stop using the lubricants as well. Okay, yes. So, and we don't have to advise repeated washings or cleanings of the breasts and nipple. That is the most important message we want to give from here. So, Dr. Manjula, you have this patient coming to you, painful breast, and she's got fever, painful breast, and when you examine, this is the picture. What is the diagnosis, and how would you go ahead with the management?
It is a clean-cut case of breast mastitis, madam. It is usually the inflammation of the breast, and 33% of the lactating mothers, they suffer from mastitis, out of which 90% usually occurs within the 12 weeks of initiation of breastfeeding. This mainly occurs because of improper latching, where cracked nipple appears. Because of cracked nipple, there is incomplete emptying of the breast. As a result, there is milk stasis, which is a source of nidus of infection, and she develops mastitis. And also that there is use of nipple creams, tight braziers, manual breast pump usage, stress and fatigue of the mother, all causes mastitis. So when you come to the treatment purpose, prevention is the first treatment. Frequent emptying of the breast, then counseling regarding breastfeeding and proper latching, hot compression before feeds, cold compression using cabbage leaves, and adequate rest, plenty of fluids. Coming to the management part, we have to advise her proper rest, anti-inflammatory substances, analgesics, then antibiotics. For examples like clindamycin, erythromycin, amoxiclavulinic acid, and cephalosporins. So the main thing is proper latching, and we should give them counseling, not only to the mother, but also to the husband and the whole family. And we should make them involved in the breastfeeding of the baby. The whole family should support the feeding mother in feeding the baby. Thank you, madam.
And for the mastitis part, whether you would like to give some antibiotics, anti-inflammatory?
Yes, madam. Anti-inflammatory substances, analgesics, and then followed by antibiotics.
Yes, wonderfully covered, Manjula. All the aspects right from the beginning and right from the diagnosis, prevention, diagnosis, and management. So thank you so much.
Thank you, madam.
Yes, we go to the last case of the panel, Dr. Mrinalini. This is a case for you. We have 25-year-old para 1 who has undergone cesarean section 10 days back. And she comes to you with painful breast, fever, with chills, and a painful lump on the left breast. When you examine, you find she is febrile, tachycardia, pulse, BP is normal. Right breast is engorged tender and left is also engorged tender, but you have a localized lump which is red hot tender fluctuant lump of 6x6. What is your diagnosis and how would you go ahead with the management?
Yeah, thank you very much, Sneha, for giving this opportunity. Like we had discussed in the earlier case, mastitis had been covered, and we all know that this is a case of a developing breast abscess in the left side, and this patient had engorgement also in both the breast. So we know that of the all cases of mastitis, about in 5 to 11% cases, abscess can develop if we have not given the treatment discussed earlier. And here, what we do is, if the patient is not improving, and in breast mastitis, we do ask the patient to continue breastfeeding. Here, our mainstay of the treatment remains like we have to give her general principles are the same. We have to give her analgesics. We have to give adequate breast support to her. And as mentioned earlier, we had to we can apply cold compresses, hot and on the cabbage leaves, which were mentioned earlier also. And one thing is we have to keep the breast empty. This breast has to be emptied. And we can continue the breastfeeding depending upon the site where the breast abscess is. If the mother is not have too much of pain, she can continue breastfeeding. Otherwise, we have to empty the breast and start antibiotics here in this case. And the best antibiotics for breast, because this is most generally the staphylococcus, which is infected. Sometimes the streptococci can be there. So we generally start with the proxycillin group or ceflexin, erythromycin, and sometimes augmentin can be also used. And the mainstay these days is minimally invasive. So we aspirate this abscess. If it's not improving in 24 to 48 hours, we tend to aspirate the abscess, and we can do multiple aspirations can be done, preferably under ultrasound guided. And sometimes if the breast abscess is deep or these aspirations do not work and patient continues to have high grade fever and abscess increasing in size, then we have to, last resort, we have to do a surgical drainage. In that case can be done IND, which was done earlier, unfortunately. But these days we more resort to the aspiration and this would avoid unnecessarily hospital admissions also for the patient, these aspirations. And then we also have to then allow the sore and cracked nipples to heal.
What about the advantages of the needle aspiration? What all advantages?
So
you don't need surgery, so no need for anesthesia as
yes. Well. And also IND causes a lot of scarring to the breast and a lot of
and the pain which she has to face, yes, which sometimes you may have to even do lactation suppression, which is not our aim.
I was coming to that. Rarely we can have to do as a lactational suppression in first patients. That has to be done if it is not healing at all. And basically non-responding aspirations, we cannot take out pusses, mainly because there is thick pusses there sometimes. And there are persistent bacteria which are not healing, or it is a multiloculated abscess. In that case, we will have to go for IND. Otherwise, aspiration works very well. And sometimes there can be milk fistulas can develop. So aspiration takes care of that also if you do ultrasound guided. So that is very helpful. And of course, yes, pain relief, we have to give adequate pain relief and most important, psychological counseling to the patient because she's worried that she cannot breastfeed the baby. So that we have to take. And of course, it goes without saying, which we have been discussing all around, proper counseling during antenatal, proper latching will avoid all these complications.
Yes. So wonderfully discussed and covered all the aspects. Yes. And I would like Dr. Padmaja to just, conclude, just, make it in a nutshell. Dr. Padmaja.
To avoid all these complications, mainly proper latching and proper positioning, early initiation, frequent breastfeeding, proper latching and proper positioning is important. So we have actually discussed in previous sessions various positions and all. They have described the cradle position, cross cradle position, football position, and all those are the positions. Then latching is the baby should be, when they hold, actually there are 4 points. One is holding the baby, then it should be close to the mother and nose should not touch the breast. Then she should, taking the cues and should be properly latching the breast and the areola, not just the nipple. And only part of the areola is visible above. Okay, and only when, and she should feed completely on one breast side because even the hind milk is important. And after completely feeding from one breast, they can switch on to the other breast. This is about the latching and feeding. And of course, early feeding, early initiation is important. And while feeding, the mother's abdomen and baby's abdomen, skin to skin contact should be maintained. And feeds also, it's demand feeding. So they have to identify the cues and not wait till the baby cries vigorously to demand the feed. So early identification of the cues and then feeding, minimum about 8 to 12 feeds per day, even during the night, not only in the day and even during the night, both sides they should be feeding. And if they are twins, both the multiple pregnancy, both the babies can be fed from both the breasts at the same time so that they can avoid, limit the time, like time management can also be done. All these things are important while breastfeeding.
Yes,
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Very well covered. Only I'm so happy, all the breast committee members, they have wonderfully prepared the topics. And I just wish all the obstetricians learn this basic concept of this breastfeeding, proper attachment, and the most important is, early initiation, what we have been stressing throughout the day, rather throughout the year, what over last 2 years we have been stressing on the early initiation and how early we have already said that it should be as soon as possible after the birth. Before cutting the cord of the baby has to be delivered on the mother's abdomen and the baby has to be put to mother's breast with good effective latching, should allow complete unrestricted feeding, and then of course frequent feeding with demand feeding, as you have already said.
Neha,
we have to continue. Yes, just 2 lines.
I just want to add a few things.
Yes, please,
because the topic was today is barriers of breastfeeding. We have already discussed the barriers about the lactational problems with a breast and a nipple, but there are several barriers into the breastfeeding. Yes. Basically, we cannot avoid all those problems. Basically, sometimes there is a lack of knowledge, number one. Number two, there is a misconception that the formula is same. People talk about like this. Then the third, because we covered only the breast and the breast problems like a nipple sore and everything. But there are embarrassment about the feeding in public is also a barrier to the breastfeeding. Then there is a routine work and working of a mother is also one of the barriers into the breastfeeding. And then there is a marketing of a formula and these things. Yes. And there are the practitioners by the pediatric practices and the OB/GYN practices. Not to promote breastfeeding is also one of the barriers for the breastfeeding. So you have covered so nicely, Sneha, about all the problems which are with the breast, but these are also the barriers which we should concern and we should think about the barriers of the breastfeeding. So they are also be sorted out.
We had those slides initially.
Thank you so
we had those slides initially for barriers of breastfeeding.
I'm not making controversy, but I'm saying that these are also the barriers. Great
Yes,
presentation
No,
by
my
you.
dear. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes. We wanted to discuss the case-based, scenarios. That's the very reason we have to skip those initial slides. And very good. In fact, that was a contribution which we welcome. And in fact, good that in less time we could discuss all these things. But yes, definitely, as we have been saying all the time, early initiation, exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months of life, continuation of breastfeeding with complementary feeding after 6 months of life, at least 2 years and beyond. And then, of course, all the tips and tricks we have already discussed. Good, effective latch with proper support by the family and by the healthcare workers should take us a long way, I think. And definitely, the rate of exclusive breastfeeding, which is 44 to 55% to some region, we can definitely improve to 65%, what is given by WHO as a goal up by 2025. I think we should be able to fulfill this, reach this goal sooner. In fact, we should be able to go beyond, I think, 80 to 100%, if at all we all of us decide. And considering these barriers of breastfeeding, which I was discussing with the previous speaker, as far as the formula feed, without blaming the obstetrician or the neonatologist, all of us should make a consensus that absolutely no to the infant milk substitutes, feeding bottles, and infant foods. So I think that should help us to achieve. Yes, please.
What's happening is some of the mothers, what we are seeing, new mothers, like, so most of the times first food, it takes time for them to get used to all this technique and all to feed the baby. So if they are, and sometimes they also insist, we insist them for breastfeeding, and the mothers also want to give only pure breastfeeding, and they're not giving extra feeds. So sometimes the babies are having complications like severe jaundice, the babies are going into dehydration, and they may have to get admitted. So I think somebody should be there to see that they get proper feeds, or if they can't, maybe we have to supplement. I don't know that.
Yes, if we
because
have
insisting
Dr.
100%
Mangalavani also here,
breastfeeding.
but if you talk to the lactation consultants, what they say, that there is nothing like lactation failure, there is nothing like lactation inadequacy. To some extent that we can correct it.
Not actually inadequacy or failure. It's actually initiation.
Yes,
They are
that's
not
what I'm
able to
saying.
proper.
It's the failure of initiation early and continuous feeding. That's what we have been trying to tell you. So if the latch is effective, the oxytocin reflex is also effective, and you get adequate milk. So it's only the fear and doubt, in fact, that further hinders the oxytocin reflex. That's what we have been all the time discussing. So it's building confidence in the mother. Building confidence in the mother. Yes, you can breastfeed your baby. Yes, the milk is going to be adequate. Colostrum is rich in calories, rich in proteins. So for first 24 hours, even if you just keep on latching the baby, make the baby suck, whatever amount of colostrum comes, that should be adequate. And even the baby's liver has adequate glycogen storage for 24 hours. So without any fear that the baby can develop problems, I think if you follow all these principles, definitely it's going to help. And I think with this note, we would like to conclude the panel. Thank you so much, President Foxy, Dr. Shanta Kumari,
Thank you, moderate.
Dr. Archana Verma, our Vice President in charge, respected Senior Foxians, Madam Jayam Kanan, Joint Secretary Dr. Aruna Suman, and all my, not co-moderated, I would say my senior, my previous chairperson, who has actually given recognition to this committee, and I'm trying to continue her work ahead. So Dr. Kavita Bapat, thank you so much. All my wonderful panelists, Dr. Padmaja, Dr. Manjula, Dr. Mrinalini, Charu, Mangala, Ramani, and Dr. Archana Singh, and all my esteemed panelists. Thank you so much. And I would like to also thank all the guests, the chief guest, Dr. Vivek Singh, and guest of honor, Dr. Usha Saraya, Dr. Suchitra Pandit, all the respected senior Foxians, all the faculties, Madam Meera Agnihotri, I can see you, you are still logged in, and Dr. Rangila Sinha, and everybody on this platform. Thank you so much for being the part of this program. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to spread the awareness about this much neglected subject, which actually belongs to us, and our role should be a key factor if at all we want to improve on the breastfeeding. So I think with this, I would like to conclude the panel as well and conclude today's session. Dr. Aruna, I don't think Dr. Aruna.
Yes, Dr. Sneha, everything went on well. Congratulations.
Sneha has done a week-long program, so call it have a great week ahead also. You had a past great week and have another great week ahead also. Good night.
Thank you so much, madam. Good night. Good night. Thank you. Good night. Thank you, everyone. The program is
Thank you, madam.
concluded.
Thank you so much.
Good night to all.
Thank you so much. Good night,
Thank you.
Aruna.
Good night. Good night. Congratulations, Dr. Sneha. Wonderful. It was excellent.
Thank
Well
you so
attended
much.
also. Well attended also.
Okay. Thank you so much, dear.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night, everybody.